Chapter 1. It'll be like an internship, they said. Genevieve tugged at the vinyl scrap of cloth barely covering her breasts. It'll be fun and exciting, they said. She frowned into the mirror. This strapless bikini top had been made for ladies with a B cup, and her double Ds barely fit. But that was the point, after all. Her frown deepened, gaze skating over all the exposed sweeps of her creamy skin. Skin that rarely saw daylight, much less a professionally staged photo shoot for her new place of employment, Holt Body Fitness. Everything about today made her skin crawl. It was one situation of many that she'd been bred to avoid. Being the object of lusty thoughts via this sexy time calendar? One-way ticket to hell. And here she was, actively getting on the Inferno Express. This was only day 3 of the job. What else would be on the docket? Genevieve took a calming breath. This is fine. This is what you signed up for, after all. This is what you came to Los Angeles to experience. Life itself. She just hadn't thought she would be experiencing it so vividly. One of the receptionists poked her head into the locker room. Melanie. She had a slightly suspicious but mostly friendly smile. You ready to go? Travis is rounding everyone up. Jen steeled herself. Rounding everyone up, like the sex cattle they were. She shook the thought from her head. That was her father speaking, and also the whole reason she'd come to LA. To get rid of that voice in her head. Totally, Melanie. Jen forced out, releasing her iron grip from the edge of the sink. She sounded like the second-rate friend hired for a crappy 90s movie. Melanie held the door open for her, looking natural and effortless in her revealing scraps of fabric. Of course. Because LA girls didn't care about revealing their bodies or showing off their God-given assets. Body parts were simply parts of the body here, not a sacred gift to be shared with one's first and last love, Jesus Christ. Jen had fantasized for years about what it might feel like to flaunt her body in public. To attract the covetous stares of gorgeous men and even women. Now she had the chance, and she quaked like a newborn colt. She followed Melanie out of the bright locker room on wooden legs, trying to exude the confidence she didn't feel. To put a firm pep in her step. To be every inch the confident, sexy redhead she wanted her coworkers to believe she was. Not the mousy little white girl from Central California, who'd never set foot in a single male's apartment, and still didn't totally grasp the full extent of what 69ing entailed. She'd added that to the list of things to learn and do, though. All in time. Melanie led her down the sweeping arc of the hallway toward the back gymnasium Jen had visited briefly during her orientation 2 days ago. Talk about a welcoming committee. It was all chatter and white lights, hair flips, and bulging biceps. Industrial ceilings yawned cavernous and infinite, the slate gray flooring equal parts sci-fi and modern. Holt Body Fitness, already the coolest place she'd ever worked. Not to mention the only place she'd ever worked. The entire staff of Holt Body gathered in various stages of readiness. A few vanity tables lined the edge of the gym, round bulbs dotting the shiny mirrors as stylists perfected hair or makeup. Melanie led her toward the empty chair at the third booth. Ileana will do your makeup soon, Melanie said, but Jen couldn't move her legs to follow. Melanie looked back over her shoulder, her perfectly shaped eyebrows forming a straight line. You coming? I forgot something, Jen said, taking a couple steps backward. She forgot a shapeless tunic to cover herself up with, or maybe her dignity, like her father had alluded to, when Jen first suggested the idea of moving out and experiencing the world for a year. Her entire family had reacted, as though she'd suggested cutting off a pinky and roasting it for dinner. Her eldest sister, Abigail, had even cried. Jen connected with something warm and hard. A guttural laugh. Jen inhaled sharply and whipped around. Travis Holt, the eponymous leader of this sex carnival. He squeezed her shoulder, smiling down at her. Parties this way, General. He breezed past her, the muscles of his back a map to a world she didn't know existed. She stared after him, the same way she had the entire first day of their training. He oozed confidence and success, and it wasn't just the building surrounding them. He held one of those hard-won secrets to life. The type of secret she was dying to get her hands on. After so many years kept locked away in a tiny God-fearing bubble, it was time. She straightened her back and followed Melanie. Never mind. I don't need it. I'm ready for hair and makeup. Melanie patted the back of the hairstylist chair facing the mirror, and Jen slid into the spot, her warm thighs greeting the cool leather eagerly. She looked down at the hot pants she'd squeezed into, a fabric so thin and stretchy it barely counted as clothes. Her legs glared white under the attention of the lights, illuminating the jagged scar running over her knee. She tugged up the waistband of the shorts, but it didn't help. At least a full mile stretched between her navel and the waistband. Her belly skin crinkled as she sank lower into the seat. Wow! What gorgeous hair! Someone raked fingers through her hair. Jen yanked her gaze to the mirror. A blonde lady with a jagged bob lifted auburn chunks as if inspecting it for purity. Thanks. Jen slid her hands under her thighs, hunching over, but straightened once she saw how much it made her breasts round under the chest tape of a shirt she had on. She didn't know what else to say. She didn't realize integrating into the rest of the world would feel so difficult. She wasn't just new, she was an entirely different species, struggling to pass on a planet designed to intimidate. She could have picked any industry to launch her year of the list. Why did it have to be among the most beautiful and confident people she'd ever laid eyes on? I'm Jas, the blonde said simply, as though casually identifying a fruit at the market. Any special way you want your hair? Jen blinked into the mirror, trying to think of a style that differed from her previous plain Jane life, half up, half down with a cringeworthy neon blue scrunchie. Whatever you think looks good. I trust you. She swallowed hard. And I'm General. Jas and Jen. What a pair. Her voice sounded flat, almost monotone. Jen couldn't tell if it was sarcasm or distraction due to hairstyling, or maybe she was the butt of some joke she didn't understand. Jen's gaze wandered over the fascinating landscape reflected in the mirror. Chests that could adorn the romance novel her pastor father had once ingloriously burned during a sermon. Girly butt cheeks hanging out of hot pants. Practically the set of a softcore porno. She'd seen her first one last week, so she knew. It was hard to tell which man was the hottest. It was also hard not to stare. Like this one. One more rippling Louvre-worthy sculpture of a man sauntered her way, his neck thick as a tree trunk, jagged tattoos marking a path up the right side of his body, crawling over his chest and up the sides of his neck. At his collarbone, bold letters read Cobra. He had short raven hair that had been shellacked into a perfect Ken doll hairstyle. As he came closer, Jen realized she hadn't met this one yet. She would have remembered him. Would have fought to never look anywhere else ever again. He stopped a few feet behind her, his eyes like molten chocolate. His eyes. Staring right at her. Jen snapped her gaze to the vanity table. She lasted a few seconds before curiosity won. Jas yanking at her hair only distantly registered as she found Mr. Louvre with his hands on his hips, watching Jen like a cat eyeing his dinner. Oh yes. This was the one. The hottest of them all. He was dirty hot. His lips curled into an illegally sexy smirk. Shadows under his eyes ignited questions and gasps at the same time. Jen's pussy throbbed with years of unmet desires. He was everything she'd ever physically pined for in a man. Even when her only examples of worthy men growing up included khakis, pressed button-down shirts, and a rumbling voice with which to praise the Lord, seeing this man made something marrow-deep rumble to life. Primal. Ancestral. From the beginning of time, which she'd recently decided was not 6,000 years ago. As if her body had just been waiting for him to show up. Have you ever considered an ombre? Jas chirped. I don't know what that means, Jen forced out in a dry whisper. She took one last drink of Mr. Too Sexy to Ignore and the way he watched her. As if he'd already started eating her alive in his mind. She reluctantly moved her gaze to find Jas's in the mirror. One painted brown brow was arched. Hi. Seriously? She furiously teased a section of hair near the back of her head. It's like this super cute but gradual color shift from about halfway. She flicked her wrist to highlight where on Jen's head this would be. To all the way down. Jen nodded, licking her lips as her gaze slid back to the man in the mirror. He'd crossed his arms over his chest, talking to one of the other Holt body trainers like they were kings of the world. Sure. Yeah. Let's do it. Jas tutted. Not now. I'm style today. But you would seriously look cute with an ombre to blonde. The words didn't register, but she logged them anyway. Add that to the list, get an ombre. Wasn't that Spanish for man? If so, that was also on her list. Maybe this exact man could be on her list. Thanks, Jen said, but wasn't sure the word made it past her lips. The physical model of perfection came nearer, his narrow hips covered with tighter than necessary gym shorts that betrayed an excellent bulge. His thighs were granite arcs, the color of freshly steamed milk. He was alabaster wrapped in sexiness. He came up to the mirror and propped a forearm against the edge. His reflection felt like a mirage or something dreamed of in a fever sweat. So would you swipe left or right on me? Be honest. His voice ran through her like fingers combing hair. Except Jas was tugging on her hair, making her scalp scream. Jas sent a strange smile toward the handsome visitor. And then anxiety hit her hard, like a wall of water in a perfectly executed cannonball. What did swipe left or right even mean? Are you, she began. Talking to me, she finished in her head. Jas cleared her throat. On your phone, General. I don't, Jas tugged sections of her hair into bobby pins. I don't know what you mean. Both Jas and the new arrival looked at her in the mirror with surprise etched on their faces. Her stomach plunged. Like on Tinder, the guy said, pushing off from the mirror, tilting his head at her as if his explanation somehow clarified things. I have a flip phone, Jen offered. Jas snorted. Shit, said the guy. It rang in her ears like sacred harmony. Something silken yet rough in that one word. Old school. He wet his bottom lip, his gaze dragging over her, as if he'd personally assessed every cell of her being. She wilted in the chair, paralyzed with indecision somewhere between I love you and I need to leave immediately. I can basically press any number 0 through 9. She felt her cheeks heating up, but she had to try to redeem herself. He hummed appreciatively, his crooked smile making her chest swell. Like a phone number. Across the room someone barked, Cobra? The guy's eyes narrowed as he focused on someone over her head, then nodded. His gaze slid back to General, that's me. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Cobra jogged off, leaving her breathless in his wake. She watched him go in the mirror, gaze soldering to the 2 Cobra tattoos arcing across each shoulder blade and down the sides of his back. This guy had a theme. Jas leaned forward. You do understand he was hitting on you, correct? She groaned, her eyes fluttering shut. Jas let a cloud of hairspray rip. When the air cleared, Jen frowned at her reflection. He was too hot, she muttered. I couldn't think. That's the problem with this place, Jas mumbled, groping for one more bobby pin. Too many perfect specimens. You mean here? The gym? SoCal hun. Jas pressed one more bobby pin into place, securing the hairdo, before she stepped back. You're new here, right? Jen huffed. New wasn't strong enough. She was something else. Basically. What do you think? Jas jerked her chin toward Jen's hair. A sweeping, gorgeous, Oscar-worthy style had been fashioned out of her thick and normally lifeless auburn hair. Not that she'd ever seen the Oscars, of course, but everyone sure talked about it here in LA. An elegant tendril hung to the side of her face, while the rest of her hair had been teased up and around, to culminate in a long spiraling braid that hung over her shoulder. Workout chic, or something like it. It looks great, Jen said, fingering the strange pattern of the braid. Can I get you to do my hair every day? Jas laughed, squeezing her shoulder before shooing her away. You couldn't afford me, hun. Jen pushed out of the chair, the backs of her thighs suctioning off the leather as she stood. Do I need to tip you, or? Jas waved her off. Just go get your picture taken, babe. And get that guy's number, okay? Jen nodded, looking toward the mock photo studios that had been set up. Get a guy's number. Also, an item on her list. And damn it, that's what this escape from home was about. Completing the list, come hell or high anxiety. 3 different muted backdrops in shades of cream and gray. 1 photographer who barked commands from underneath a pencil-thin mustache. She checked her breasts still covered for the most part. Across the room, Cobra talked with Travis and some other employees who she'd been introduced to. But their names? Heck, if she could remember. They needed name tags, but where would they put them? Over their nipples. Genevieve. Amara strutted up to her, her caramel skin gleaming like she'd been coated with Vaseline. Finally, a familiar face. Her first non-hometown-related acquaintance since coming to LA. She'd met Amara when responding to a help-wanted ad for her domestic violence shelter, one of many jobs she'd applied for and not gotten. But she and Amara had hit it off in the interview, to the point that Amara wanted to help her find something. And here she was. Half-naked and spinning like a top. Where do I go now? She hugged herself, trying to hide some of the exposed skin. We're going to do a group shot before the individuals, Amara said. Oh. Jen almost ran a hand through her expensive style before she remembered. I was hoping you would tell me back to the locker room, so I could put clothes on. Amara's laugh rippled through her. You don't like playing dress up. This isn't dressing at all. It's nudity. Amara swatted her arm. But you said you wanted to get outside your comfort zone. Well, here I am. Jen sucked in a breath, assessing the room once more. The lights had grown brighter somehow since getting her hair done. The scrutiny that hair and makeup invited, in this room crawling with undiscovered models. 5 million miles away from my comfort zone. You look stellar. I promise. Amara squeezed her arm. And remember, it's for a good cause. Jen nodded, straightening her back. That, at least, counted as a happy byproduct of her wanton skinmongering. All the proceeds from this sexy calendar went straight to local nonprofits. The pencil-mustached leader of the sex carnival leaned back, cupped his mouth around his hand and shouted, "Group pictures, now." Jen walked toward him before she could think better of it, her eyes on Cobra, repeating to herself the most important new items on her list. Get a guy's number. Get an hombre. Get this hombre. Chapter 2. She's mine. Cobra wet his bottom lip, planting his hands on his hips. Wouldn't rip his eyes off this one. He'd been at Holt Body Fitness long enough to see almost every celebrity VIP client roll through those enormous front doors, but somehow, he'd missed the real star. The shy redhead who used a flip phone. That was about all he knew about her, other than the fact she had a body he'd kill a man for the opportunity to touch. She walked toward the assembled group, full breasts bouncing under her scandalously tiny tube top, her hourglass figure too much to look at in his skin-tight photoshoot shorts. Not unless he wanted to get his boner in the calendar too. Cobra. Over here. Travis pointed to a spot near the back of the assembling group. Travis had been his boss for just over 2 months now. Once Lex healed up from the stabbing, he'd stayed true to his word and got him a spot at the gym. And while Cobra felt like Travis could almost be a friend, he treaded carefully. It wasn't in his nature to listen to authority. Showing up on time to work, committing longer than a few weeks, this scene was as foreign as the pho place near his apartment complex. Someplace he didn't want to go, not even if he might end up liking it. Put this guy next to me. Lex slung an arm around his neck as he headed for the last row, squeezing him in a friendly headlock. Cobra laughed. Lex, on the other hand, was definitely a friend. Saving a man's life made them friendly, he supposed. Besides, Lex understood something about Cobra that even he himself couldn't voice. Sorta felt like they were brothers, but Cobra would never say that sappy shit out loud. Ever since the night he'd saved Lex in the King's underground fighting ring by calling the ambulance, helping the paramedics find him before he bled out on the cement floor, his life had turned into a tilt-a-whirl. An adult job offer. 9 to 5 workdays. On-the-job training. Steady money. That last part changed everything. He didn't have to beat up people in his downtime anymore. At least not in the shitty side streets in Koreatown like he'd been doing for spare cash. You just want me around in case someone tries to beat you up, Cobra ribbed, slinging Lex's headlock around to haul him up onto his back. Lex howled, knocking a fist into Cobra's ribs. Easy on the body paint, Hulk. I look good. I don't want you smearing the sexy off. Cobra shoved him away as he took his spot where Travis had directed, catching a glimpse of the jagged scar running across Lex's abdomen. Beneath the body paint, it served as a muted reminder of that intense night, when both of their lives had changed forever. And then, as if guided by some force larger than him, his gaze found the shy redhead. Her eyes glittered emerald and curious, like a kitten who desperately wanted to play with the lion. He held her gaze until she looked away, the slivery tip of her braid flicking over her creamy shoulder. His cock pulsed. A warning signal. Since first glance, he'd been compiling a list of 100 things he wanted to do with this girl. If she worked here, she had to be the type who was willing to indulge too. Travis had made his no fraternization policy more than clear. Though it pertained to clients, he suspected it probably extended to coworkers too. Fine by him. He only needed a one-time fraternization. Nobody had to know. Nobody but him and shy redhead. The shy ones were always the freakiest. His thighs tensed as she drifted nearer through the commotion of the gymnasium. She stood one row in front of him, one person to his right. He yanked the tip of her braid. She gasped, turning back. The surprise was genuine, which made him smile. Why did you do that? She hissed, her cheeks flaming. He thought it was obvious. Because you're sexy as fuck. It was out of place. For the picture. She sent him a quizzical look. Are you a hairstylist too? The photographer barked for everyone's attention, and she whipped around to face him. He grinned through a series of group shots. Life had been too busy since signing on to Holt Body Fitness to take care of all his needs. And this chick reminded him of one big, serious, throbbing requirement he'd overlooked for too long. Shit, he deserved it, with all this adulting he'd been doing lately. 25 years old, and last month was the first time he'd made rent on time. Ever. But he was smart enough to know this wouldn't last. Not like it would for other people, who didn't come from his world. So, he might as well make the best of it. Ride this wave until it petered out into a disappointing chop. The camera clicked as the photographer goaded them into different positions. Everyone act like you're at the red carpet, about to go into the new Jolie premiere. Now give me stoic sexy. Think Vogue perfume ads. Redhead, drop your chin. Farther. Farther. Come on, honey, I know you can do it. His shy redhead. He smiled through the rest of the pictures, mind sliding into vivid fantasies. Bending her over the side of a couch in those hot pants. Learning every inch of the backs of those porcelain thighs. Maybe he could convince her to get a drink tonight. And then back to her place. Because Cobra never brought girls back to his. Personal rule. Nobody saw where he lived. Nobody. Group pictures ended. Before he could catch her, shy redhead bolted. Damn. His thighs twitched with the desire to follow her, but Amara intercepted her by the gym doors. The two fell into conversation, and Amara slung her arm around Red's shoulders. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. Travis, squeezing the shit out of his rotator cuff. The guy probably had a thing for secretly testing his employees' strength via friendly smacks and grabs. You're up. For what? Individuals. New hires first, then you guys are good to go for the day. He jerked his head toward a backdrop where the photographer stood with his camera cocked on his hip, moodily. Other than the meet-up tonight, of course. Come if you can. The meet-up. Half mixer, half calendar celebration, Travis had explained in their work meeting earlier that week. Basically, an excuse to get drunk with coworkers. At first, Cobra hadn't been into the idea. Most of his coworkers made him uneasy. Too many picture-perfect people, who probably had all of the opportunities that Cobra never even could have dreamed of. But now that shy redhead was in the picture. Is she going? He jerked his chin toward Red. Travis swiveled to follow his gaze, then a slow smile overtook his face. You can find out. He cupped his hands around his mouth. Hey Jen. You're up. To Cobra he said, she's your picture buddy. With one more grimace-inducing squeeze to his shoulder, Travis trotted off. General, he preferred Red. She drifted his way, face contorted like she'd discovered a rotting carcass in the locker room. Don't worry, he said as she came within hearing range. He puffed out his chest, letting the body shimmer, and his own bulging biceps fill in the gaps. I don't bite. Unless you want me to. She blinked up at him, her mouth parting as if God had spoken. When she didn't respond, he nipped at her waist with his fingers. She inhaled so sharply it practically cut him in half. Don't leave me hanging, he chided, but the girl remained steadfast in not responding to any of his come-ons. Fuck. Come on. Get into place. The photographer snapped his fingers. A lithe assistant sauntered toward them, looking bored and underfed. She pushed him and Red into position, slinging his arm over her shoulders. Now look like you both want to be here, the photographer said, bringing his camera to his face. The scent of berries wafted up toward him. He pushed his lips into the side of her head as the camera snapped pictures. Red stiffened beneath him, but she tilted her head, allowing him a delectable expanse of skin. He smirked down at her neck, considering biting it. That's it. Like you're the hungriest man on the planet and she's a special cheese platter, the photographer murmured, slinking around the set. Red snorted with a laugh. He dropped his arms down the side of hers, fingertips trailing over that creamy skin. I can't believe this, she murmured so quietly he thought he'd imagined it. That sexy purr would enter nicely into his fantasies later. Now lift her up, the photographer said, snapping his fingers. Didn't have to ask him twice. You ready? He asked her partly out of courtesy, since she'd fixed some serious deer-in-headlights eyes on him. She moved her head in a way that signaled neither yes nor no. His hand slipped easily over the dip in her waist. He couldn't help the small grunt that escaped him. She was velvet in curves. He could almost make his fingers touch around the smallest part of her waist. Red gasped as he lifted her up easily. And then toot. Yep. That was a fart. Oh my God, she moaned, her hands covering her face. The photographer smirked, that pencil mustache curving up into a sideways C. Keep it going. Cobra bit back a laugh. A surprise toot never hurt anyone. A laugh escaped him, despite his best efforts to contain it. When he set Red down, she groaned into her hands. I gotta go. And then she was off, running toward the gym door like a raccoon caught in the trash. Cobra gaped after her, then swung to look at the photographer. Well, I guess that's a wrap, he said, bending his wrist back to support his camera near his face. I don't know what just happened there, but it'll be interesting. He shooed Cobra away, who stumbled toward the door Jen had disappeared out of. Every part of him wanted to follow that awkward pixie to wherever she'd flitted off to, but clearly she wasn't the girl he thought she was. Something was seriously off about her. So why did he want to know more? Cobra milled around the gym for another minute, as the rest of the pairings were made for individual shots. Blinding smiles temporarily sidetracked him. The perfect bodies that needed no alterations or photoshopping. These people looked like they'd stumbled off the set of The Hills. But the longer he lingered without purpose, the more the truth settled in. This wasn't his scene. These weren't his people. Nobody here needed him or even cared. He checked his phone, almost 5. Time to head home. Or somewhere. The after-party flitted through his mind, reminding him of the decision. A few years ago, he wouldn't have been caught dead hanging out with any of these people. But maybe this was part of the new Cobra. Scratch that, not new. Just slightly more stable. The Cobra who actually had an extra $50 this month to do whatever with. His roommates were jealous. Kept calling him bougie. As if being able to afford produce for once could erase the lifetime of shit he'd grown up in. Might as well call him a magic mushroom. Cobra drifted through the halls of the gym. The whole place still felt weird, like an extended dream he had yet to wake up from. He technically belonged here, and it didn't smell like piss. If his stepdad Patrick was still around, he would have shit a brick. This was the sort of thing his stepdad had always pushed him to achieve. Not that his mom had ever given a damn. She was still kicking, and probably would have laughed in his face about his job. A weight room attendant? Why don't you have a real job? He could hear her voice as if she were back in front of him and screaming so hard that spit flew, even though the bitch had been locked up for over 10 years. Seemed like he'd never be able to get rid of her insults. The way she could tear him down faster than anyone else. Cobra changed in the locker room, replacing his hot pants with black board shorts. He wiped off as much of the body paint as he could, then tugged on his black t-shirt. He'd leave the hair for now. Because somewhere in between the photo shoot and the locker room, he'd made up his mind. He'd go to the damn after party. That was what this new job represented, after all. Testing the waters of something else. Anything else. Dipping his toe in long enough to see if it was bathwater or too choppy to stay. Chapter 3. Cobra nursed his second beer of the night. Everyone around him had reached their fourth or fifth shot, but he didn't want to party like that tonight. This wasn't his part of town, these weren't his people. He needed to keep his cool, in case anything went down. These freaking co-workers of his acted like they'd never been drunk before. Or maybe it was just Red. Her high-pitched laugh ricocheted down the bar. He'd been trying to sit as close to her as possible, without tipping her off. She was magnetic, but she didn't mean to be. That confused him. Something about her read like an alien. She basically required a translator. Lex came up and squeezed his neck from behind. He could smell the tang of Jameson when Lex spoke. You having fun? Yeah, man. Cobra shrugged off his hand. Red snorted 2 seats down, slapping her palm against the bar. Her laugh was infectious. Maybe that's why he couldn't look away. All right. Just making sure. Lex squeezed the rounded edge of the bar. Cobra studied the condensation on his beer bottle. I almost didn't come tonight. Why's that? Cobra shrugged. Lex was the only one he could open up to. He knew where Cobra came from. What was normal for him. The two of them shared the bond of underground fighting. All the snapped bones and bloody faces. They knew what painful grit looked like. Still getting used to things around here, you know? Lex nodded, squeezing his shoulder. I feel ya. But dude, it's easier on this side. Don't forget that. Cobra took a pull at his beer. Over half of him disagreed with Lex. The remaining minority was curious, wondering at the truth hidden behind his words. I gotta go. Lila's waiting for me. Lex cast him a mischievous grin. If there was any couple he rooted for in life, it was those two. Probably the one example of a successful relationship he'd ever seen in his life. Even with their fucked up past, they still made it work. Sorta made him think that maybe someday Cobra could hope for the same, but well, he wasn't stupid enough to really believe that. Not with what was swimming around in his DNA. You good to get home? Yeah, dude. I brought my car. Lex nodded, then pointed to his beer. Don't drink and drive. I'm a dad, I have to say that, right? He slapped Cobra's back and wandered away. Cobra smiled to himself, assessing the glittering backdrop of the bar. Half full or half empty bottles lined the shelves. To his left, Amara leaned over. Party's petering out, she said, then laughed. That's a tongue twister. Cobra hefted with a silent laugh. You don't talk much. Amara elbowed him. The liquor had loosened her. No way she'd say this to him in broad daylight at the gym. What's your story? He stiffened, taking another pull at his beer. Nothing special. She eyed him, then a commotion at her side yanked both of their attentions to Red. She'd fallen off her chair. Cobra shot up to help her, but Amara beat him to it. So did another guy, someone who wasn't from the gym. "Hey, we've got her." Cobra approached the guy, shoving his hand off her shoulder. The man backed off, raising his palms in submission. Cobra watched until he wandered away. Once she got Jen back into her seat, Amara's arched brow waited for him. "Protective much?" "She's drunk." He slid back onto his stool. He'd been keeping an eye on her since she set foot in the bar with that ridiculous outfit on. He couldn't tell if it was a joke or not. High-waisted khaki shorts with a tie-dyed tank top tucked in. She looked like the uniformed employee of some theme park from the 90s. "Yeah. Good to know you're looking out for her." Amara sent him a mysterious smile. "She needs all the help she can get." "What do you mean?" Amara drew a deep breath, biting her lip as she looked over at Jen, who was in the middle of ordering another shot, this time tequila. Cobra had already personally witnessed her take shots of rum, vodka, and even wine. "She can't be serious," he muttered. The bartender reached for a bottle of tequila. Amara gracefully intercepted, canceling the tequila order without Jen realizing. "I'm not gonna let her take it. She's a little new." "New?" "Yeah. New too." Amara whirled her hand in the air between them. "All of this." Jen slammed her fist against the bar. "Hey, didn't I order a tequila?" She pushed at the hair that had fallen in her eyes. "She needs to go home," Cobra said, taking the last pull of his beer. Amara's words echoed in his head. New. What the fuck did that mean? Maybe she really was an alien. "Yeah. I'm calling her the cab now." He nodded, flagging the bartender to settle his tab. Might as well see her out. Make sure she could walk. See if a spaceship really came to pick her up. Amara helped steady Jen and led her to the front door, waving Travis off when he tried to join. Jen limped a little at Amara's side. Probably the alcohol. Except her foot dragged. Outside, Jen groaned, taking an exaggerated inhale of the night air. "God, it smells good," she enthused. "It smells like the city," Amara cracked. "Yeah, but you don't get it." Jen drunkenly waved her off. "You don't get it." Amara lifted a brow. "I must not." "It smells dirty," Jen blubbered. "And that's the point. Like how perfume smells nice." "Perfume does smell nice," Amara agreed. "Even nicer if you've never smelled it your whole life," Jen said. Cobra shoved his hands into his pockets, questions swirling inside him. Jen tumbled shoulder first into Amara. "He doesn't like me," Jen stage whispered, looking over at Cobra. He bit back his smile. This was gonna be good. "Oh, come on." "Yes, he does. He's just quiet." Amara sent him a smile over the top of Red's head. "He doesn't like me because I farted on him," Red whispered loudly. Amara's eyes widened, and he laughed into his fist. "It's okay, I don't like him either," Red said, turning her back to him. "Actually, that's a lie, I totally like him." Cobra worked his jaw back and forth. He didn't like how much it warmed him to hear those words. She didn't know shit about him, and she was drunk. Wanting those words to be true revealed a crack in his armor. One he needed to seal up immediately. But maybe he could seal it up tomorrow. "I'll take her home," Cobra blurted. "No, it's okay," Amara said. "We'll take her. I'm pretty sure Travis is good to drive." "But I'm definitely good to drive," Cobra said. "Besides, I saw Travis taking shots. You guys need a ride share too." Amara gnawed at the inside of her lip, a low sigh escaping her. "You might be right." Cobra clenched his jaw, looking back at the door as it clanged shut. A few guys strutted outside and lit up cigarettes, eyeing Amara and Jen in a way that Cobra recognized too well. He straightened his back, meeting their stares so they got the picture. These girls were off limits. Cobra went over to Red, grabbed her by the shoulder so she'd look at him. She blinked sleepily. In the golden hues of the outside lights, he could see the freckles smattered across her cheeks. They must have been covered up by makeup earlier that day. "Hey Red. Where do you live?" She got lost in his gaze, a small smile crossing her face. Definitely not with my parents. Amara snorted. Cobra wet his bottom lip, unsure if that was supposed to be flirting or not. Red. I'm taking you home, he said, squaring her by the shoulders. Jen snorted, waving him off. He's good to drive, honey, Amara said, stroking Jen's shoulder. And you need to get home and go to bed. Under her breath, she said to Cobra, thank God she didn't get that last shot. I've got her, Cobra said, slinging his arm behind her back. He jerked his chin toward the bar. Go find Travis. Use the cab you called for General, I'll get her to her house. Amara nodded, watching them as she shuffled toward the door. Make sure she takes an aspirin. Water by the bedside. And I'll make sure Travis knows not to expect her too early tomorrow. Cobra nodded, guiding Jen toward the darkened parking lot off to the side of the bar. She stumbled awkwardly as he tried to keep her arms slung around his shoulder. She was gangly at this level of drunkenness, pure limbs and scuffs. Where are we going? She asked after he'd stuffed her in the passenger side of his black 2004 Corolla. It was the definition of beater, and more than one shitty drug dealer had this car. But it worked well enough, most of the time. Your place, he said before he shut the door. He hurried around to the other side. The air in the car had the bite of liquor already from her breath. Her head lolled to the side, eyes fastened shut. She said. Don't sleep yet. The car didn't start on the first try. What's your address? She mumbled the number and street. About 20 minutes from his place. The engine hummed to life on the second try, and he pulled out of the parking lot, easing into the nighttime flow of traffic. Red fell asleep almost as soon as they hit the highway. He fought to not look over at her. Her skin gleamed like porcelain under the garish street lights. Like she could crumble under the slightest pressure. She didn't look like anyone who had ever sat in this car. He tapped his fingers against the steering wheel as he kept an eye out for her street. What the fuck was he doing? He should have left the bar when he had the chance. Let her sleep it off in the ride share. But something about her made it impossible not to look. She was innocent in a way he was desperate to protect, and beautiful in a way that he knew exactly how to wreck. He ran his sweaty palm over the top of his shorts as he pulled into a standard white brick apartment complex. Red stirred as the car shut off. Red. We're here. He pushed out of the car, coming to her side to get her unbuckled. She pushed at him weakly, eyes pinched shut. I'm not ready to go to bed, she mumbled. Cobra laughed, helping her to standing. I think you are. Which one is yours? All of it. He huffed. She was a rag doll in his arms. He hoisted her over his shoulder, her ass jutting out next to his head. He slapped the back of her thigh. Wake up. Which apartment is yours? A giggle fluttered out of her, and she wriggled against him. The weight of her fit him, like a balance he hadn't realized he needed. Apartment 33A, she slurred. He carried her easily toward that block of apartments, setting her down gently in front of her door. She wavered for a moment, eyes going glossy as she looked up at him. Thanks for a great night, she whispered. A laugh erupted from him. I didn't take you out, General, I brought you home. It was still great, she insisted, rummaging in her handbag. She produced a key a moment later. Aha! The exclamation was practically a guffaw. It echoed down the hall. He shushed her. I do what I want, she said, struggling to open the door and failing. Are we gonna have sex? He rubbed at his face, the grin hurting his cheeks. This girl wasn't just sexy or awkward or different. She fit into a category he'd never even realized existed. No. I'm making sure you go to bed. Though he would have loved to bend her over the nearest soft surface, blackout drunk was not the time to try. His roommates would have begged to differ. Well, here we are. She missed the lock on the 5th attempt. Cobra snatched the key from her, and the door unlocked on his first try. Go inside. He pushed the door open as she sauntered through, looking like a sketch comedy performer making fun of a sexy walk. He laughed. Are you always like this? I should ask you the same thing. She jutted her chin out, spinning on her heels. The quick turn made her fall over. She face-planted into the couch. Jesus, General. He shut the front door quickly, then helped her sit up. Don't take the Lord's name in vain, she whispered. The sweet tang of alcohol bathed his senses. But from this close, he could see the startling clarity of her green eyes. Like a gemstone, something so glittering and deep that he felt punctured by the sight. His stomach clenched. Which room is yours? I'm not telling you, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. The defiance made him smile. She turned her head away. This shouldn't be too hard to find out, he said. The apartment was small, a kitchen hugging the overstuffed living room. A shadowy hallway to the left. Should I go wake up your roommates and ask them? Stop it, she hissed, pushing to standing. Her tie-dyed tank top had slid out of place, revealing a taupe lace bra beneath. His low belly tightened. This was not the time or the place, but suddenly he was hungry for her. Wanted to taste that smooth shoulder, push her up against the wall. Break her into pieces and get drunk on the shards. You need to go to bed, he said. She wobbled toward the hallway, and he caught her again before she pitched forward. Actually, you need to go to bed, she slurred. Don't tell me who needs to go to bed. I know who needs to go to bed. I need to go to bed. Circular drunk logic. He bit his lip to keep in the laugh as he guided her down the hall. She listed toward one of the doors. Probably hers. She pushed at the door and he flipped the light on, stomach tightening as he awaited the verdict, her room or her roommates. The equivalent of a dollhouse bedroom stared back at him. Neatly made twin bed, oak dresser, a flowery lamp that sat primly on an otherwise empty nightstand. One suitcase stood upright, unopened, near the door. Lay down. He stayed near the doorway. Maybe more for his own good than hers. She flopped face first onto the bed. She mumbled something into the comforter, and then her eyes closed. A moment later, she fell asleep. The quiet of the apartment descended on him. Reminded him that he was in somebody else's apartment on the side of town that wasn't his. Tension prickled through him. As he headed for the door, a paper fluttered from underfoot. He stilled so he could identify it. Not his. He blinked a few times, trying to read it from where he stood mid-stride. Feminine handwriting. Probably Red's. The urge to see it up close overcame him. What had she written, alone in this strange, empty room? He snatched it up. Things I seriously need to do before I go home. Pay rent and utility bills on time and with a smile. Have an excellent toe-curling make-out session. Go on a date with a man. Cobra blinked, looking up at Red. Holy shit, was she a terminal cancer patient or something? Red continued snoring softly. Go to one of those art classes where you drink wine and everyone paints the same picture and most of them look horrible, but hey, at least you tried. Scream fuck from a mountaintop. Meet someone for a ridiculous coffee creation. Fix my leg. Get a guy's number. Have sex. Have good sex. Have an excellent toe-curling orgasm with a man. Cobra's mouth fell open, and he looked back at Red. This couldn't mean. He blinked again. Somehow it all made sense. She was a virgin. Spend the night at a man's house, and the next morning he does not want me to leave. Get flowers from basically anyone, but it would be nice if it was also from this man. Shock the family, bring a man home. Use the Maps application with the British voice. Get drinks after work with my coworkers like the rest of the world does. Get an hombre, once you internet search what it is again. Have butt sex? Have sex in front of someone else? Start learning French. Get new cute clothes that aren't hand-me-downs from Amara's Aunt Vicky. Become a cute dog owner. Coordinating leashes with outfits. Seasonal photo shoot optional. Own 2 dogs. Own 3 dogs. Make a dog calendar with photos of my own dogs. The list filled the entire sheet of notebook paper, as well as the backside. Cobra's hand immediately went to his pocket. This shit was too weird. He wanted to take a picture, so he could study it. Maybe help her out with some of the items on the list. Something that sounded like a rustle tipped him off, so he snapped a picture of each side before he could think better of it, and tossed the paper back where he found it. He let himself out of Red's room, mind swirling with questions and curiosity, every cell of his body alive like he'd touched water near a current. Before he reached the front door, Amara's words came back to him. Aspirin before bed was out, but he could at least grab the water. Cobra didn't bother searching for a light switch in the kitchen. He just groped through cabinets in the dim half-light of the hallway until he found a glass. He tapped his foot as he filled it with water, resisting the urge to look around. Absorb these surroundings. See what regular places were like. She probably lived with a roommate or maybe a sibling. The place reeked of comfort, stability. Made his skin crawl. Bunch of regular ass people in here. But Red. Maybe she wasn't as regular as he thought. What are you doing in here? The fierce hiss made him freeze. That wasn't Jen's voice. He set the glass down, raising his hands as if the submission might help things. A girl with a black bob peered at him from around the corner of the hallway. Her glare could have turned him to stone. I brought Red Jen home. Oh yeah. He could practically see the invisible knife she raised. Well, if you already helped her out, then get out of here. I wanted to take her a glass of water, Cobra said. If this had been any apartment on the block where he lived, he'd be shot by now. I'll do it. You just leave. Cobra didn't need to hear it a third time. He took off for the door, feet pounding as he raced down the hallway and out the apartment building. As he white-knuckled the steering wheel, driving back to his shitty apartment in his underwhelming neighborhood, he could see what tonight's entry on his list would look like. Help a girl who is light years out of your league. Cobra gnawed on his bottom lip as he drove, unsure if the prickles in his gut were regret or excitement. Chapter 4. Missed a half morning of work. A new entry for the list. Jen frowned, pinching the bridge of her nose. Alcohol radiated from her like green squigglies coming out of a cartoon stink bog. Coming to work 4 hours late wasn't very graceful, but then again, when she'd called in, Travis didn't sound surprised either. The headache that had plagued her all morning had reduced to a mere throb, finally. 4 aspirin helped, as well as a glass of water. But the whole gym was too bright. She squinted as she pushed into the main hallway. Thank God she wasn't a front desk girl. How could people interact with the public with a hangover like this? The thought of an extended conversation made her sweat. Hi Melanie, Jen mumbled as she tried to scurry past. She hoisted her purse higher on her shoulder. Hey. You're a little late today. Melanie gave her a stage wink. Yeah, I know. She'd been piecing together her memories of the night, like putting together a collage made of magazine cutouts. Things got blurry after the 4th shot of rum. Her roommate Sophie delivered stern words that morning about finding a strange man in their apartment in the middle of the night. Nothing good came from alcohol. Her parents had been right. And oh, the lesson stung. Jen glanced over to the weight room, found it full of men strutting like proud cocks. Cobra's gaze found hers almost immediately, and a wave of embarrassment crashed over her. Apparently, her parents had also been right about the dangers of coming to LA. It just hadn't been the dangers they'd expected. Instead of gun violence and prostitution, she confronted crippling embarrassment on the heels of social humiliation. She couldn't tell if she should be proud or horrified that she'd both farted on the sexiest man in human history and drunk herself into a forgetful stupor in front of him, all in one day. Hey General, happy you could join us. Travis sent her a cool smile as he came out of the employee break room. He held out a glass. You want a protein shake? No. Her stomach turned at the spinach green liquid. But thank you. Should I go to my office, or do you need to reprimand me for being late? Travis laughed, sipping at the shake. You're fine. If it happens again though, we'll talk. She nodded, locking eyes with him so that he could see how serious she was. I promise that will never happen again. Travis winked and wandered away. Jen kept her head down as she headed to her office. She'd barely gotten inside the door when another voice pierced the air. Red. The voice felt familiar, almost like he'd been calling her that name for years. She turned slowly, clutching the handle of her bag. Cobra stood in the doorway, one arm propped on the frame. Tattoos snaked down his biceps. Swirls and letters that made her hungry to learn more. A small tuft of black armpit hair stuck out from his raised arm. This, right here, was the most intimate she'd ever been with a man. Glimpsing his armpit hair. Heat flooded her cheeks. Hi. His jaw flexed and he stood silently for a moment. You acted real stupid last night. Disappointment escaped her in a sigh and she shook her head, dropping her purse on the desk. I'm paying for it, I promise you. You can't drink like that. He glanced down the hallway, then his gaze swept over her again. You don't know the type of shit that could go down if the wrong person finds you. His words bore the same warning as her parents, but something about Cobra made her eager to listen. He of all people would know. I honestly don't even want to imagine. Be smarter next time. Trust me, I've learned my lesson. Embarrassment flamed through her. She couldn't even meet his gaze. All that liquor, never been sicker. Or whatever it is. Was that on your list too? Get blackout drunk and wait for someone to carry you home. All the air left Jen's body in one swoop, like a spaceship's airlock being opened. What? Now Cobra looked mischievous. Like he knew exactly what he was doing. Your list. Yeah, I heard you, she snapped, turning her back to him. Now heat and something else flamed through her. The abysmal knowledge that she'd hit rock bottom in her quest to prove herself. She'd come to LA and messed it all up. She couldn't even write a secret list and keep it secret. You weren't supposed to see that. Nobody was supposed to see that. All the things she'd confessed to that notebook paper came rushing back to her. Lord in heaven, save her this humiliation. All right. I'll forget I saw it. Good, she said, squeezing her eyes shut. Her entire body prickled with awareness. Cobra knew things about her that nobody in this world did. Her deepest desires, scribbled carelessly onto a sheet of paper. Every inch of her skin prickled hot and humiliated. You mad? She bit at her upper lip, considering her response. I guess I can't be mad. You took me home, after all. But she could be mortified. And she would be. Maybe for the next 3 months. Saved me from God knows what. Your roommate wasn't too happy, Cobra said, tapping his knuckles against the doorframe. His face softened, allowing a flash of some inner part of him. Like the hermit crab's soft, gelatinous underbody. He peered back down the hallway, the impassive mask sliding back into place. Jen's face flamed, but what could she do? Everything had exploded. The one thing left was to have Cobra walk in on her taking a crap. Mid-wipe even. That seemed par for the course. She thinks I need an intervention. I explained that I'd never tasted liquor before. Cobra blinked. For real? Yeah. She slid into her chair, skin prickling under Cobra's attention. So it was the first and the last time. Well, listen. Here's a pro tip, don't mix your liquors. His steel gaze held her captive. His words felt like an admonishment, but also like a password. A secret entry to a world she was only beginning to learn. Got it, she said, drawing a deep cleansing breath. In her previous life, one thing had ever made her stomach clench up like this, doing readings at church. This was way more intense. Cobra's scrutiny burned over her, in a way a congregation of 50 politely engaged, God-fearing peers couldn't. Cobra's jaw flexed and then he turned, leaving a tension in the air behind him. An unspoken comment, an aside that maybe he'd thought better of. She sat paralyzed in the silence, wanting more of him but unsure how to get it. She turned on her loaner laptop and got busy, before she could spiral into the cyclone of doubts and second-guessing. Her entire being felt fragile. Another effect of the hangover, probably, whisper-thin defenses that could crumble under one stern admonishment. And today she'd already had several. This is what adult life is like, she murmured to herself as she logged into the Holt Body accounting software. Hangovers and hotties. Get used to it. She'd been introduced to the accounting software yesterday, and thankfully there wasn't an audience here as she got used to the strange format. She could fumble and ponder in peace, without the worldly stares of people who'd grown up with this technology. After over 20 years of living in the 1950s-style bubble of her closed religious community in Central California, she didn't want to admit how many facets of the modern world were as bizarre as a science fiction movie. The first of which she'd seen last year. Men in Black. And honestly, it was a little disappointing that tiny aliens didn't lounge in the break room here at Holt Body Fitness. Of anywhere, this sci-fi gymnasium would be the secret cosmic portal. Her computer knowledge came from borrowed time at the hospital after her accident. Cooped up for 3 months after the car wreck that changed her life, she'd had more access to the outside world than her parents had ever intended. Sitcoms on television, music, the internet, swearing. She'd accessed the slow-as-molasses computers in an internet room during specific hours of the day, after visiting hours were over. Her daily sinful refuge. And all of the influences they'd striven to protect her from flooded out, monsoon style, until she was drowning in the possibilities of life. Suddenly, there was so much more to existence. More than just family or Bible study. More than quiet, passive murmurings about a woman's rightful place, in the dark and in the kitchen. No, her unrestricted internet free-for-all, which included everything from scary romps through Reddit, enlightening articles on sexual organs, and a free accounting class that helped expand on her bookkeeping role at home, cultivated a worldly general. The worldliest of anyone in her family, at least. She'd always had curiosities pushing at the edges of her mind. Inklings she knew to tamp down, lest anyone suspect she wanted anything other than their God-centered lifestyle and closed community. The accident had been the hardest part of her life. But maybe also the biggest blessing. Jen murmured to herself as she clicked through the recent expenses at Holt Body Fitness. Hangovers and hotties. Lessons and embarrassment. She shook her head, envisioning steel armor clicking into place around her body. This is exactly what you asked for. Farts and all, you better make the best of it. What was that? Her gaze shot to the door. Cobra had returned, 3 bottles tucked under his arm. He sauntered inside, the bottles making distinct thuds as he set down each one in turn on her desk. She began. Her embarrassment fermented, creating a live culture of dismay. Maybe she should stop trying. At least with Cobra. Since clearly she was destined to eat her words, stick her foot in her mouth, and generally make a fool of herself. Just singing to myself. What's this? Water. His expression said duh. Mix this into at least 1 bottle. He set a few packets of something down. And then take these. He sprinkled a couple of pills onto the desktop from his other hand. What's all this for? She asked, blinking up at him. Hangover cure. He winked. The simple act sent a tidal wave of heat through her. It's ibuprofen. Drink up, Red. Cobra turned and strutted out of the office. She gaped after him. This man was more than just a sexy colleague or someone she consistently, unabashedly stumbled in front of. This man was her guardian angel. Chapter 5. Cobra's mind drifted as he spotted for a client on the bench press. He hadn't stopped thinking about General since the moment he laid eyes on her yesterday. Couldn't have stopped thinking about her if he wanted to. The client huffed from the bench and the bar dipped. Cobra snapped to attention, eyeing his progress. Elbows, he said. Across the weight room, Travis sauntered in. The man sucked up the air whenever he came around. Cobra could feel him strutting around the room, his eyes on Cobra and the client. Half of him craved looking at Travis with a sneer and saying, "Am I doing a good job, boss?" But Cobra had always had a problem with authority. Travis came up to him once the client had wandered away. He propped his foot up on the bench, resting forearms against the barbell. "How do you like it here so far, Cobra?" The frank business talk set him back for a second. Cobra grabbed at a sweat towel, running it over the back of his neck even though he wasn't sweating. Working here required a 5-minute personal pep talk while he white-knuckled the steering wheel each morning. But he didn't think Travis would get it. "I like it." Travis studied him for a second. "Yeah? What do you think about becoming a personal trainer?" The words didn't register for a second. Travis straightened. He had only an inch on Cobra in height, but the man's muscle intimidated more. Cobra couldn't help but let his gaze slide over the beefy bulk of his arms. "I've never trained anyone before," Cobra said quietly, his voice getting lost in the clank and grunts of the patrons around them. "I wouldn't know where to start." "Well, you start where you are." Travis grinned. "I've been watching you. You already know what you're doing. You just need to get certified." Cobra nodded, the back of his throat tight. Couldn't decide on excitement or fear. "All right. So here's what we do. I'm linked up with one of the certifying institutions. What you do here with me while you're working here counts toward your classes. Which means that once you're ready, all you have to do is take the test and pass, and then you start seeing clients of your own." Cobra jerked his gaze to the ground. The offer was too good. He didn't deserve it, but he couldn't say why. "Ah shit. You make it sound easy." "It is. It will be for you, anyway." Travis pushed at his shoulder. "I thought you'd be more excited about this." Cobra kept his face passive. He didn't want to get his hopes up. There were plenty of things that could strip this golden platter opportunity of its charm. "Yeah. I'm excited. It's a big deal." "It is. And we can start now. I want to get you paired up. You have any friends that might be willing to work with you? Someone who needs help with something? It'll be practice. I can check in from time to time to see how you're doing." Red came to mind immediately. Item number 8 on her list, not that he'd memorized it or anything. Certainly hadn't stared at it for hours last night while he couldn't sleep. "Fix my leg." He'd seen a gnarly scar on her knee. And that limp when she was drunk. There had to be something worth training there. Maybe he wanted the excuse to be near her. Probably already fucking up the physical trainer's oath or whatever, but hell. He wasn't a saint. "Yeah, actually. The new girl here. The redhead." "Jen?" Travis arched a brow. "I was thinking of a more challenging client, if possible." "Well, she's got this thing with her leg." Cobra trailed off, unsure what else to say. He didn't know shit about her, really. "Ah, that's right." Travis scratched at his jaw, nodding. "I remember Amara telling me something about a car crash." "Yeah, that'll be good. I'll get you set up, let's say, starting next week." "Car crash?" Cobra nodded, though it felt mechanical. Something nagged at him, way down in the pit of his stomach, like a virus needling into his cells. This wouldn't end well, but how did he know that? He jerked his chin at Travis in lieu of a goodbye as the man traipsed off. He knew it wouldn't end well because nothing ended well. It wasn't cynicism. Just facts. Cobra picked up the sweat rag and wiped at his cool neck again. These white walls and shiny stainless steel accents weren't for him. Who was he kidding? He needed to get the fuck out of here while he could still keep his shit together. He swallowed a knot, gaze moving to the far wall of windows. His beat-up Corolla was parked out there, waiting for him to slip into those 3 minutes of skin-melting heat until he could get the windows down and the breeze circulating. What the hell would life be like with a new car? With an air conditioner that worked? His stepdad's memory came to him. The salt and pepper hair over soft, drooping eyes. As if the weight of being with Cobra's mother had made his face bend downward. Patrick would have beat his ass if he'd come home after ditching a gig like this. He couldn't walk away. Not yet. Not so soon. He drew a labored breath. The air of the gym was thick with sweat and douchebags. He didn't want to stay, but he didn't want to go either. Cobra grabbed a rag to wipe down some of the equipment. This at least was better than his last gig. Operating a car wash. Waving people onto the tire racks, helping them steer an inch to the right or an inch to the left. There weren't many options for him in life. Not with his history. Not with his attitude. Through the tall glass panes locking in the weight room like an invisible fence, he saw Red flit into the reception area, bright auburn tresses teetering between messy and cascading. Her shy gaze flitted his way. His cheek twitched with a suppressed smile. Those emerald eyes shouldn't have this much of an effect on him. At this point in life, he'd done it all and seen even more. She wasn't anything special. None of these people were. She was an awkward, sheltered girl trapped in the 90s. Red looked at him a little too long and ran straight into the reception desk. She doubled over, clutching at her knee. Her exclamation was muted behind the glass-enclosed workout room. A laugh escaped him. A couple curious glances skated his way. He straightened his back and wiped down the bench press. So maybe she was a little special. Just enough to catch his attention like a fish, hook, line, and virgin. Chapter 6. 2 days managed to go by without an embarrassing incident that rendered her flame red and in mourning. At this point, she had a whole different list going of all the ways she'd managed to embarrass herself in front of Cobra. Was this some sort of spiritual exam? The final test of God? It would make sense. Maybe her father was right. Coming to LA was a bad choice, so God would punish her until embarrassment drove her back home on her knees. Dating boys was evil, and thinking about 69ing would cause her to run headfirst into a very visible reception desk, while her crush absorbed every last detail of the crash. But even her father's strict rule couldn't abolish masturbation from her life. Jen rubbed herself to climax every night, more ritual than habit, while dark images of Cobra's face danced behind her lids. Masturbation was no stranger to her. It was the only way she'd survived young adulthood. Now, she was experiencing how much more intense the climax could be with a bona fide hottie filling her mind. Before, it had always been some weird, earthly rendition of Jesus. After all, that's what every woman of childbearing age was supposed to want. The perfect sinless man who could perform miracles, like knock Jen up without the stain of sexual intercourse, and intuit her every thought. But it was time to shuck the Jesus fantasy. It was time to stain her purity. And Cobra seemed a little devilish. Was this obsession? Cobra filled her thoughts constantly. And not only at work, when she caught a soul-scorching glance of him. He followed her home, into the shower, into bed. It settled strangely, knowing that he'd seen the inside of her frumpy bedroom, and she couldn't even remember it. But somehow, she could feel the fact that he'd been there. As if he'd permanently wended the magnetic energy of the room. Jen pushed into her apartment with a sigh. Her leg ached after being on her feet all day. The car crash that had nearly taken her life left her with one never-ending reminder. A deficit on her left side that became aggravated with too much upright time. Or, as she'd recently found out, too much alcohol. Hey you. Her roommate Sophie cast her a quick smile as she flitted from the hallway into the kitchen. With a black bob and studded shorts, she looked alternative but secretly was another fundamentalist escapee whose morals were formed rigid early on. Sophie and Jen had known each other in their previous lives, but Sophie escaped at age 17 and never turned back. It had taken the worst night of Jen's life to find the gall to break free. But unlike Sophie, Jen wanted a dip in the external waters. Just so she could know and return wiser. More convicted. Hey. Jen dropped her book bag on the couch and winced as she lowered herself onto the cushions. The weak leg needed a rest, but so did the strong leg. A sigh escaped her as she propped her left leg up on the back of the couch. Too much walking today. Yep. I thought working in a gym would help, but apparently it's aggravating it more. Jen folded her hands over the exposed sliver of belly where her shirt rode up. Take this weekend to rest, Sophie said, bowls clinking as she unloaded the dishwasher. And if you want, you can come to the Unitarian meet up on Sunday. Jen's stomach wrenched. Sophie had started going to a new church, one that claimed it wasn't religious. But even the thought of a non-religious church made her queasy. I don't know. I need more time. Like maybe this entire year off from religion. Sophie nodded, sending her a smile that contained all the understanding in the world. I thought it might be nice for you to meet some more people around here. People that don't, judge. Yeah. All in God's time. I mean good time. She draped her arm over her eyes. Some of the tics might never go away. Why does this feel like detoxing? Because it is. Sophie's steps came nearer. The love seat creaked as she sat on it. I promise, it gets easier. You've only been out for a month. 6 months if you count my recovery time in the hospital, Jen said. But you went back home once you got out of the hospital, Sophie reminded her. The crash happened a year ago. What you're doing is all new. Jen sighed into her bicep, the tang of skin and breath mingling together. A year ago, the drunk driver had hit her car. A year ago, she'd woken up mangled and scared. A year ago, her cousin's lifeless body lay stretched out in the passenger seat, elbows and neck at terrifying angles. Yeah. You're right. A moment of silence stretched between them, broken by the low hum of traffic from outside. Jen shut her eyes, welcoming the familiar guilt and despondency that usually accompanied thoughts about her cousin Bethany. The somber prayer she always sent up in Bethany's honor. This list, and her own escape from the community, was a type of living prayer. If Bethany had been called to heaven, maybe Jen was being called to the real world. A tit for tat. But her escape had only been made possible by the insurance money paid out by the guy who crashed into her. Bethany's family had gotten some too. It didn't exactly right the scales, but it at least nudged them. Jen's father had urged her to donate the money to the church as a form of repentance. To the church. Over Jen's dead body. This money was earmarked for life. How's work going? Jen flung her arm to the side, staring up at the mottled ceiling. Fine, I think. I haven't been fired. Apparently I'm fooling them with my basic knowledge of Windows 8. I still feel like a foal among horses. And Cobra. Sophie crossed her legs. She didn't like Cobra since he'd shown up unexpectedly in their apartment. Jen sat up a little, sending Sophie an arched brow. You said Unitarians don't judge, right? So does that mean you're going to follow suit? The hard ridge of Sophie's brow softened, so Jen laid back down before continuing. Cobra has said barely a word to me since he brought me back here, but I feel like I catch him staring all the time. Probably likes you, Sophie said. I think he's horrified. Like a train wreck he can't look away from. Sophie snorted. Guys are different, okay? You'll see. If he liked me, he would have said something by now. I know at least that much about men, Jen said. Well, it's pretty clear you like him and haven't said a damn thing about it. The corners of Sophie's lips twitched upward. Oh no. That's not how it works. I'm the foal, remember? The foal. I don't talk to horses. All I know how to do is make an embarrassment of myself. I'm not ready to join the horse race or whatever. Sophie shrugged. Fine then. Be a foal. Jen huffed. Which are you? Not a foal, but not a horse either. Sophie stood, a strange smile on her face. I'm a woman. Jen stared at the ceiling as Sophie strutted back into the kitchen. Her thoughts swirled as plates clanked in the background. Woman. That strange breed that Jen had been groomed to become her entire life, while taught to avoid all the most striking qualities. No sensuality. No provocation. No outspokenness. No assertiveness. Jen desperately wanted to be a woman, not the meek girl she'd felt and been her entire life. Moving to LA was a big step in the right direction. Meeting Cobra and flailing at his feet was another. But now she had to move forward from here. She wanted to run with the horses. I want to be a woman, Jen said, though she hadn't meant to. It had only been circulating inside her head. Sophie laughed. You are a woman. Right. Yeah. I just meant, she trailed off, feeling a resolution prickle inside her. I want to feel like a woman. Like a total woman. In time. I promise this will all happen in time. What helped you the most when you first struck out on your own? Jen asked. Sophie pursed her lips as she thought. When I first got here, I made it my resolution to say yes to everything. Even to things I didn't want to do. Especially to the things that made me uncomfortable. Jen had done that with the calendar shoot, and part of her never wanted to do anything like that again. But that was the whole point of this year off. I think I'll do the same, Jen blurted, wanting to say it out loud so it became true. Especially to the things that are uncomfortable. There you go, Sophie said with a wink. You're on your way to becoming a total woman. Chapter 7. Genevieve. She startled at the husky voice calling her name. Spinning, she found Travis headed toward her, those broad shoulders swaying as he approached. I've got a proposition for you. She stood rooted to her spot, clutching a folder to her chest. Why did this feel like she was in trouble? And if this proposition was anything like the calendar shoot, she should say no right now. Travis laughed, crossing his arms. You look like I'm about to ask you to jump off the building. I suppose I'd say yes if you told me it was part of my job. She straightened her back, adjusting the glasses she wore whenever she used the computer. Patrons strutted by on their way to the weight room. The gym had opened for the day 10 minutes ago, but the place bustled already. Fitness started early. Cobra needs some hours for his personal training certification. He wants to use you as his guinea pig. What do you think? Jen blinked a couple times, her gaze drifting toward the weight room. Cobra wasn't there to offer any clues. He wants to what? I want him certified. He'll make a great personal trainer. But he needs someone to practice on. Practice on me. Travis's smile hung somewhere between friendly and confused. Yes. But only if you're okay with it. I thought it might kill a few birds with one stone. You help my employee and you'll get free training out of it. Only if you're okay with it. She thought back on her conversation with Sophie. This was uncomfortable. Which meant she should say yes. She blinked 100 times before she could force out the sure. Awesome. We're gonna start today, cool? When she nodded, Travis started off toward the back hallway, then paused to look over his shoulder. Jen, I meant we're gonna start now. She followed him on wooden legs, clutching the folder so tightly her elbows ached. Okay. Let me drop this off. She darted for her office to leave the folder. Rejoining Travis in the hall, she asked, So, what am I going to do? He'll start with a general assessment. Take the pulse of your physical condition, work up a plan that I'll review and approve. Her physical condition. How could Travis know about her leg? Was she not walking normally? Maybe her efforts at passing had failed miserably. Do I need to change my clothes? She looked down at her black shorts and Holt racerback tank top. Think of this first session like an interview, Travis explained. Your clothes are fine. Anxiety hummed through her limbs as they entered the gym. The air was cooler back here, almost stale. He pointed to a small, empty weight room. Cobra sat on a weight bench, his back turned to them, some papers spread out next to him. Cobra. Travis's big voice filled the room. It's all you, buddy. Then he left the weight room. Just like that. As if she were able to function on her own now, without a sail. Jen's throat tightened as Cobra turned to her, that charcoal gaze drinking her in as if he'd been waiting for this. Sup, Jen? His voice was a rumble of thunder and a sultry breeze. She gnawed at the inside of her lip. Hi. Hello. What am I doing here? Cobra stood, seemed to extend himself slowly. Unfurling layers of sinewy muscle, pale skin, rippling ridges. Didn't Travis tell you? Yes, he did. She cleared her throat, unsure what to do with her hands. She was wringing them, but she couldn't stop it, or think of anything better to do with them. I don't understand, like why. Cobra's gaze swept up and down her body. Goose pimples erupted on her thighs, and she wondered if he'd be able to see from where he stood. If maybe he'd like the fact that his gaze alone could turn her on like a light switch. You wanted to fix your leg. Cobra had a dull look on his face. And then it slammed into her, the embarrassment she'd been trying to avoid for a week now. The list. The freakin' stupid, dumb list that he'd gotten his hands on and probably had memorized by now. Her eyes fluttered shut. Yeah. You're right. I thought I told you to forget about that. He laughed softly. Guess I didn't forget this one. Cobra's feet scuffed softly as he stepped closer. The electric hum of the overhead lights rang so loud in the quiet air between them, it sounded like a table saw. So what happened? Jen swallowed a knot. Is this part of the training stuff, or do you just want to know? Both. Okay. She crossed her arms over her chest, steeling herself to tell the tale. Sometimes it didn't come out easily. I was in a car wreck a year ago. My left leg was crushed on impact, and there was some nerve damage. Doctors said I would never walk again. So that explained the scar he'd noticed whenever she wore shorts. But you're walking. Yeah. Sometimes not very well. He sniffed, that chocolate gaze sliding down her legs. Static electricity coursed through her. I saw. That night I took you home. She groaned. I want to forget that night ever happened. A high-grade, mischievous grin crossed his lips. But you don't even remember it in the first place. She snorted. Fair enough. Cobra snatched a pin from the bench press and clicked it in his left hand a couple times. Is that why you made the list? In the silence after his words, Jen remembered her promise to herself the night before. Time to run with the horses. She lifted her chin. She was tired of cowering, of only imagining how these opportunities might go. It was time to fling herself forward. Even if it ended in a splat. This doesn't sound like it's related to training anymore. She attempted a sexy brow lift. I think you just want to get to know me. The hand holding the pin lowered, and something unreadable flattened his expression. She couldn't tell if she was spot on, or about to find a 7th level of embarrassment. Maybe. But wouldn't you be curious if you found a list with "fix my leg" on it? That was the least of the items on the list. The truth burned in her. Of course. Admit you saw the virgin entry already. Not to mention all the other ridiculous things on that list. The pen clicked again, and he watched her so long she thought she might wilt under the attention. Cobra turned abruptly, returning to his pile of papers. The absence of his gaze felt like a cold wind whipping past her. I want to help you with the list, Cobra said, picking up a sheet. He handed it to her, something molten in his onyx eyes. He stepped closer. Her heart rate picked up, and she started to step backward. The way she'd been trained her whole life. But she caught herself in time. Stood her ground. Stayed rooted. This was her space. You already are. His cheek twitched. The rest of the list. Yes bubbled up inside her, and threatened to bellow out with as much force as the polite no thank you always ready to pop out at a moment's notice. This was the day of testing her new resolution, apparently. See how far Jen could be shoved into the discomfort zone. She struggled to keep her composure. No handbook existed for this. Too many hormones plus too much repression equaled her, a loose cannon way out of her element, ready to grind up against Cobra right here in the middle of the spare workout room. Wouldn't that be a fun snapshot to send home to her siblings and parents? I made that list a long time ago, she said, her cheeks already flaming. But you only crossed off one thing. Crap. I don't keep it updated. It's not like my priority. She drew a shaky breath. Do you want to go get coffee tomorrow? She couldn't even look up at him. Excitement throbbed behind her ribs. Yes? Cool? He handed her the pen. Fill this out, Red. We've got some work to do. Chapter 8. Cobra woke up to the scent of weed and pancakes. His bedroom door hung open, the first mistake of the day. He grumbled and rolled off his mattress, which was spread ingloriously on the floor even after 4 years at this place. By now, he could admit that he was never gonna get a bed frame. Kobe. His roommate Tyler's sing-song falsetto reached him from the living room. Wakey bakey. Cobra slammed the bedroom door shut and stumbled back to his cocoon. He liked to wake and bake on his days off, but today it seemed wrong. He was taking Jen out for coffee later. Picking her up after work. Taking her on a date like a regular person. This wouldn't be a first for only her either. His stomach roiled at the thought. But it wasn't all bad. Thud thud thud. Cobra, you're late for your doctor's appointment. Cobra buried his face in his pillow. Go away. The door creaked open a moment later. Nothing locked in this shithole apartment. Not even the front door. The doctor says. Tyler's pale face contrasted hilariously with his bloodshot eyes. He'd probably been getting high for hours now. A toke a day keeps the neurosurgeon away. Cobra laughed in spite of his irritation. Fuck off. Nobody says that. Come on, bro. Tyler barged inside, an elaborate glass bong in one hand. Purpley and spiraling, it was his prized possession. Probably meant more to him than even his parents did. I packed a new bowl for you. I'm not smoking. Cobra buried his face in his pillow again. Tyler reeled back in exaggerated shock. Say what? Where's my Kobe boy? My wingman? My right-hand weed-smoking companion? Christ, fuck off already. I don't feel like it. Peef. Tyler's joking mood dropped like deadweight. He spun on his heels, headed back for the cloudy living room. Ever since you started that new job, man. What Tyler hadn't said at the end stuck with Cobra the most. Burrowing into his pillows did nothing. He was awake now and pissed. He shot up out of bed, stalking out of the bedroom. Tyler and their other roommate Clay sat on the couch, taking another hit off the bong. There he is, Clay said, a puff of smoke escaping his mouth as he talked around the hit he held in. Mr. Goody Two-Shoes. Cobra pushed at Clay's shoulder as he passed through to the kitchen. Clay and Tyler were both losers, but they knew it, so somehow that made it okay. Hell, Cobra was a loser too. That's why they all fit together. The three of them had lived together since they were teens. Shitty part was, they were the closest thing Cobra had to family. Even though the most they had in common as adults was the fact that they all smoked weed. I might as well be smoking. The apartment is a hotbox. The tang of weed in the air flooded him, as he picked up a stray piece of bacon off the skillet. It was 2 p.m. He'd been up until 5 a.m. the night before. Couldn't sleep worth shit. Wasn't sure if it was his nerves about meeting Jen or random, unrelated insomnia. He'd had plenty of that his whole life. Oh, excuse me, should we go outside? Another bellow of smoke escaped Tyler's mouth. Too sensitive now? His words prickled under Cobra's skin, but all he did was shoot Tyler a warning look. Tyler's expression drooped into sourness, and he set the bong down. I'm high as fuck anyway, Tyler said, then wandered back into his bedroom. Some of the tension dissipated once he was out of sight. Clay heaved a sigh, reaching for the remote control. Wanna watch some YouTube? Another pastime of the household, get lost in video holes, hours spent going from one video to the next. Starting on something innocuous, MMA fights or big dudes reprimanding strangers for smoking in public usually ended up in some festering fetish hole of girls pissing on each other, kittens getting hurt, sick shit that usually made him leave the room. I gotta run, man. Cobra grabbed a mug, pouring himself a cup of tepid coffee. The first taste told him how long it had been sitting there. But it didn't matter. You're off today. Clay's flat voice didn't sound pleased. I know. I'm going out. Gotta grab something. What? Cobra sipped at the coffee, buying himself a few extra seconds. He'd never admit he was meeting up with someone like General. They'd laugh him out of the apartment, or worse. Try to meet her, rope her into their world. Suggest a gangbang. Probably spike her drink. Papers for the job. Clay jerked his head into a nod and fell silent as he navigated the smart TV's apps to find YouTube. Both of them were jealous as fuck about his job. And Cobra hadn't even told them how much he was actually getting paid. He had to knock it down a few dollars per hour so they wouldn't flip their shit. Cobra finished his coffee and snagged the last piece of bacon before heading to the bathroom. Mold dotted the tiles at the base of the sink, and the small space smelled musty. He yanked the crusty shower curtain back, thinking about the curtains at Holt Body Fitness. Those things were smooth, practically mesh and silk. How much did those things cost? He'd been disgruntled with this place for too long to remember. But it was a fact of life, like how LA summers were unreasonably hot and the way traffic sucked, but everyone dealt with it. This was his home, things could be better, but they weren't. But Holt's place offered a glimmer of hope he was afraid to latch onto. And Jen offered something else he didn't even know how to categorize. It wasn't that he wanted to scoop her up and ride off into the sunset. But he definitely wanted her in his arms, and maybe they could watch one sunset together. His head fell to the side, eyes pinching shut as his mind wandered to General. That first day he'd seen her come into the gym, her pale skin practically glistening under the lights, her vixen auburn hair swept to the side, begging for him to snag a bite of her neck. She was the pinup of his dreams, but with an innocence and freshness that slapped him across the face. But something about Jen had him on edge. Curiosity mingled with lust, desperation edging into tenderness. She could probably look at the crotch of his jeans and he'd come. Cobra toweled off, readier than ever to get out of the apartment. He dressed in his bedroom quickly, grabbing for a white tee and black training pants. He double-checked his bedroom door was shut tight, then angled a chair under the knob for good measure. And then he lifted his mattress, tugging out the small black bank bag he'd stashed there just a few days ago. He unzipped it, checking the scant bills inside. $50. Still real. Still there. He took a deep breath and zipped and stashed the bag again. His first ever life savings. Clay was buried in YouTube videos when Cobra breezed out into the living room, the click of the door getting lost in the grunts of safari animals fucking as he slipped out of the apartment. Cobra didn't breathe until he reached his car. Once the engine rumbled to life, he was able to sit back in his seat. Another day. He'd make it another day. In this apartment. With this car. In this life. He took a deep breath and pulled out of the parking lot. Chapter 9. Jen had been circling the block for 45 minutes before she spotted Cobra sauntering up. He wasn't late, in fact he was right on time. She couldn't wait any longer to commence her first ever, totally official date. Hovering near the date location for almost an hour beforehand seemed acceptable. Others probably did stuff like this too. It's not just you. Sophie had made her hand over the address of the coffee shop, in case she needed to hunt Jen down later. And told her that if she wasn't back by 9 p.m., she'd call the police, which seemed unusually restrictive for Sophie. The sight of Cobra waiting for her at the coffee shop, grounds for discussion, stole her breath. He clung to the stucco wall, knee bent with a foot propped against the side, his gaze stuck on something out in the world. Tattoos crept down his arms from under his white tee, a skull, a rose shedding its petals, a faceless woman. Poking out above the collar of his tee, curving up along his collarbone, was the eponymous Cobra tattoo. Beside the coffee shop, a palm tree trunk sprang up like a grounding rod, the leaves whooshing in the breeze. When he turned and spotted her, her stomach pitched to her feet. Her legs stopped moving at the same time his lips curled up at the corners. "Sup, Jen?" She closed her mouth to stop from gaping and white-knuckled the strap of her tiny purse. "Hey, Cobra. It's good to see you again." That smile widened. He stood up straight. "You too." She nibbled on her bottom lip, unsure what to say next. He stole her breath and all of her thoughts. He practically crippled her. He reached out, tugging on the tassel of her purse. "Let's go inside." "Yeah." The air in her lungs whooshed out. At least he had a plan forward. Jen followed him in stiffly, feeling like a marionette that the artist only tinkered with in advance of the performance. A cool waft of coffee-tinged air swallowed them. The quiet chatter of patrons soothed her, while some jazzy rock lilted through the shop. A few sets of eyes found them as they walked toward the front counter, but other than that, nobody cared that they were there. Jen couldn't fight the grin on her face. The coffee menu was expansive, nearly endless. She sighed heavily. "Do you even like coffee?" Cobra's eyes narrowed. "Are you serious?" She shrugged. "Asking me out on a coffee date doesn't mean that you like coffee." "I like coffee." She tilted her head back up toward the menu, absorbing the swirly fonts and the ostentatious drink options. She'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone today, meet someone for a crazy coffee and go on a date with a man. Maybe 3, if she ended it with a toe-curling make-out session. She leaned closer to Cobra and asked in a stage whisper, "What are you getting?" He scrubbed at his jaw. "I have no idea." "You. How about this? I pick for you, you pick for me." She smiled up at him, batting her eyelashes. A jolt of excitement coursed through her, the same way it did when she and her sister would play this game for picking out fabrics at the craft store. Cobra looked down at her, a sexy smirk ringing his lips. "You sure about that?" She nodded. His gaze slid back to the menu. After a moment's thought, he said, "Okay. I know what you're getting." She swallowed a gasp and reassessed the menu. The options were somehow clearer when the destination was Cobra's lips. "Okay. I'm ready too." Cobra stepped up to the counter, his broad shoulders stretching the thin fabric of his t-shirt tight. She blinked a few times. It didn't seem real. Was this what a date was like? This was somehow easy, yet totally strange and new. Did he always look so hot? What did men even do to look better if they didn't wear makeup? And why didn't men wear makeup? "Jen." She blinked, realizing it was her turn to order. She'd missed his order entirely. "I'll have the cinnamon mocha latte wowie," she said past dry lips. "But it's for him. I mean, I'm ordering it, but he's gonna drink it." Cobra licked the corner of his mouth, his onyx eyes glinting. "Are you serious?" "What?" He shook his head, knocking her with his shoulder. "That's what I ordered for you." Warmth trickled through her. When Cobra took out his wallet, she realized the time had come to pay. She fumbled to get her money. "No red." Cobra shoved dollar bills at the cashier before she could even unsnap her wallet. "I got it." She waited for him to pay the cashier before they both wandered down to the coffee pickup area at the end of the long counter. "Thanks. That was nice of you. You didn't have to pay for me. But it's a date. I asked you out." His words made something spark and burst into flames inside her. If he ever uttered actually sexy words to her, she might die entirely. "Yeah. I guess you're right." Their drinks were called, and Cobra scooped up both. He wandered over to a pair of overstuffed leather chairs, looking out at a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking a courtyard lined with rose bushes. Jen settled into the leather chair, unable to look away from Cobra. When he handed her the drink, their fingers brushed. Her low belly cinched tight. "A warning." "Have you ever been on a date before?" she asked. He shook his head. "Not really." "Oh." She ran her finger over the white plastic lid of her coffee cup. "Well, why not? It's normal, right?" He shrugged. "Maybe. Maybe not so normal if neither of us have done it. According to the movies I've been watching recently, we're supposed to kiss and fall in love after the date," she said matter-of-factly. The crazy coffee concoction steamed in her hands. The heat made her bold. "But something will prevent us from being with each other, like a tornado or your sudden terminal illness." A laugh burst out of him. "What's my illness?" "Probably cancer, I hate to say it." She watched him for a second. "Like muscle cancer." "Why muscle cancer?" "Because you've got so much of it." She took a sip of her drink, but it scalded her lips. She inhaled sharply. "Oh fudge, this is like lava." Cobra's eyes narrowed. His scrutiny left her on pins and needles. You don't swear, do you? I just did. He cocked his head. No, you said fudge. That's not swearing. She cleared her throat. Uh-oh. She'd been outed. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. Fuck. A shiver went up her spine. Yeah. So say it. She gave him a dull look. Fine. Silence stretched between them. His amused smile crept wider and wider. Her skin prickled. I don't feel like saying it right now. He nodded, finally taking a sip of his coffee. Okay. He looked at the coffee cup, then took another sip. Fuck, this is good. Fuck right good. The words tumbled out of her. And then she realized they didn't make any sense. She covered her face with her free hand. Well there, I said it. Cobra snorted, leaning back in his chair. That your first time? No. But maybe my fifth. She tried to mimic his relaxed posture, but her muscles wouldn't loosen. You think swearing is evil or something? No, not evil. Just new. Weird. Forbidden. Not something I normally do. Like all the other stuff on your list. His umber gaze seared her. Be real with me. Are you an alien? A laugh popped out of her. Cobra looked as pleased as she felt. No. Unless you are too. Maybe we both are. She ran her thumb over the plastic lid again, gaze drifting toward the roses outside. Why do you think I'm an alien? He leaned forward, his voice dropping a little. Because you're gorgeous, you're a redhead, you don't swear, and you've never had alcohol before. Either you were raised in a cave, or you're from outer space. Darn. He was onto her. The integration wasn't going as well as expected. Admitting to him where she came from seemed naive somehow. Being a newbie wasn't something to be proud of. Especially when connected to gorgeous. Well, you guessed it. Raised in a cave. He leaned back, his smug smile the stuff of fantasies. You're sassy for being raised in a cave. He took a deliberate sip, his gaze leaving goose pimples in its wake. I like it. I like it. Something so satisfying in those words, as if she was personally responsible for creating pleasure. His pleasure. Even if it was distant amusement, she'd take it. Because the longer she was around him, the more she realized she'd take anything he had to offer. As long as it meant more Cobra. Chapter 10. What do people normally do after dates? Jen's emerald gaze punctured him. She was the living embodiment of sweetness and light. It took everything in him to look away. I think that's up to us. We're new. We get to decide. He kicked at some stones on the path, watching them disappear into the mulched beds lining the sidewalk. What he wanted to do was jump right to item number 9 of her list, have sex. Scratch that. He wanted to jump to item number 10, have good sex. And then repeat it 5 times over. Every last part of him craved Jen, and just as much of him knew that she was the last girl he should get involved with. Was that why he'd offered to help her with the list? Otherwise, rationality would have led him away from her. Now, he could pretend he was doing her a favor. Teaching her something. Showing her new things. Whatever the reason, it was a temporary lending hand. Cobra knew where he fit and who fit with him. Without the list, she would have been another girl who was wrong for too many reasons. I dunno. Maybe we should go to the library. She squinted up at him, one eye pinched against the glare of the late evening sun. Warmth trickled through him. He wanted to laugh, but not at her. More like the way proud parents in the sitcoms he used to watch did when their kid did something special. But more than that too. Like he could eat her up all at the same time. Why do you want to go to the library? She shrugged. A place to hang out. Too innocent for words. I've never hung out in a library before. Maybe you should start. He caught a hint of sauciness in her tone and knocked his hip into hers. She inhaled sharply. I didn't see the library on your list. But we can still go if you want. Well, it wouldn't be on the list, silly. I've been going to the library since I was a little girl. My community had a small religious library. Cobra sniffed. It would be sorta new for me. I think I went to the school library once or twice. He paused, gauging her reaction. They were more different than she could even fathom. Like for class. You went to a regular school. The question floored him. Of course. Didn't you? She remained quiet for a few moments, adjusting the cream top stuffed loosely into a pair of high-waisted olive shorts. I was homeschooled. Ah. Yeah. I know about that. He nudged her again. Electricity shivered through him. God help him if he ever got this woman naked and alone. He might explode. They threatened to homeschool me 'cause I was bad. She sent him a sharp glance. Threatened to? Yeah. Like if I couldn't keep my grades up and stop beating people up, they'd make me get homeschooled. Sunlight glinted off her auburn tresses, sparkling wild and red in the beam. I guess it is sort of a punishment. I would have done anything to go to a regular school. Wasn't that great, I can tell you. He scuffed his foot against the uneven brick pavement. Lots of kids. Lots of drama. Lots of homework. What classes did you take? He shrugged. Regular shit. Biology. Math. Chemistry. English. She blinked a few times, tracing her fingertips over her cheek, as if she'd discovered it for the first time. Chemistry? Yeah, ever heard of it? He'd meant to be funny, but when she didn't respond, the distance between them, their upbringings, their life experiences, spread open like a gulf. What the fuck was he doing with a chick like this? She basically was an alien. You didn't miss much, he hurried to add. Lots of chemicals, beakers and shit. Bunch of equations that I could never keep straight. I failed it, so. Silence stretched between them again, and Jen had slowed. Cobra stopped, watching as she bent down to examine spiky plants bursting out of a planter. A smile curled through her lips. She looked up at him, the sunlight washing over her face. She was an angel. I love flowers, she said simply, popping to her feet. She rejoined him, and they continued walking. Don't you? He'd never considered them before. But Jen made him eager to start. Ah. Sure. What's your favorite? Daisies. He scratched the back of his neck, looking around at the flowers. He'd seen them, sure, but he hadn't seen them. Bright pinks, lush purples, columns of scarlet and billowing white. He didn't know the names of a single one. Hell, he couldn't even place Daisy in his head. Jen looked up at him, curiosity glittering in her eyes. What's yours? I don't have one. She scoffed, heading toward a long bed of flowers. It looked like a repurposed, overturned fishing boat. Sweet smells wafted toward him, but what they were he couldn't identify. A strange spiky succulent fanned out, with one large stalk shooting upward. Do you like that? Cobra snorted. Sure. Kinda looks like a dick. She swatted his arm, a flush staining her cheek. You should have a favorite flower. He slowed to a stop in front of a sloping hill of foliage, behind tightly trimmed bushes, lining the walkway. People flowed around them, and for a moment he was jaggedly aware that they were the only two who had stopped to smell the roses. Patrons with huge shopping bags dangling from arms barely spared them a glance as they filed past. This shopping center was known for its huge selection of name-brand shopping. Jen hadn't even glanced at the shops, like she existed on a different plane from the materialism. Cobra drew a slow breath, surveying the array of colors. Hell, this was the first time he'd even looked at flowers. I like that one. He yanked his hand from his pocket to point at the plant. It looked like a slug bursting from the ground. Weird and cool at the same time. Jen followed his gaze, pushing up onto tiptoes to see. That's a pitcher plant. Her grin held a secret, but he couldn't crack it. Also known as a cobra lily. He snorted. Seriously? Looks like a striking cobra. She tutted. Just like you. I don't strike all the time, he said, her words still cycling through him, honey warm and provocative. Only when it's right. She nibbled on her plump lower lip, looking up at him as if she wanted to ask him something. Her heart-shaped face begged him to touch it. Maybe this was the time to go for an extra item on her list. He cupped the side of her face without thinking, without even deciding to. She inhaled sharply, and the world around them puckered to a distant murmur. The hundreds of people who a moment ago he'd felt all around them, like the warning jab of a knife blade, faded into a neutral obscurity. Jen was the only thing that mattered. Red, he began. Her throat bobbed and her wild gaze searched his face. His fingertips burned on her skin. She began, but said nothing more. Can I kiss you? Normally, he wouldn't ask. Normally, he'd just do it. But this flower was different. This flower was delicate. She stumbled backward suddenly, jolting onto a bench. A laugh escaped him. She wasn't hurt, only flustered. She popped to her feet a second later, grabbing his hand, placing it right back where it had been. I didn't mean to ruin that, she said quietly, so quietly he almost didn't hear. But I couldn't believe you said that. Yeah? He trailed the pad of his thumb over her jawline, loving the angle, her bone structure, the way her breath came out in ragged gasps when his thumb neared her lips. Stopping to smell the roses meant he could stop and enjoy these details, when normally he'd never notice. I've wanted to kiss you since the second I laid eyes on you. Her mouth parted. That is the hottest thing anyone has ever said to me. Her raw response had him hard as a rock. He glanced around to assess their surroundings. Everyone passed by without even noticing them. Just two lovebirds necking by the fountain. He ground his jaw as he searched her face, feeling the fog of arousal descend, thick and choking. He'd imagined what it might feel like to kiss her, but this nearness was more explosive and satisfying than he'd been able to fathom. Cobra ran his thumb over the line of her bottom lip. She wilted slightly. Her breath came out tremulous. Please, Cobra, she said. His cock twitched. Begging sounded good from her lips. He brushed his lips against the corner of her mouth. This teasing was killing him, but he couldn't stop. Her hand squeezed around his bicep, as if she might drift away if she didn't hold on. I like it when you say my name. She tilted her head toward him, and their lips brushed. He snaked his arm around her waist, bringing her crashing against him. His cock pulsed in his pants. Maybe she could feel it by now. Maybe she'd get the idea that she drove him crazy, in a way that didn't even make sense to him. Cobra, she breathed again. And then he lowered his mouth to hers, claiming a kiss that sparked on his lips. She went gooey in his grip, tilted up and open to him, as if all he had to do was say the word, and she'd be his devotee forever. But Cobra didn't deal in forever. When the kiss broke, he watched her hungrily. For a sign. For a response. For permission to move 100 steps forward as his aching cock demanded. Was that your first kiss? He resumed his lazy strokes over her jawline. She jerked her head no. But that was my first kiss that made my insides feel like that. Chapter 11. Like what? Cobra skated kisses up and down along the side of her face. Her knees turned to jello, and he steadied her by the sides of her arms. The heat of him seared through her. He was like the steadiest rock, but also the most illicit source of pleasure she'd ever experienced. Her entire body buzzed with awareness, and she could feel her clit begging for even the slightest glance from him. She was in trouble. Like a volcano went off. Her vision was hazy. She couldn't see through the arousal. Or maybe my blood is the lava. I don't know. Cobra's throaty chuckle sent her wobbling again. He cinched his arms around her waist. The tips of their noses brushed. That's a good thing. It was. It was too good, though. The first kiss she'd ever had was a stolen kiss under the bleachers of the community football field, 8 years ago, when she was 16, from one of the other curious members of her religious community. It hadn't gone further than that, though. They'd both been too afraid of what might happen if their parents found out. Cobra's charcoal gaze searched her face, and then he dipped his face toward hers for more. Their lips connected softly. She sighed inadvertently. It was too much to contain. His tongue surged forward, pressing at her lips. She jerked backward, surprise rippling through her. A coy grin waited for her. Too much? She dug her fingernails into his arms. He was steel and heat beneath her, a pressure she hadn't counted on reassuring her. Blinking rapidly, she finally took stock of their surroundings. They were in the middle of an outdoor shopping mall. She was being ridiculous. Maybe we should cool it, she said, her voice sounding weak. There are so many people here. His jaw flexed and he didn't back off. She was grateful for it. Anything to keep him this close. Even if her rational mind counseled the opposite. Let's go back to your place then. His words were loaded with sin. She squeezed her eyes shut. That's exactly what she wanted to do, too. I don't think my roommate would let you through the door, Jen said with a small laugh. I can sweet-talk my way past her, he breathed into her ear. She swallowed a knot of desire. Every inch of her body trembled with want. And maybe that should be a warning to her. This was what she wanted, but she needed to be level-headed about it. She needed to be smart. She shifted against him, fishing her phone out of her pocket. After 8. With goodbyes and traffic, she'd make it home around 9. Her curfew. Her brakes on this crazy ride. I think I should go home alone today, she whispered, sad to say the words. I don't want to rush this. Cobra's fingers bit into the sides of her hips, and she wilted again. She might not survive the completion of her list with him. She'd probably pass out the second he saw her naked. Forget foreplay or orgasms. She should find someone less sexy. Less eager. Less explosively hot. I won't rush it unless that's how you want it. His breath came out hot against her chin. She shook her head, looking up to the heavens. Like God might send an angel to help her stay above water with this one. Why is everything you say so hot? A grin stretched across his face. I guess you got lucky with me. She drew a cleansing breath, flattening her palm against his chest. She watched him for a reaction. It was like she could put her hands anywhere, and he wouldn't mind. Lord, that was dangerous. More than that, it would be fun. Listen, I think we should make some rules or something, she blurted. She stepped away from him, hoping the distance might bring her clarity. I know you're just helping me out. Cobra stuffed his fists into his pockets, that jaw flexing. There was a bulge in his pants, but maybe it had been there before. She hadn't thought to check. To compare the mound of his crotch in a before and after. What did a real male penis even look like when it was up? She only had flashes of nudity from that terrible softcore porn she'd watched and eerie medical diagrams found on internet searches to reference. Okay. That's fair. So I guess the first rule is, I make the rules. His smile was pure cockiness. It sent heat racing through her again. Okay. Her mind raced as she struggled to think of the things that had made sense to her last night while envisioning this very date. And maybe I don't want you to help me with everything. Well, some of it I can't help you with, he said. Right. So it's my discretion. She gnawed at the inside of her lip, looking him up and down. But some of them I might not want to help you with, he added. His eyes were shadowy as he met her gaze. So, I don't have to do the ones I don't want to either. Mutual agreement then. We should make a cutoff date too, Cobra said. That makes things easier. Does it? Yeah. He stiffened as a guy with spiky blonde hair sauntered by. The blonde's eyes were on Jen, but his interest dissipated once he caught sight of Cobra. The male world had a whole different language. One she couldn't hear, couldn't understand. It was practically sonar. Jen's heart raced. A cutoff date seemed wise. But how long was too long? Let me think about that. Fine. Cobra squinted out over the gardens behind them. In the distance, the fountain had come to life, lit up in neon pinks and purples. The water shot out in time to the music, a version of Fur Elise. Well, I guess that settles it. Jen felt for her car keys in her back pocket. Preparing her escape. Ready to go back to her apartment and relive every second of these steamy kisses. The sexy words. Strangest arrangement ever. Nah. Sounds like two smart people who know what they want. And what do you want out of this? Duh, General. He leaned in close again, his rough hands scraping against the side of her face. You. Butterflies swarmed her belly as he pressed his lips against hers. He drew out a long, sloppy kiss, one that left her stumbling forward when he pulled away. She drew a ragged breath. His cocky smirk was the last thing she saw before he sauntered away. See you at work, Red. Cheeks ablaze, Jen basically ran to her car. There was so much to process. But for now, she wanted to hang in the blissful aftermath of those upending kisses. Before she squashed it with worry, with second-guessing, with doubts. She was a brave woman who went after what she wanted. Jen hummed along to the radio the whole way home, the perma-grin unshakable. Dusk was just about to steal the last ochre rays from the horizon as she stepped into her apartment. Sophie was on the couch, reading a book with a highlighter in one hand. An eyebrow arched as Jen stepped in. You're actually back before 9. She almost sounded disappointed. Of course. I believed you when you said you'd call the cops on me. It was a joke, but I'll be sure to be clearer next time. Obviously, it went well. You're smiling like you won the lottery. Jen sighed, sinking into the armchair by the couch. You know I don't gamble. But you know what? I feel like I did. Because I did win the lottery. Instead of money, I got to taste life. A smile crept across Sophie's face. So what was your favorite flavor from today's sampling of life? Jen splayed back on the chair, tossing her hand back dramatically. The fact that every single thing he utters is sexy. Can that be a flavor? If it is, I am only ordering this flavor from now on. Sophie snorted. You're in love. Am I? Jen furrowed her brows. I'm pretty sure I'm not. I'm kidding, hun. So you gonna keep seeing this guy or what? Yeah. He's helping me with the list. We made ground rules and everything. Sophie nodded. Smart move. Like signing a prenup. What's a prenup? Like a contract people draw up before they get married. Sophie snapped her book shut, setting it aside. Prenuptial agreement. To protect them when things go awry. Jen nibbled on her lip. She'd wanted the rules to protect herself, as a small fish in the infinite pond of LA. But why did Cobra want to protect himself? What did he have to worry about? He said we should put a time limit on it. What do you think about that? Sophie shook the foot dangling over the armrest, squinting at the wall as she thought. I think that makes sense. But how does a time limit help anything? It helps you two not fall in love. Sophie's words settled like dead weight. Oh? That's not even a possibility. That's not why I'm doing this. Well, it could happen. I mean, once you have sex with him, you're gonna think you're in love. Jen picked at the hem of her shorts. Who says we're having sex? Sophie's laugh tinkled through the living room. Oh, come on, General, that's what this is about. For him, at least. Heat shivered through her. She felt like she should be upset about that, but she couldn't be. Sex was an end goal. And for me too. Exactly. Making a time limit is a nice way to wrap things up. Makes things less complicated. What should I say then? Jen threw her hands up in the air. A year. Oh, come on. A year? You might as well ask him to marry you now. Sophie snorted. Think shorter term. How long are you trying to stay in LA? Jen squeezed the armrests. It was harder to organize a hookup than she'd expected. When she'd imagined last year what it might be like to find a lover, it had involved a quick verbal agreement and maybe a handshake. Yet another relic of her naive former self. At least a few months. If all goes well, Holt Body Fitness will be the launch pad for my trip to Europe. But if I can't get it together, I could be here indefinitely. Or maybe even go back home early. Sophie nodded. There you go. The end date can be when you want to go abroad. Jen drifted through the apartment as if she were full of helium, both Cobra's and Sophie's words rattling around inside her. There were so many things she had to do still, but traveling abroad was one of the highest items on her list. She'd spent her girlhood wondering about the rest of the world. In her homeschooling, she'd learned about America's neighbors on the globe, but only as far as being able to identify continents on a map. Sure, Greece and Denmark existed, but what were those places like? What did they eat? Did they have bunkers too? These questions had plagued her childhood. Answers finally began trickling in the form of daytime travel programs that held her captive during her rehabilitation in the hospital. Anthony Bourdain had led her to choppy, stinky coves in Asia, while Rick Steves had murmured appreciatively about the rolling hills of Italy. The promise of ancient ruins and quiet marbled museums held an allure she couldn't shake. Cobblestone streets leading to adventures, lazy boat rides down rivers with names she couldn't pronounce. Traveling alone, as a woman, was another mountain she had to conquer. The sooner she got abroad, the better. Jen got ready for bed, but dug out her flip phone before settling in. She tapped out a quick message to Cobra. Jen, I've been thinking. About the time limit. Cobra, oh yeah? Jen, let's say 3 months. He didn't reply for so long that she worried she'd misjudged. 3 months seemed reasonable to her. It seemed like enough time to get experience at Holt's before moving on for even more experiences. Besides, it wasn't like they could run through the list in a few days. Cobra sent back a text that had 3 boxes in the body. Jen, what do the boxes mean? Cobra, they're smiley faces. Emojis. Can't you see them? Jen, I have a flip phone, remember? Cobra, girl, you need to upgrade. Put it on the list. Jen, so what do you think? Cobra, you're mine for 3 months. Jen smiled so hard her cheeks hurt. You're mine. Such simple words that felt so good. Chapter 12. Cobra grunted, sweat drizzling down his temples. 5th round of push-ups. He glared up at Travis as he paced the front of the gym. Working out had seemed like a good idea when Travis brought it up, but now he saw it for what it was, an ass-kicking. Just shy of punishment. 1 more round. Travis barked orders in a way that grated on Cobra always, but even more while his biceps were shaking in body-threatening collapse. Jesus, Cobra managed to grunt as he dove into the killer final round. Travis smiled. You want to train, you need to be trained. Cobra's heavy breathing rang in his ears as he counted down the last of his push-ups. At the last one, he collapsed to the ground. You know how to fight, but in here we need discipline too. Travis sniffed. You're gonna get clients who want you to wave a magic wand and fix their body without any work on their part. You need to show them why you can't do that. You need to show them how they are the only ones holding the key to their own future. Cobra pushed onto his back, a whoosh of breath escaping him. He stared up at the tiled ceiling of the gym. Got it. Travis appeared over him, his face unnervingly serious. Training doesn't work if both people don't show up. You hear me? Cobra swallowed the snarky response, grinding his jaw. Yep. Travis offered a hand, and Cobra groaned up to his feet. Sweat already cooled on the tops of his shoulders. I think that's good for today. When's your next session with Jen? Cobra reached for a sweat towel, rubbing it over his neck. After this. Your workout plan for her looked solid. Stay the course. But don't let her slack. Travis clapped him on the back. You're doing good. Keep it up. And then Travis hurried out of the gym, leaving Cobra alone with his thoughts and the harsh buzz of the fluorescent lights above. He was doing well. Why was that so hard for him to accept? Cobra's skin prickled. He turned. Jen hung in the doorway. Am I early? Relief washed over him, a warm sensation he tried hard to ignore. It didn't seem right to acknowledge it. Right on time. He draped his sweat towel over the bench, fighting the groan at the back of his throat. He didn't want to look weak, even though everything burned. "Why are you sweating so much?" "Just got done with my workout." He rolled his neck in a slow circle. He hadn't seen much of Jen today. Even though their date had been yesterday, it felt like a week had passed. She looked different somehow. Sparkling. Fresher. The standard issue Holt Body crop top brushed the top of where her belly button must be, but her high-waisted black shorts hid that creamy sliver of skin he was eager to glimpse. She fingered the top of her auburn ponytail, hip cocked out. When she dragged her jade gaze up to meet his, something inside him cracked. Split wide open, exposing a vulnerability he didn't like one bit. She could have asked him to do anything in that moment, and he would have fallen to his knees, begging to do it. "I'm kinda nervous about today," she admitted. "Don't be." He steeled himself as he walked toward the rubber exercise mat backed up against a wall of ropes, slings, and stretchy bands. "All you have to do is what I tell you." "I bet you like that part, don't you?" He couldn't fight the smile. He grabbed a medium-intensity stretchy band, tugging it taut between his hands. "Yeah. But not as much as I bet you do." Her cheeks were flame red when he looked back at her. He jerked his head toward the mat. "Lie down." She approached slowly, testing the squishy mat material with the toe of her black sneaker. "And then what?" He drew a deep breath. His heart rate hadn't returned to normal, but he wasn't sure of the cause, the workout or Jen. "We'll start with a warm-up I made for you." Jen nibbled on her bottom lip. "Okay, but can we wait a second?" Indecision creased her face. "You're like glistening." A laugh escaped him. "What?" She waved her hand as if dismissing him. "You're all sweaty and perfect right now. I can't focus." "You're lucky I'm wearing a shirt," he said, coming down to his knees. He tugged at Jen's hands and she followed suit. "Now you ready?" "I guess," she grumbled. "We're gonna start with some rolling." Cobra explained the maneuver, showing the floppy roll motion he wanted to see. He sat back on his heels as she did it, gritting his teeth against the excellent view. It seemed criminal to enjoy his job this much. Practically voyeurism. Cobra ran her through a series of warm-up exercises, from gentle lunges to bear crawls, most of which elicited giggles. By the time he'd eased her into repetitions of squats, she had a fresh sheen of sweat on her face. "This is kind of hard," she admitted. "We're still warming up," Cobra said. "Tighten your stomach." Cobra led her through progressively harder squats and lunges with enough time to rest and recuperate between sets. Their hour together flew by. Even Cobra couldn't believe the clock when he checked. "Hey, we're done." He offered his hand to help her up from the ground. Her palm was slick with sweat. She groaned up to her feet. That was intense. It was just the beginning. "You guys are all the same around here," she said breathily. "Beefy fighters who barely break a sweat." "I wasn't the one working out," he reminded her. "Besides, I'm not really the same as the other guys. I kinda stick out around here." Her comment grated on him, but he wasn't sure why. "Stick out? How?" She dabbed the white sweat towel along her collarbone, up the curve of her neck. The neck he'd nibbled personally the evening before. "Oh, come on. It's obvious." He didn't want to say the words himself. Confusion creased her face. "You look like you've been working here your entire life." You couldn't be more wrong. The idea of him fitting in around here was a lot of things, laughable, ridiculous, completely false. "I started a couple months ago." "Didn't you work at a gym before this?" "Nope." Cobra collected his papers, rustling them loudly as he shoved them back into his folder. "Seems like you've been doing this for a long time." "Maybe on the outside. But trust me, I'm not like anyone else here." Jen studied the stitching on the towel, her thin fingers caressing the seam before she said, "Yeah. Neither am I." Cobra knocked her gently on the shoulder. "Maybe that's why I like ya." She sent him a look full of surprise and adoration. His stomach jerked. He shouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have started messing around with her at all. So we're done. See you later, General. He needed to get the fuck out of here. Feelings always sucked. He'd rather smoke himself numb and avoid all of the flops and dips of getting close to someone. Are you doing anything later? He stopped in his tracks on his way out of the gym. Without looking her way, he said, I'm busy. Oh. He glanced over his shoulder. He should just call the whole thing off. I'll let you know when I can hang out. Jen nodded, relief swarming those big green eyes. And with every step he took leading him away from her, he repeated the new goal to himself: the less red, the better. Chapter 13. He probably has a good excuse, Jen said, combing out her hair with her fingers for the 10th time. She was going to make the perfect braids. Sophie sent her a flat look. The two of them had been catching up after a few days of opposing schedules. Their girl and gab night was officially underway with a local beer Sophie swore was life-changing, and a heaping stack of sushi from the deli down the street. 3 days since your last date, and not a single peep. Sophie covered the coffee table with a black linen, then meticulously arranged the varying trays of sushi. White rice rolls stared up at Jen as she fingered her hair into 3 equal sections. She'd become a professional French braider if it was the last thing she did. I've seen him a couple times at work, she said, her voice distant as she focused on the movements of her fingers. I don't know what he does in his spare time. Probably other women, Sophie said. Jen frowned. Ouch. Girl, I'm looking out for you. Sophie tutted, shaking her head as she filled 2 tiny bowls with the dark brown soy sauce. I hear about this all the time at the bar. Practically every other week, a new guy has ghosted. Ghosted? Jen frowned as she felt a strand of hair lump up in her play. She combed out the braid again. They disappear. Stop texting, stop calling. No reason, no explanation. Sophie snapped her fingers. Gone just like that. I don't think Cobra would ghost, Jen said. Sophie hefted with a laugh. That's what every woman says about every man. Until it happens to them. Why would Cobra ghost? It makes no sense. She smoothed her hair into 3 sections again. Some strands turned into flyaways with the static electricity. Who knows? Men don't often make sense. Sophie sat back, crossing her legs in front of her. Let's eat. Jen frowned, working quicker to get at least 1 braid in. I'm sure he'll text me soon. He said he'd let me know when he could hang out. Sophie's snort didn't convey much confidence. I mean, why wouldn't he want to keep seeing me? We have an excellent arrangement. Most guys don't want to date, Sophie said, wielding her chopsticks as if she'd done it her entire life. If they can get the milk for free, why buy the cow? We're not dating, Jen reminded her, abandoning her braid once another lump appeared. She tugged her thick tresses behind her head into a loose bun. And I'm not a cow. I don't even live in a barn. He's helping me with the list. Jen reached for the chopsticks, mimicking the way Sophie had them. Even though she held them almost the same, something didn't look right. Am I really supposed to eat with these things? Yes. But hold them more here. Sophie reached over the coffee table to adjust Jen's fingers. I don't see how I can do anything other than stab. Watch. Sophie demonstrated a graceful pickup with her chopsticks, popping the sushi effortlessly into her mouth. She smiled as she chewed. Now you. Jen hovered the chopsticks close to a sushi piece, fumbling to get them on either side of the rice. The sticks crisscrossed as soon as she attempted to pick it up. This is going to take some practice, Jen said. Like everything in life. Sophie smiled cryptically. Now try your beer. Jen sighed, abandoning the chopsticks. She took a sip. It bubbled bright on her tongue. Love this beer. I'll make you a beer connoisseur yet. Sophie maneuvered another sushi piece into her mouth. Jen worked her jaw back and forth. Can you feed me the sushi since you're so good at it? Sophie laughed, and a piece of rice flew out of her mouth. Oh, sorry. Spitting isn't nice. Not as bad as farting on someone, Jen said, pushing to standing. She grabbed a fork out of the kitchen, before returning to her spot on the floor in front of the coffee table. In case we all forgot that actually happened. Sophie bit her lip as she laughed. Maybe Cobra is ghosting me because he's looking for someone who won't fart on him, Jen went on. Even though he made out with you despite the farting, Sophie said. Sure. There was that. But I must have kissed so horribly that he'd rather never speak to me again. Sophie frowned. I shouldn't have said anything. I don't want you to stress about this. Too late. You taught me about ghosting, now you have to deal with the consequences. She chewed thoughtfully, a bulky thought crowding her mind. Did I ghost on my family? Sophie looked up at her with a light-hearted look, but it dissolved quickly. Sorta, I guess. She offered a nervous laugh, one that showed the cracks in her badass exterior. I sure did. Jen forked a few pieces of sushi, staring at but not seeing the food in front of her. I miss home. Sophie pursed her lips. It was hard to talk about their community with her. Mostly because it was plain that Sophie didn't call it home anymore. She'd never gone back. Likely never would. I bet you do. 24 years in that place. You know, I tried calling home a few days ago. Abigail picked up. Jen tucked her hands under her thighs, staring down at the shag rug. She wouldn't talk to me. Just handed the phone off to Mary. Mary was the youngest of her family. At age 13, she'd been deeply wounded by Jen's departure, but didn't seem to hold it against her as badly as the rest. All of them had lapped up the victimization story their father loved to spout, that this was Jen punishing them, as though Jen hadn't been punished her entire life simply for existing. Did Mary talk to you, at least? Yeah. My parents were out, so that was good. Or maybe bad. I'm not sure anymore. Jen laughed, but it was humorless. She begged me to come home for Thanksgiving. I told her I'd see. Overall, sounds like things are the same. Which means I should be glad to be gone. But sometimes there isn't anywhere I'd rather be. Sophie frowned a little. It's part of the process, General. It'll get easier. I promise. Why haven't you gone back? Sophie dragged her gaze up to meet Jen's. There was pain there, confusion. A world that Jen understood without knowing the details. It wasn't the place for me. And you know, you can miss a place, even if you didn't like living there. You can love a period of your life, even if it wasn't great. Sophie sniffed, and it was then that Jen realized there had been emotion clogging her voice. Same goes for men too. Are you talking about Cobra now? Sophie sighed a little, maneuvering another bite of sushi into her mouth. She chewed quietly for a few moments. You know, if you have an arrangement with him, that's one thing. But you have to protect your heart. Making the time limit was smart, but he still has free rein to do whatever the hell he wants. And you don't want his decisions coming back to bite you in the ass. Men will play the field as much as you'll allow. The idea slithered through Jen's veins, uncomfortable and icy. She had no say over what he did with his life. But what Sophie suggested seemed plain wrong. Jen gripped a piece of sushi between thumb and forefinger. How did Sophie make it look so easy? I don't think he'd do that. Isn't it an obvious thing? One person at a time. Sophie laughed so hard a piece of crab meat shot out of her mouth. Damn it. I can't keep this sushi in my mouth. Don't hold back, Jen muttered, picking up a few pieces of rice from the carpet. Jen, this is why we need to talk about this stuff. Some men, from what I've heard, from what I've experienced myself, will lie to your face about loving you while they're going behind your back fucking 3 other girls. Probably telling the same story to all of them. I know you and Cobra have something else, but you should be clear and wary all the same. Jen nodded, staring at the green and smoked pink chunks inside the next roll. Sophie made sense. Sophie was wiser in this area. I already told him I make the rules, Jen said, stabbing her fork into the center of a sushi piece. That's not how you eat it, Sophie said before deftly chopsticking another California roll. Yeah, well, it's how I eat it. Jen scooped the sushi into her mouth, pieces of rice falling out along the way. Because like I said, I make the rules. And she did. With Cobra, with sushi, with the whole dang thing. Sophie might be right to caution her, but only Jen could steer this ship. And she knew where to go from here. Chapter 14. Cobra's eyes burned, even though he had them shut. It was like the weed smoke had weaseled into his skull, scorching the sensitive fibers of his brain. No amount of eye drops helped. He'd been high every second since leaving work for the weekend. Fuck it. He had some things he didn't want to think about. Like why he wanted Jen to text him so bad. Of course she'd be the one person to listen to him when he told her not to get a hold of him. He'd known that. It was why he'd said it. Like an asshole. I'm making some fucking brownies. You want any? Clay yawned and scratched at his stomach as he stumbled from bedroom to kitchen. Clay's brownies were the stuff of legend because he made weed butter so potent it could kill a deer. Nah bro. Cobra reached for his phone, flipping idly through the screens. Looking for something. Finding nothing. Maybe later. Clay grunted. The sounds of pans and bowls clanking filled the small apartment. Cobra stared at his welcome screen. He wished he had a picture of her. Something to take the edge off. He'd been keeping his distance since Thursday, and now he wouldn't even see her for another 2 days. The plan was backfiring. There was an itch to see her, born bone deep and aggressive. Like, no matter where he scratched, he couldn't satisfy it. She was the only remedy. His phone buzzed. Jen, hi Cobra. Wanna come to the library with me? His mouth parted. This was some freaky shit. Like maybe he'd been thinking of her so much that it meant she could feel it. He typed out a response before he could run through the list of doubts and hedging. Cobra, yeah. Where? Jen texted him an address and a time. She wanted to meet in a half hour. He pushed off the couch, headed for the bathroom. Fucking finally. Something to do. A place to go. General. He'd forego a shower so he could make it on time. He pushed his short hair around with wet fingertips and stared at himself long enough to realize he was higher than shit. Jen was pure. He couldn't see her like this. Not when his eyes were a roadmap to the capital of Blazedville. Cobra fished out his phone, staring at their message thread for a few moments. His heart thudded, practically echoing in the quiet bathroom. He should cancel. Through the walls he could hear Tyler groaning. Panting like a fucking rhino in heat. Sounded a lot like jacking off. Fuck it. He needed to get out of the apartment, high or not. Cobra splashed water on his face as if it might help, and then he bolted into his bedroom, scooping up the bare necessities. House key, wallet, his knife. Then out the front door before Clay could even ask where he was going. Thrust into the bright bustle of LA traffic, Cobra drowned his thoughts in hip-hop music. The unceasing sunlight tempered his high. Part of him wanted to still be on the couch at home. His idealism had gotten the best of him. Wasn't it always better to stay home, stay comfortable? Traffic moved slow, and he got there 10 minutes late. The library was a grand old structure, something that looked more like an old courthouse. Cobra parked in a neat lot lined with palm trees. Before he could open the door, Jen trotted up to the side of his car. Relief blossomed deep in his chest at the sight of her. She pressed her nose against the window, twisting her lips into a funny shape. Red hair flowed around her. She was like Ariel, his own little mermaid turned into a human. Through the window, he could hear her girlish giggle. Damn. This was nice. Cobra poked his fore and middle finger against the glass where her eyes were. She giggled again, tugging open the door. Beat you here, she teased. You don't give a guy time to even take a shower, he said, stepping out of the car. She wore a simple cream tank that showed off her cleavage a little too well. The shirt was tucked into jean shorts embroidered with flowers near the pockets. Is that why you smell like incense? She asked, peering up at him. He smirked. Every time they talked, she revealed new depths of her innocence. Yep. Well, I like it. She flashed him a grin, grabbing at his hand. Come on, let's go. He let her lead him to the grand entrance of the library. Wide stone steps led to an underwhelming front door. Even still, childish excitement burbled up inside of him. This was fun, sorta. Why are your eyes so red? She peered back at him. He searched for an excuse and found nothing. I'm really fucking high. He watched her for a response. His words didn't seem to register. They entered the cool, sepulchral air of the library. What do you mean? She asked in a whisper. They stood in the middle of a foyer, the likes of which he'd never seen his entire life. The black and white tiled floor stretched ahead of them, with golden light spilling from sconces on the wall. The walls arched upward into a dome, where a chandelier hung like an overseer. I smoked a lot of weed, he said in a low voice. Her eyebrows shot up. Oh? Yeah. I totally knew that's what you meant. He couldn't hide the chuckle. Sure you did. Library patrons flitted around them, quiet as ghosts. Where should we go? She quirked her lips. Are there any book you need to take out? He looked at her like she'd spoken in French. Have you seen me? I don't read. Isn't it time to start then? Something obvious and sweet passed between them, like a sudden lilac breeze. She had a point. Even when he was trying to show her how wrong he was for her. How undeserving. That ship has sailed, he said. Then why'd you come to the library? Her words were full of simplicity. Full of honesty. Talking to Jen was devoid of the snark and doublespeak he was used to on the street. She wanted to fucking know. I wanted to see you, was all he could say. She grabbed his hand, smiling up at him so sweetly it was impossible not to return it. Well, now you can see me and pick a book. I'll take it out for you on my account. You just have to promise to return it on time. Her offer left the smile lingering on his lips. He followed her into the main section, through aisles marked with letters and numbers and decimal points, observing the world around them in slow-mo. He should have been coming here high all along. It was like he'd stepped into an alternate universe. Have you ever taken out a book before? Jen's fingertips tripped over the spines of books as she maneuvered through the aisles, on a mission all her own. Maybe. I can't remember. I thought I was the one who hadn't done regular stuff in life. She sent him a playful look. Don't worry. You still are. He reached for a book that caught his eye. Russian? Shit, I didn't know you could learn a language from a book. She assessed the book, then picked up a different one. Or maybe German. Nah. None of those, thanks. Cobra pushed the book back into its spot, and they wandered farther. Jen dragged a creamy index finger over the spine of the books as she walked. Oh, hang on. Cobra slowed, blinking to focus his lazy gaze. Figures 101. Drawing for Dummies. Mastering the Landscapes. He read each spine, then moved to the next shelf down. He must have been super focused because when he stood up, Jen had a wry smile. Do you draw? She had wandered up a bit farther, a few books stacked in her arms. He hadn't drawn in years, but it had always been his secret love. I used to. Drawing had gotten him through some of the darkest times of his life. He'd stopped because it wasn't cool to be good at anything. Unless that something was beating the shit out of another guy. He yanked his fingertips away from the books and kept moving. What books you got there? Some research. She shrugged. The top book in her arms said A History of the Ottoman Empire. I have a lot to catch up on. If she thought he knew a damn thing about the Ottoman Empire, she was mistaken. Yet he was supposedly the normal one. Why don't you know so much? What happened to you? Emotion flashed in her gaze, and she turned her head. I was raised very conservatively. That's all. Somehow, it didn't seem like all. Conservatively how? She lobbed a sigh. Like very religious. Very strict. Very sheltered. So what, you had a curfew? Yeah. A curfew for everything. Her gaze danced over more spines as they strolled down the aisle together. No swearing. No dancing. No movies. No nothing. Is that why you won't say fuck? I said it, she reminded him. Fine. So why all the rules? Because Jesus, she said. She paused in front of a shelf, then slid out a book titled The Infidelity of the Bible. Sinning was forbidden in my community. Movies don't sound like sinning. Oh, they are. She sent him a heavy look. Trust me. Then I'm the biggest sinner of them all. You probably are. She laughed. But I won't tell. They wandered a bit farther until they found the cooking section. Jen grabbed for a book about vegetarian dishes. The stack in her arms became a mountain. Read. You seriously gonna read all these? She nodded without looking at him, then picked a book titled Thug Kitchen. She giggled after reading the cover. This one looks good. Maybe you'll want it after me. Cobra frowned as he peered over her shoulder. He hadn't cooked a proper meal in his entire life. It was all takeout and leftovers for him, but maybe he should learn a thing or two. Travis always harped on whole foods. I don't know how to cook, Cobra said, tugging at the longest part of his hair at the front. Maybe I'm the sheltered one. Jen looked back at him, softness written all over her face. Then let's learn together. Cobra didn't respond, just gently eased the books out of her arms. Let me carry these for you, Red. She sent him a private smile, one that made him feel like they'd been coming to the library together for lifetimes. Thanks, Cobra. We should try out some of these recipes tonight. Want to? Emotion bloomed inside him, made his throat thick. Sure. Good. One more book, then we're done. She led the way back to the earlier section, where all the drawing books were. She picked out the book Cobra had held in his hands only minutes before, and added it to the top of the stack. Chapter 15. She couldn't believe it. Next to Cobra, she was an expert in the kitchen. Hold it like this. She showed him the proper grip for the onion. He rubbed his palms on his shorts, sniffing. I'm not crying, he said. I know. She fought a grin. He was a fish out of water, the living embodiment of how she'd been feeling for the last month. It was nice to see this confident man falter when presented with a vegetable. Onions make you cry. Or rather, she hurried to add once she saw his reaction, they make your eyes leak. He ran his wrist over his eyes. Christ, it's so strong. We have to hurry up and cut it. She gestured to the cutting board. That's your job. Their task was simple, make a vegetarian stir-fry. She had made this once before, and it seemed approachable for Cobra's first time in the kitchen. Sophie occasionally drifted through the living room, keeping to herself with a satisfied smile on her face. So Cobra hadn't ghosted after all. Sophie was probably happy to be wrong. Cobra sniffed loudly, using his shoulder to rub away a tear that had trickled down his face. He cut the onion into long slices the way she'd shown him. She scooped the pieces up and added them to the hot oil. What do you normally eat if you don't cook? She pushed the onion pieces around with a spatula. She wasn't skilled enough to toss veggies in the air like the internet videos showed. Yet. Cobra shrugged, running water over his hands. Burger King most days. Is it good? I've never been there. A laugh huffed out of him. No. Definitely not good. I eat there 'cause it's cheap. But we make pretty good money at Holt's, General said, grabbing for the package of pre-cut broccoli. Don't we? Cobra knocked his knuckles against the countertop, his gaze distant. Yeah, I think so. I've been poor my whole life, so. I hope you like this. Did your mom ever cook for you? He went stiff, as if a sheet of ice coated him. No. Something told her not to probe. She wanted this to be fun, after all. Fun and educational for both of them. You'll probably never go to Burger King after this again. She pinched his arm, flitting past him to grab the stir-fry sauce she'd selected on their way home. Now we need to add the carrots and sprouts, then toss it all in this sauce. Sprouts. He smirked, tearing open the plastic film. This is rabbit food. She blinked a few times, staring at it. Yeah, I think we used to feed this to my rabbit. You had a rabbit? Her name was Bunny. Jen grimaced, shaking her head as she tore open the packaging of carrot ribbons. That's original, Cobra said. She wasn't a pet. My parents didn't want us to name her. Jen focused on mixing the carrot strips into the pan. We ate Bunny for dinner one night. Cobra laughed incredulously. Wow. That's hardcore. It was part of survival. You know, if the apocalypse came or whatever. Jen hadn't wanted to eat Bunny. Jen had never wanted to spend her weekends running through preparatory drills in case of a nuclear event. She had never wanted to hear the rumble of an airliner overhead and think that it might finally be Jesus returning to claim the faithful. Growing up, her mother and father had always stressed the sinful nature of the outside world. Why that meant they should remain isolated in their county. But they'd never let on to the fact that the differences stretched like a canyon. It wasn't until the car crash that she could see that the differences weren't just many, they were infinite. Oh shit. The apocalypse. Did you have, what is it called? The things you live in underground. She cleared her throat. A bunker. 3. Jen reached for the sauce, unsure how much information might be too much. How much might make him run away? His eyes glazed over, nodding as he stared at the stir-fry. All right then. Sophie had been crystal clear at the beginning. Part of deprogramming meant realizing the small ways in which everyone had grown up differently. Nobody else had bunkers. Nobody else thought it was wrong for women to go to college. Nobody else thought kissing someone before marriage was the same as signing your life away to become a prostitute. The more General integrated into life outside her community, the more she realized how tightly wound she'd been. Even so, there were some nights she missed the ritual of slipping out of bed late at night and following that tired route through the darkness to the primary bunker. There was a security there, an unshakable knowing that her sisters were waiting on the other side of the inky late-night wall. Here in LA, nobody waited for her on the other side. She couldn't grope her way to a home under the earth anymore. And for however much she'd grown tired of life back home, she wasn't sure she could make it in this strange new world. Not for long at least. Do you think I'm weird? The question came out softly. Cobra didn't say anything at first, but then he shook his head. Nah. Well, maybe yeah. But in a good way. He nudged her with his elbow, his eyes sparkling more now that the bloodshot look had faded. Sometimes when he smiled at her, every inch of his face smiled. Like the skin itself had tiny smiles. It didn't make sense how much she wanted to look at him. Absorb every facet of his features. Jen jerked her gaze away, focusing on adding the stir-fry sauce. Were you going to actually call me if I hadn't called you? A different type of silence filled the kitchen. Cobra ran his forearm over his face. What do you mean? She shrugged. Sophie thinks you weren't gonna call. Cobra worked his jaw back and forth. I don't call people that much. She gnawed on the inside of her mouth, pushing vegetables around in the dark brown sauce. So she was right. Cobra leaned against the countertop beside the stove, locking eyes with her in a way that made her gulp. Shadows flitted behind his eyes, promising things she'd never even thought of. The church had wanted her humble and meek. Now that she was out, she swore to be loud and inquisitive. To try it on for size. No. I would have called. He reached out, snagged her hand between his thumb and forefinger. He ran the pad of his thumb over her palm lightly, causing that same dangerous spark in her core. I wouldn't have been able to stay away. So many things didn't make sense to her. Why would he want to stay away if those kisses were involved? Why did men ghost? Was sex even worth all this? She stopped stirring as he ran his thumb in a slow circle over the palm of her hand, his umber gaze holding her hostage. Are you messing around with other girls too? His gaze didn't falter, but he didn't say anything. He just jerked his head. A silent no. We didn't talk about that. The words flew out of her mouth, assured and confident, even though her heart hammered against her ribs. This new side of her was refreshing but also foreign. I don't want to do this if you're going to be with anyone else. I already told you. You're mine for 3 months. All the confusion dissolved. She snapped off the stove, bolstering herself to ask the question that burned at the back of her throat. So when are you gonna kiss me again? His throaty chuckle rippled through her like a warning. His gaze darted out to the living room, where Sophie had just left. He reached out and caught the side of her waist without looking her way, as if he could snag her there in his sleep, from across the room without even trying. He tugged hard, which prompted a gasp from her lips. The next second she was tight in his arms, spatula still in one hand, his mouth covering hers. The scent of him consumed her, and revisiting this intimate aspect of him made her knees buckle. He was laundry soap, the outdoors, and a hint of vetiver, something so masculine and inviting she could hardly focus. Alarm bells rang. This was too good. Too intoxicating. His rough palm found the side of her face as he dove in for another kiss. His tongue pressed at her lips, she stiffened. Cobra eased her back against the countertop, his other hand stroking her back suddenly underneath her shirt, making lazy swirls there. She opened her mouth, begging for the kiss. His tongue surged forward. Found hers. Electricity sparked, and a moan burst out of her. Unbidden. She jerked back, clamping a hand over her mouth. She searched over Cobra's shoulder. Oh my goodness, she hissed. I shouldn't have done that. Why did I do that? Cobra cocked his head, a dimple flashing. Because you like it. It's okay. But Sophie's here, General said. She couldn't find a trace of embarrassment on Cobra's face. He probably liked it, even. I'm sure she knows what happens when two people French kiss. Jen drew a deep breath. The French kissing must continue, but later. In private. We should eat first, General said, turning away from him. Her skin protested the loss of his heat as she stepped back into her position in front of the stove. And then we can go read books in my bedroom. Cobra laughed softly, resuming his position at the cutting board. Sure. Read books in the bedroom. Chapter 16. Jen hadn't been kidding. She planned on reading. Okay. She bounced softly as she sat on the bed next to him. He caught another soft whiff of her perfume, something that reminded him of sunny days and flowers. That was Jen, after all. Pure light and goodness. Something that flowers grew toward. I feel like the Ottoman Empire might be a little boring to start with. The Bible one might be my nighttime reading. Any suggestions on where to start? Yes? He reached for the book in her hands and tossed it aside. This one. Their dinner had come and gone in a blur of laughter and light-hearted conversation. She was so easy to be around. And damn, the food had been good. He didn't even admit how good he thought it was. But after so much time at her side, swallowing the urge to kiss her, to touch her, to yank down her shirt and see a creamy shoulder, he was about bursting. Jen's brow furrowed, looking at her empty hands. Which one? Cobra grabbed her by the waist, the dip there seemingly made for his hands. She giggled as he scooped her closer, pulled her onto his lap, her legs dangling off the edge of the bed. Oh, she said. I get it now. He buried his face in the hollow of her neck. Her porcelain skin was fresh, smooth. The definition of untouched. The thought made his mind spin. How did he get so lucky? So what item do you want to complete today? He ran a palm over the top of her thigh, up around the thick roundness of her hip. Her head tilted away from him, bringing her neck closer to his lips. I don't know, she said in a small voice. Her eyes drifted shut. Just keep doing that. He didn't know what that was, so he didn't change a damn thing. His palms made lazy paths across her thighs, up the swell of her hips, fingertips venturing under the hem of her shirt. Jen trembled in his arms. He could make her a gooey mess. Do you like it? As he stroked her, he thought of the bases, those all-important markers throughout middle school. He should probably go back to that. First base one day, second base another day. He couldn't rush to home like he was used to. Like he wanted to. Jen nodded, blinking lazily. I don't know why it feels so good when you touch me. He smiled into her hair. Red, we've got some chemistry, if you haven't noticed. His words hung in the air as she stared off into space. Finally, she hooked an arm around his neck, furrowing a brow. You mean it doesn't feel like this with everyone? He laughed again, shaking his head so his lips brushed the silken strands of her hair. No. Definitely not. How many girls have you been with? He worked his jaw back and forth. He'd lost count. Not like he'd tell her the number. She'd probably get on her knees and start praying for him. Plenty. I should probably do some research then, she whispered, a strange glint gracing her eyes. To see if you really do feel the best. Her suggestion burned through him, making his grip tighten around her waist. No. What? He didn't answer right away, letting the smog of his protectiveness dissolve before he said anything else. Just take my word for it. Cobra leaned forward, snagging her lips in another kiss. She made a small noise, melting into him. When they broke apart, his cock was begging for attention, trapped hard and seeking beneath the waistband of his shorts. Hey. He broke the kiss, pressing his forehead to hers. You ever heard of the bases? What bases? Like first base, second base. She shook her head. Okay. Well. He cleared his throat, shifting beneath her. His cock was right beneath her ass, and the brief friction sent a jolt through him. He could already imagine how tight her pussy would be slipping down around him for the first time. The thought made his vision fuzzy. We've got these bases, right? Like in baseball. First through third, then home. You know what baseball is, right? She shrugged. I've seen the baseball thing before. The place where they play. The diamond. So first base in our world is like kissing and stuff. We already made it to first base. She smiled, dragging a thin finger along the neckline of his shirt. The brief contact her finger made with his skin sent shivers rippling through him. Okay. Second base is this. He moved his hands over her waist, up the sides of her body, pausing below her breasts. Except without a shirt on. Both of us. He nodded. Then third base is the fun stuff. Like handjobs, blowjobs, eating you out. She blinked. Eating me out? He cleared his throat, the weight of her against his cock a pressure too delicious to ignore. He shifted beneath her again. Yeah. Oral sex. You know. My head between your legs. A strange look came over her face. You don't have to do that. Well, you might like it. When she sent him a look of disbelief, he added, Trust me. It doesn't sound very appetizing. What's home? He grinned. Home is all the way. He gripped her by the hips, giving her a quick tug to center her on top of him. We fuck. Her breath hitched, which told him his aching cock probably brushed her in just the right area. Her cheeks reddened slightly. I've been to home base before, she whispered, sitting up. The movement on his dick made a low hum escape him. With myself, I mean. But you've never made it to home with a guy before, he said in a low voice, pressing his lips to her collarbone. With me. A wispy sigh escaped her. What base do you want to go to, Jen? He tugged the tank top out of her shorts, bunching the material below her natural waist. He wet his bottom lip as he ran a thumb over the newly exposed flesh. Goose pimples erupted in its wake. She wheezed, nodding a fist into his shirt. This feels like a trick question. Why? Because I want to say home. But I shouldn't say home. I mean. You can say home, Cobra said. She pressed her forehead to his. He pushed his hands up farther, finding soft heat, curves that made his fingertips tingle. She bit at her lip, arching herself toward him. What base, Jen? Her head lolled to the side, and she knotted her hand harder in his shirt. First. Cobra slid his hands out from under her shirt, nodding. Whatever you want, Red. She groaned. Don't say that. You're so compliant. That makes it harder. Why? It's like if I told you to strip naked right now and let me look at you, you'd do it. Cobra blinked. Do you want me to? See? She pulled back. That's not helpful. He snorted. I actually think it's the definition of helpful. Jen dissolved into laughter, pressing her forehead against his. You're right. I need to take it slow, Cobra. She sought out his hand, interlocking their fingers. Can we take it slow? His throat tightened, but he couldn't say why. He nodded, searching out her emerald gaze. You got it, Red. He'd do damn near anything she asked of him. Jen awoke with a start, jerking beneath the sheets. She held her breath, listening to the sounds of the room. Distant car honks. The tick-tick-tick of the clock that she could hear from the living room with the door open. And that was it. She frowned, rolling over. Cobra was gone. After their near second base encounter, they'd started hanging out. Like teens, Cobra had joked. But for her, it wasn't a joke. She'd never hung out with anyone like that before. Like he could have stayed there forever. Like maybe he sort of already lived with her. Like they'd been friends since childhood. They flipped through books, he showed her hip-hop music on his phone, they watched stupid videos about giraffes that made Cobra laugh so hard he fell face first onto her bed. They kissed. And kissed. And then somewhere between him cracking open the drawing book, and her finally peeking inside the infidelity of the Bible, she'd fallen asleep. It was almost 3 a.m. Who knew when he'd left? Had he heard her snore? She sighed, turning onto her side. It was sort of embarrassing, though she wasn't entirely sure why. And now that she was awake, it was hard to get back to sleep. Jen went into the kitchen for a glass of water, partly as an excuse to check if Cobra was anywhere else in the apartment. He wasn't. Her heart sank as she poured a glass, water dribbling down her chin as she chugged it and then refilled. She hadn't been ready to say goodbye. She never even got to say goodbye. And what if he ghosted now? Back in her room, Jen sent a text despite the hour. Jen, just woke up thinking of you. Sorry if this is too late. I can't sleep now. Cobra's response came before she could even set the phone down. Cobra, welcome to my life. So thinking about me keeps you up? Jen, yeah, thinking about second base. And third. And home. Cobra, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. Cobra, once we go all the way, you won't be able to think about anything else. Like she could think about anything else before going all the way. She hopped back into bed, cozying up to the phone like it was Cobra himself. Like maybe he might spend the night sometime. Like she could wake up to his fragrant heat, that rock-solid torso, his lips on her hairline. Jen, why'd you leave? Cobra, you were tired. I work tomorrow. Jen, then you need to go to sleep. Cobra can't. Rules of insomnia. Jen, have you always had insomnia? Cobra, long as I can remember. Go to sleep. Night, sexy. Jen set her phone down like a good girl and curled into her covers once more. She stared at the window ledge across the room, her mind wandering to Cobra. The way his warm hand had crept up her tank top. The almost guffaw he had when he thought something she said was really funny. The break in his veneer at times, which allowed her to glimpse something soft and vulnerable underneath, like looking at the little boy he used to be. Cobra was fascinating. He was hard-edged but soft in the middle. He gleamed with toughness, but wasn't proud enough to reject her onion-cutting class in the kitchen. She wanted more of him. As much as she could get. She'd see him every day if he'd let her. Jen burrowed into her pillow, a smile making its way onto her face. If nothing else, Cobra had become an important fixture in the grand hallway of her new life. And that was worth sinning for. Chapter 17. Cobra was at work when the 559 area code number called. He was on his way to the employee lounge area, where Travis had surprised everyone with build-your-own subs. He swiped the phone on, stopping in his tracks. Hello? Brendan. Iciness slid through his veins. He hadn't heard this voice in over a year. His mother. By biology alone. He pinched at the bridge of his nose. Usually he ignored her calls. If the voice wasn't a clue, her use of his given name was the punch in the throat. Carla. He cleared his throat. He could hang up now. Say fuck it, and not bother pretending like this was anywhere close to normal. But the tiny flickering hope always got him. The weak ember that whispered, "But she's the only blood family you've got. They must have moved you." Yep. Different facility. Her longtime smoker's voice sounded gritty, much worse now, since she'd been incarcerated for over 10 years. Probably smoking on the hour, since there weren't many vices to latch onto on the inside. He'd been 14 when it all went down. When she pulled the bottom out from under him, showed him that real life didn't have happy endings. He stared at the lounge door. Travis walked out, deep in conversation with Lex. Cobra leaned against the wall, nodding their way. "What do you want? Can't a mama just talk to her boy? Her long-lost boy?" A laugh rattled out of her. It was never that simple with her. "Yeah, right." He swallowed a sick knot, feeling the dread pool in his belly. This was why he never answered her calls. The physical effects of talking to her took him days to recover from. She should have just died the day the police found his stepdad. She should have killed herself too. "Wondered how you were doing," she said with a sigh. Then a calculated pause. "And I was wondering when you might be coming out to see me." He'd visited her once. After being released from the foster system at age 18, part of him thought that maybe he and his mom could resolve things. Like murdering his stepdad could ever be resolved. That was 7 years ago, and he hadn't looked back. "I'm a little busy," he said. "Whatcha doing?" Her tone was harsh. "Workin'." "Oh yeah? Where at?" He stared at the white tiles of the floor, weighing his options. "A gym." She scoffed. "Doing what?" "Feeling up those overblown steroid chumps." His chest tightened. "I gotta go." "Brendan," she said, more urgency in her voice. "Listen, I got this idea. It'll make me some money while I'm in here, but I need your help." Cobra yanked the phone away from his ear, swiping the call off before he could hear more. He stared at the ground for a few bloated moments, the world around him dull and distant. Raucous laughter from down the hall pulled him out of his thoughts. She only ever called when she wanted something. Last time, she wanted his social security number for a loan to start a pen pal prostitution service. Another time, she needed $300 for her boyfriend. For her fucking boyfriend. When was he going to learn? He swiped through his recent calls list and blocked the number she'd called from. He pushed into the employee lounge, heart racing as he tried to not think about the call. What she might have wanted. Why now? Jen lingered near the tiny platters of toppings at the end of the buffet line. She smiled over at him, but it fell slightly. "Hey. Why are you scowling?" "Am I?" He snagged a paper plate, staring at the different bread options in front of him. Wheat white, something too seedy, another one too brown. Who even cared? He snatched up a white roll. "Are you upset?" She was at his side then, searching out his gaze. He couldn't look at her. "Not now." "No, General, I'm fine." But even he could hear the tightness in his voice. The quiet signals of how not fine he really was. Silence filled the employee lounge. He piled some deli meat on his sub. Lettuce. Tomato. He didn't even know what he was making. Cobra. Jen was at his side again, reaching for his plate. "You just dumped the cheese everywhere." He blinked. Grated cheese was all over his plate, his wrists piled up on his sandwich. Jen took his plate from him, set it aside. Then she had both of his hands in hers. Her mossy green eyes brimmed with concern. "What's going on?" Everything inside him screamed. Railed. "Get the fuck out of here." He turned away, her confusion stuck to him like goop. "I'm not really hungry," he said. "Cobra." Her voice came out pinched. "Did something happen? You're acting so strangely." He shook his head, already pushing out the door. He needed some fresh air, he needed to punch the shit out of something, he needed to smoke himself to numbness. Cobra jogged out through the front doors, before he could think better of it. Inside his car. Starting the engine. It wasn't until he was 2 blocks from his apartment that the cloud broke. He checked his phone. His break ended in 3 minutes, and he couldn't get back to the gym within a half hour even if he tried. Fuck it. He clenched and unclenched his jaw, gripping his phone as he contemplated what to do next. He didn't want to go back there. He needed the rest of the day to decompress. To stuff the leak that his mom had created 11 years ago when she murdered the only decent human being in his life. Jen didn't know what she was getting into. If she was smart, she'd stay far away from his mess. He was a loser. A fuck-up. Someone who couldn't even stay at work without his demons chasing him out. When he got to the parking lot of his apartment building, he cut the engine and stared at his phone. What to do? His heart thumped a little louder, considering the consequences. His MO was to say nothing. Let the pieces fall where they fell. He could call Travis maybe and make up some bullshit story, but no, that was trying too hard. When the seeping heat of the early afternoon started crowding him out of the car, his phone buzzed. Holt Body Fitness. His stomach pitched to his feet. Here it was. He picked up the phone, thumb poised to swipe it to silent. But at the last moment, he chose to answer it. Bewildering even himself. He brought the phone to his ear. Hey Travis. Cobra. You okay, buddy? Genuine concern filled Travis's voice. Jen told me you had to leave because of your cousin. Just wanted to check that everything was gonna be okay. Cobra drew a low breath, pressing his forehead to the steering wheel. Red. She'd come through for him. When he least deserved it. Relief staggered through his chest, and he had to pause for the wave of emotion to crest and dissipate before he could speak. Yeah. Sorry, man. I would have told you myself, but it happened fast. He cleared his throat, squeezing the steering wheel. Hopefully my cousin's gonna be fine. I'll be back tomorrow morning for sure. Cobra hung up the phone, staring at the battered steel door that led to his hallway. By now the heat had sunk into him, urging him outside. He pushed open the door, one foot dangling out. He didn't have to go to work, but he didn't want to go inside his apartment either. It would be a cesspool in there. The same dank, shadowy hole waiting to consume him. Snuff out any inkling of advance or motivation. Clay would ask him why he hadn't quit yet. Ask him how he wasn't sick of showing up every morning by 9. Then he'd show him some weird sex chat he'd gotten into. It was always the same. Cobra ground his jaw, staring at the cracked asphalt. Shouts drifted toward him on the breeze. Angry undertones coming from a neighbor. Angry enough to make his stomach wrench. He pulled out his phone again, swiping to the message thread with General. Cobra, thanks for covering my ass. You didn't have to. He didn't expect a fast response if she was at the gym. But the dots popped up that showed she was typing. Jen, I sincerely hope everything is okay. Her concern bled through the screen, dribbling into his parched being. He didn't deserve her kindness. But it was hard to tear himself away. Her kindness made him want to open up, and maybe that was worst of all. Cobra, can we hang out later? Jen, absolutely. What do you want to do? Cobra leaned back in the driver's seat, contemplating the slice of blue sky visible between the side of his decrepit building and the mangled palm tree shooting up out of a thicket of weeds and engine junk. Cobra, meet me at Clutter's Park after work. I'll be waiting for you. Cobra slammed his door shut and started the car again. Chapter 18. Jen eased into a parking spot near the bluff, at the intersection of Imperial Avenue and Sheldon Street. Cars stretched ahead of and behind her, lining the sides of the road. Clutter's Park. She'd never heard of this place, and upon seeing it, couldn't imagine why Cobra might have asked her to come here of all places. People lingered near a chain-link fence, a few sat on park benches while others played chess at small tables along the sidewalk. The fence overlooked a highway. Jen clutched her purse strapped to her shoulder as she stepped between cars, feeling a lot like the butt of a joke she didn't understand. Maybe Cobra had lied to her. Maybe she'd gotten the address wrong. And then she spotted him. Bent over, elbows pressed to the tops of his knees, jet black hair tousled and overgrown. His haunted gaze cast out past the chain-link fence. His broad shoulders stretching the back of his t-shirt tight made her breath evaporate. For a moment, she couldn't move. Didn't want to break his reverie, wherever he was inside his head. She'd seen a new side of Cobra earlier that day. And even though it threatened to break, explosive and jagged in her face, she wanted to see more of it. Jen straightened the black Holt polo tucked into her black shorts. She'd come straight from work, eager to meet him as soon as humanly possible. Cobra glanced her way as she approached, his hardened expression melting into something softer. "Hey there." She nudged his ankle with the toe of her flat. "Sup, Red?" He jerked his chin to the empty spot on the bench next to him, his dark gaze drinking her in. She plopped down, tucking her purse between them. "So this is Clutter's Park, huh?" She looked around, still trying to figure out what the main attraction was. "There isn't even grass here." Cobra nodded, his gaze back on something far away. "I know. Look." He pointed across the highway below. In the distance, airplanes were taxiing. Enormous bloated jets rumbling down the strips of concrete. A moment later, one lifted into the air. She gasped. "Where is it going?" A grin glimmered on Cobra's lips, then disappeared. "Who knows? Probably to China. That's LAX. The airport. Clutter's Park is the best place to watch all the planes taking off and landing." Jen sat in rapt silence for a few moments, watching as other jets screeched to a landing or revved up to make their transition into the sky. It was dizzying. Fascinating. Awe-inspiring. She tipped her head back, searching the clouds as she sent up her prayer. "Bethany, do you see this? There's a whole world out there that I'm going to explore. In your honor." Because, with any luck, she'd be on one of those planes in a few months' time. Just as she thought to mention her travel idea to Cobra, he asked, "Have you ever been on a plane?" "No." Her voice came out weak, barely there. "My family doesn't believe in air travel. Or much of any travel. We only went around the county to spread the good word." "Have you?" Cobra shook his head. "Never. Your parents wouldn't let you either." His face tightened. "Nowhere to go. Nobody to go with. No money to take me there." His words fell heavily between them. The same throbbing energy from that afternoon in the lounge returned. She could feel something painful struggling to unearth itself. She grabbed for Cobra's hand, cupped it with both of hers as if studying it. "Why did you leave work today?" Cobra stiffened, but he didn't move his hand. She looked up at him. Something unknown swirled in his eyes, but it wasn't all pain. Something desperate to connect shone through, too. "I got a call," Cobra said, slowly moving his gaze back out to the plains. "From someone who shouldn't be calling me." Questions popped up inside her like weeds in spring. She nibbled at her lower lip. "Who was it?" "I don't want to talk about it." His words were final. The slamming shut of a door to that area, she could only glimpse for the briefest of seconds. "Okay. So why did you choose to come here of all places?" Cobra took his hand from hers, smoothing his palm over his chest. Then his hand dove beneath the collar of his shirt, fishing out a chain with a simple ring dangling from it. "This." He showed her the silver ring. She leaned close to inspect it. There was nothing spectacular about it. "This was my stepdad's ring. Not his wedding ring. Just one of the rings he used to wear. We would always come here and watch the planes." Cobra sniffed, stuffing the ring back inside his shirt. Silence sizzled between them as her gaze darted from his t-shirt back to the planes. It was getting hard to contain her curiosity. "What happened to your stepdad?" Cobra leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees like how she'd found him. "Nothing good, that's for sure." She blinked. "What does that mean?" He shook his head. I don't want to talk about it. She crossed her legs under her on the bench, watching as an Air Canada jet began its climb toward the clouds. Well, you kinda brought it up. Did he pass away? Genevieve. The acid note in his tone surprised her almost as much as the fact that he'd used her full name. Like getting scolded by a parent. He sent her a hard glare. What part didn't you understand? It's not like you're sharing everything about your own damn family. I don't want to fucking talk about it. Well, I will share, she said, if you want to hear it. Cobra's jaw flexed, but he didn't say anything. I really want to know more about you, Cobra. She swallowed. I want to know everything about you. You're really interesting. Like, honestly, the most interesting person I've ever met. He scoffed. You haven't met many people. At all. His words hurt a little, but she didn't let it stop her. She was getting close to something important. She could practically taste it. Yeah, but I don't need to meet everyone in the entire world to know when I'm interested about someone. Cobra shook his head. I'm not asking these questions to be mean. It's how I show I care. She reached for his hand again, and he let her take it. But he didn't loosen or relax. He leaned back against the bench, tension thrumming under his skin. Okay. So tell me the worst thing about your parents. Cobra was challenging her. It was laced in his tone. Jen ran her thumb over his knuckles, studying the scars there. She swallowed a knot in her throat, knowing exactly what to say. One of the instigators for breaking free. Running to LA. Leaving everything, everyone, behind. They think I killed my cousin. Cobra didn't flinch, didn't even blink. Did you? Yeah. Jen gnawed at the inside of her lip. She'd been driving the car. The accident had almost taken her life too. It wasn't her fault though. I mean, I technically did. I was the one behind the wheel in the crash that got her killed. The sticky, briny wave of guilt crashed up and over her again, as it always did. She set her jaw, trying to avoid tears. Trying to avoid the condemning tone of her father's voice in her memories, telling her that her sins had been the cause. Cobra looked down at her, something soft creasing the pain in his features. You didn't kill her. My parents believe I did. Jen sniffed, wiping away a tear that had spilled. Or rather, they think my sinful, evil nature got her killed. The devil doing his work through me. And even one person thinking something like that is your fault is enough. Right? Were you drunk? Cobra smirked. Wait, I think I already know the answer to that question. You do know the answer. I wasn't drunk. I was taking a curve. I don't even know how it happened. It was late at night. The oncoming car was just suddenly in front of me. They weren't drunk? They were. But they came out fine. They had a bigger car anyway. My cousin died on impact. Jen swallowed another knot of emotion. Her parents had insisted she pray hourly for forgiveness, from God, from Bethany's parents, from the community at large. And she had. She prayed by the minute, even. But repenting didn't stop her community from banning women from getting behind the wheel. Repenting didn't bring Bethany back. Repenting didn't make anybody happier. Least of all, General. So you made the list because of her, Cobra said. Partly for Bethany. Even though she would have never done anything on it. Jen laughed a little. It's in her honor. A few moments of silence drifted by. Cobra placed his other hand over top hers. You don't have an evil bone in your body, Red. Tell that to my family, she muttered. They don't know what evil is. Oh yeah? She scoffed. They think they do. And it's me. I could give them a few lessons, Cobra said. She frowned. You're not evil either. Well, my mom is. And I came from her. The air between them became a vacuum suddenly, bottoming out so that all that remained was the clunky fragments of meaning. Jen squeezed his hand. She had all the information she needed, for now. Cobra stared determinedly at the planes for a while. Then he turned to squint at her. Why'd you cover my ass? Because I didn't want you to get in trouble for leaving work. She traced small patterns over the top of his hand. He stared at her fingers with a look halfway between angry and flattered. You don't have to worry about me. If I get fired, I get fired. He took his hand away again, resting his elbows on his knees. It won't be the first time, and definitely not the last. But why get fired for something silly like that? He sent her a look that made her feel dumb. Like she knew nothing about this world. And really, she didn't. Jen, you don't get it. I'm not gonna last at this job. But you're doing so well. Why wouldn't you last? He smirked. It's not what I do. You don't get it. You're talented. You're advancing. You're training me. She furrowed a brow, searching out his gaze. So, you're just gonna disappear one day and leave me in the lurch? You're my trainer. You can't do that. Doubt shimmered on his face for a moment, but then his hard mask slid back into place. Travis would get you someone else. It wouldn't be a big deal. I don't understand why you'd walk away from a job that you enjoy, Jen muttered, crossing her arms over her chest. There was something sulky and black in his mood that she didn't like. You say you've been poor your whole life, and making ends meet was hard. Then you'd get yourself fired from a place that helps lift you up. It doesn't matter how much money I make, he countered. I'll always be poor. You can't escape it by adding a few zeros to your paycheck. That's ridiculous. She shook her head. His opposition to success infuriated her. If I thought like you, I'd have never left my community. I'd still be in Central California slinging water from a well and praying for my one true God-given spouse to grant me the sanctity of children. Cobra glanced at her but didn't say anything. She could tell he was listening, though. Your past doesn't dictate your future, she went on, passion thrumming through her. This was what she'd counseled herself with over the past year. The only way she'd been able to hedge the judgment and disappointment and snark radiating from her community. Sure, it influences it. But you're in control. I'm in control. She looked around, pointed at a Chinese jet lifting into the sky. We could be on that plane, you know. We could go buy a ticket tomorrow and leave. Maybe you could, he muttered. No, you could too. And that's what you don't get. You don't have to be the same person you've been for the last 20-some years. You can be whoever you want to be. She leaned back against the bench, feeling the wind go out of her sails. She couldn't convince him to take control of his life. To not get fired, even though it was as habitual for him as waking up. Cobra swiped his thumb over his knuckles a few times, then looked back at her. A sparkle returned to his eye. All right, Red. So I could get on a plane to China with you tomorrow. I'd do it too. Only because I'm afraid of what you might do if I didn't. She laughed in spite of herself and slapped his shoulder. Oh, stop. You chewed me out, he said, a grin overtaking his lips. He leaned back, slinging his arm over the back of the bench. You needed to hear it, she said, trying not to soften under his magnetic heat. She needed to stay firm. To make her point. So that he got it. Heard. Noted. He cinched his arm around her shoulders, yanking her closer. Now I need to hear you say, fuck it, and then I think the lesson will stick. She giggled into his shoulder. Burying her mouth in his t-shirt, she said, fine. Fuck it. Cobra nodded, squinting toward the runways. A little muffled, but I'll accept it. Chapter 19. A week blurred past on a conveyor belt of work, dinner dates with Jen, and text to say goodnight. He itched for her like that one time he'd gotten poison oak on his only trip to the woods with Carla and his stepdad. Nothing sated him. Except he had an idea of what might get him close. What are you doing tonight? Cobra nudged Jen with his shoulder as he fell into step beside her. She was on her way back to the offices, clutching some file folders to her chest. She looked so cute when she worked, her polo shirt perfectly pressed, her long ponytail without a hair askew. It made him never want to leave this place, so he'd never miss a chance to see General. Waiting for you to tell me what we're doing, she said, nudging him back. He smirked. They slowed to a stop outside of her office door. She reached for the doorknob and looked up at him. Your place? He pushed at her hip with his hand. He was eager to get out of work for the weekend, but he could have crawled up the walls with how badly he wanted to cross the line with General. It was time, every part of him felt it. Okay. Bring your pencils. She winked, then slipped into the office. He smiled dopily at the door for a few moments before snapping back to reality. It was 3 o'clock. He still had 2 whole hours to get through before he even had a chance at General. Cobra returned to the weight room. The crowd was light this afternoon, unusual for Friday at Holt Body Fitness. At just over 3 months here, he already had a hang of the rhythms. Could sniff out the bad seeds like Travis had trained him, could tell when to intervene when a male weightlifter got too close to the female weightlifters. The routine was nice. Cobra smiled as he pushed into the weight room, assessing the room with grateful eyes. It was more than nice, actually. It was a relief. Cobra got to work wiping down equipment and straightening up before launching into his own regimen. In his short time under Travis's wing, his own physique had drastically improved. His abs now popped, when before they were dull indents in a mostly shapeless torso. His biceps raged. Thighs made of rock. All due to daily practice and a slightly better diet. Looking better made him feel better. Amazing what a week could do for one's outlook. Cobra grunted through his pull-ups, mind wandering to Jen in the space between reps. He would have walked out and never looked back last Thursday, if not for her. And now here he was slinging pull-ups like he owned the place. And what if he could own a place like this someday? He dropped to the floor with a huff. Thoughts like that were crazy. Or were they? He rested his hands on his hips, considering the pull-up bar. 6 months ago, he wouldn't have let himself consider something so outrageous. Entrepreneurship, business ownership, any level of success. Not possible for him. But now he could at least consider it. Jen beat him to clocking out by 5 minutes. He smirked at her through the glass walls of the workout room as she sauntered toward the front door. A laugh burst out of him as she ran into Travis head-on. Her cheeks flamed as she apologized to him. He could perfectly imagine what she was saying, and how she was saying it. Travis just laughed and strutted away. The ride to Jen's apartment took forever. Traffic was slower than normal, and he spent enough time with his arm dangling out the window that he got a suntan up to his elbow. When he made it to her apartment, a thought struck him as he raced up the stairway as usual. He was getting used to this place. Rounding the 3rd flight of steps, the distant smell of disinfectant in the stairwell, the way the last door kind of stuck in his grip. Almost like a second home. He knocked on Jen's door. Footsteps sounded from inside. Before the door opened, he ducked off to the side. Like she might have done for him. The door swung open, he pressed himself against the wall, heart thrumming with excitement. Waiting for her to notice. Her soft voice drifted through the air. Hello? He sprang forward, a cackle escaping him. She shrieked as he pulled her into his arms, tickling her ribs. Cobra. She swatted at him, and it was the movement that drew his gaze down to her chest. To the creamy, tantalizing expanse of skin revealed by her top. You scared me. Hang on. He stepped back, holding her at arm's length as he looked her up and down. What are you wearing? Her brow line went straight. Holy shit. He could barely believe it. She wore tight silver shorts and a neon pink tank top that looked like it had been spray painted on. The tops of her breasts spilled out. Every inch of her body beckoned to him. You're wearing normal clothes. She bit her bottom lip, looking entirely uncertain. Is it good? A disbelieving laugh escaped him. This didn't help matters. At all. He walked her backward, kicking the door shut behind him with his foot, not even sparing it a glance. Yeah. Real good. Red, you look fucking sexy. Her neck flushed. 2 tight points sprouted beneath the fabric of her shirt. Braless underneath it all. Thanks, she said, relief crossing her face. My roommate lent me these clothes. It's not too much cleavage? I'd say not enough. He couldn't rip his gaze off her. His mind ran a mile a minute imagining all the things they'd do together. The weight of that breast in his hand. The tightness between her legs. What she might sound like when she finally unraveled. Come here. His voice came out a growl. He hoisted her by the hips, which prompted a girlish gasp. Her legs folded around him, ankles locking behind his back. Cobra, she said, the surprise evident in her breath. He brought his lips to her collarbone as he headed for the couch. The weight of her in his arms could only be described as divine, which made no damn sense. She fit against his forearms like they'd been cut from the same mold. She giggled when he plopped backward onto the couch. You're good at this, she purred, adjusting herself to straddle him, bending her knees behind her. You like it. He gripped her by the hips, stilling her. His cock pressed against the crotch of his workout pants. She had to feel it by now. She was sitting right on top of it, the pressure and heat making his vision spotty at the edges. Her gemstone eyes were cut with the razor edge of desire. She could practically draw blood the way she looked at him. He squeezed her hips, then leaned forward, snagging her lips in a kiss. She met him urgently, like making up for all the missed kisses of her life in one. A small noise escaped her, something feminine and desperate. She slid her hand down the side of his head, nails digging behind his ear. Hungry. Hungrier than even he could imagine. Her tongue surged into his mouth. Scratch that, she was famished. He smiled through the kiss, their tongues meeting sloppily. Damn red. She'd never initiated a kiss like that before. She hooked an arm around his neck. Their bodies collided, her hips thrusting forward. The friction sent his head lolling to the side. He'd had plenty of women on top of him, but none had pushed him so close to the edge with some good old-fashioned dry humping. He dug his fingertips into the plumpness of her ass. He thrust upward, matching the rhythm she'd started. Her gasp ricocheted through the living room. She pulled back to look at him. Yeah. You like that? He couldn't fight the grin. Her chest heaved as she watched him, mouth parted like he'd suggested they head straight to fucking. That feels amazing, he finished for her. She clamped her mouth shut, smoothing a palm over the front of his shirt. Reverent, like touching hallowed soil. Is that? Her throat bobbed as she swallowed. Your? My cock? Her cheeks went red. All the answer he needed. Sure is red. He thrust upward again, grinding against her crotch. She sucked in a shuddery breath, her eyes fluttering shut. Why does it feel so good? Dry humping sweets. The pet name flew out of his mouth without thinking, but he barreled on. This is the kind of shit you do in 7th grade in your bedroom when the rents aren't looking. He sent her a devilish look. Luckily, we don't have anyone to tell us no. Or do we? Where's your roommate? At work, she said weakly. He snagged her lips in another velvety kiss. He started a slow roll beneath her and she clung to him. Her head dropped back, showing off the pulse skating beneath her skin. She bucked her hips against him tentatively. He grunted. There you go, he said in a low voice, tilting his head to get a look at her from a different angle. She could be his kinky angel. A strangled whimper escaped her. Maybe she was holding it in. Don't be shy, Red. He ran his hands up the sides of her body, tracing that deep dip in her waist. Her tank top had rolled up a few inches, showcasing the porcelain terrain beneath. He pressed his fingertips beneath the fabric. Teasing. Threatening to go higher. Show me how loud you can be. She shook her head. Cobra, I can't do that. Somebody could hear us. There's nobody here. His cock throbbed in his pants. He wanted to fuck her until the sun went down. Until the sun came up again. Rinse and repeat until exhaustion claimed him. He dragged his lips over her shoulder, tasting the salty sweet tang of her flesh. But the walls, she said in a shaky voice, are thin. He ground his hips in a slow circle, watching the expressions crease her face. First pain, then shock, then something damn near close to bliss. When he did it again, she groaned softly. clinging to him like her life depended on it. So what base does this put us at? Chapter 20. It's a technicality, he said, laughing through another kiss. Clothes aren't off. This is still second base. Jen gripped the ridge of his shoulders. A riot of sensation flooded her. He felt too good between her legs. He acted as the bolt of lightning amid this swirling sexual storm. Of course you know how to break the sex rules, she said, rocking her pelvis against him. That look crossed his face again, the one she read as a warning, telling her he was maybe one more rock away from unhinging. From pushing both of them off the edge of a cliff she'd never even looked at for the entirety of her adult life. Cobra's eyes fluttered shut, his jaw flexing. God read. Can you imagine? His fingertips dug into the sides of her hips again. She wilted against him. How good it's gonna feel when we finally fuck. She drew a low breath, his words screaming through her. When we finally fuck. It was the hottest, most sinful thing anyone had said to her. She wasn't supposed to fuck. Good girls were vessels for their husband's pleasure, but that was exactly what she needed. Why Cobra was sitting on her couch at 5 p.m., rubbing his super-aroused penis against her pussy. Maybe this was a little bit about her pleasure too. She could barely think the word without heat finding her face. She buried her face in his neck. The scent there comforted her. Like a miniature safe zone. I cannot imagine. Not even a little bit. His moan turned into a growl. I can. He rocked beneath her, increasing the friction. Every time that hard ridge between his legs knocked against her most sensitive parts, the air in her lungs dissipated. Warm tingles swirled in her core. God, I can't wait until you can feel how deep I'll go, he said, his voice a husky reverie. Every word thrilled through her. I'll sink so deep, General, he wet his bottom lip, his eyes on the heavy roundness of her breasts. I'll fuck you until you scream. He bucked beneath her again, another zip of pleasure swarming her limbs. She'd imagined hooking up with a guy, but already this couch session with Cobra was 100 times hotter than she could have imagined. One of his hands wandered up the side of her shirt, inching closer to her breast. She sucked in a fortifying breath and grabbed his hand, placing the palm on her breast. What was she thinking? The sexual tension had possessed her, rendered her courageous and crazy. His eyes flashed, a wicked smile making the corners of his lips curl upward. Can I take it off? The question sizzled through her, but finally she shook her head. Not courageous enough. With all the female bodies he'd seen, hers would be a letdown, she was sure of it. She couldn't deal with that extra level of vulnerability today. She clutched at his thick forearms, eyes drifting over the swirls and barbed wire and skulls tattooed there. She should make a comprehensive list of his tattoos, though it seemed impossible. Every time she looked, she found new ones. But her favorite tattoo, by far, was the swollen, broken scarlet heart bursting out of a cartoonish-looking clock. It spoke to her. Told her something that even she didn't entirely understand. She tried to sit up, but weakness consumed her. Fudge. I can't even move. You said it again. What? You're not saying fuck, Cobra said. His warm hand squeezed the tops of her thighs. Say it. FFFFFF fuck, she said. It was still so hard. But in the wake of those orgasms, maybe anything was possible. Including fucking. There you go. Fuck it. Now it just popped out of her. Good, Cobra said. Fuck you. Cobra's face thinned. She clamped a hand over her mouth, keeping in a giggle. I plan on fucking you, he whispered into her ear. The back of her neck went prickly. Yes. That's the plan, isn't it? She tilted her head to the side to meet his gaze. Tenderness shone down on her. He ran his thumb over the edge of her bottom lip. But not today. No. His jaw flexed and he looked like he was about to say something else. Restraint licked at the edges of his voice. Not today. Because even though he wanted her, he would wait. And that was the sexiest part of all. Chapter 21. Jen awoke bleary-eyed. Cold. On top of her comforter, the bed still made neatly beneath her. She blinked a few times, rubbing at her eyes, a yawn popping out. 1:14 a.m. She stretched her arms out, swinging her legs over the side of her bed. Clarity returned to her memory, the last wisps of consciousness before she'd fallen asleep on the couch in Cobra's arms, sometime in the late evening after they'd made quesadillas with mushrooms and the spiciest salsa they could muster. And now, she groped for her phone. Not on the nightstand. She grunted, her mind immediately moving to Cobra. Wishing he were here. That he'd stayed. That he'd wanted to put his arms around her and spend the night half as bad as she wanted him to. The apartment was eerily quiet, almost like she'd caught the living room in the middle of acting naughty, so it had seized up and clamped its mouth shut. She flicked the lights on long enough to spot her phone on the couch. She snatched it up. No new messages. She frowned. She'd had a more than fulfilling evening with Cobra. So why did she want more of him, as though she hadn't taken her fill and then some? The man had brought her to climax twice. That might be more than any of her friends back home achieved in a lifetime. This was greed. The natural progression from lust. She'd turned to the dark side, and now nothing would sat her. It would never be enough. She sighed and collapsed back onto the bed, staring at the bright screen of her phone. Dark side? Bring it on. Maybe she wanted to see how dark it got down there. She just hoped Bethany wasn't watching from heaven all the time. She opened the message thread with Cobra. Jen, I just woke up. Where are you? He didn't respond immediately, like her pounding heart desired. He didn't even respond within a few minutes. As she tugged off her shorts and reached for her pajamas, his response came. Cobra, home. You passed out hard. Jen, it's fine to spend the night. Why not stay? Another long pause emerged, one that allowed her to change into a hand-me-down Ramones t-shirt from Amara, brush her teeth, and pull back the covers. All set for bed. His response came as she slipped between the cool sheets. Cobra, that's not what I do. She stared at his response until the words stopped making sense. Jen, I don't get it. Cobra, I don't spend the night. It's not what I do. She frowned, rolling to her side. She could imagine him here, lying beside her as she got lost in the flecks of caramel in his eyes, finding the soft lines hidden beneath his hard shell. She was starting to love finding those soft lines. Jen, maybe you should sometime. It seems like it would be fun. She sent it knowing full well it was needling. But this was the dark side, right? Why not jump all the way in? If she was going to hell, why not go twice? Cobra, thought we had rules. Jen, we do. Sorry. You don't have to if you don't want to. She set the phone down, resolving to let it lie. But after a few moments of tossing and turning, she realized she was far from done. She snatched up her phone again. Jen, did I wake you up? Cobra, nah. I never sleep. Jen, you might if you spent the night with me. Cobra, you're real funny now that I made you come twice in one night. Jen, you're the funny one. That made me laugh so hard I woke up the whole floor. Cobra, lies. But I like that you try to make me feel good. She smiled at the screen for a while, every inch of her wanting Cobra. Wanting to cause that crack in his facade. The one that made that certain brand of smile show up. The one that told her she'd earned a space in his heart. Jen, try to sleep a little. I'll see you, hopefully soon. Cobra, night red. Cobra couldn't stop replaying the girly gasps from when Jen had unraveled in his arms. It kept him up all night, along with 1,000 other things. Once 3 a.m. rolled around, all his anxieties spiked. And he couldn't even say what the hell worried him. It was everything. It was nothing. It was every stressful moment that had ever come before. Every stressful moment that had yet to come. Jacking off helped marginally. It was the first thing he'd done once he got home, damn near midnight. He'd had to tear himself away from her, the definition of peaceful perfection. He hung around longer than necessary though, longer than he usually let himself. He'd bided his time sketching shit that popped into his head, then took a stab at sketching her sleeping figure. And they weren't even fucking yet. Which meant that staying over could never happen. Not in a million years. Jen stirred something inside him that needed to stay dormant. If she woke up that part of him, then he might as well bail now. There was no way he could get close to her. To anyone. But least of all her. As if on cue, his chest tightened, inviting an onslaught of memory fragments from the night he discovered his stepdad. His mutilated legs, cigarette burns all over his thighs. The police had called it a crime of passion. Whatever it was, Cobra had it inside him. Saturday morning, he stayed in bed until almost 1 p.m. By the time he roused, bass music thumped in the living room. He groaned, burying his face in his pillow. His skin itched with the urge to escape. Already. Before Jen, before Holt Body really, he could at least tolerate his home space. Now he dreaded being here. So it looked like laundry day. He tossed himself onto his back, studying the grungy ceiling. A little weed, a little coffee, a little laundry. What a fucking Saturday. You should invite General. He frowned at the ceiling. Domestic tasks were the last thing he should do with her. He needed space, not a personal invitation to look at his crusty underwear. He rubbed at his face, taking stock of his body. Pecs were a little sore from the extra push-ups he'd done at the end of his shift. Biceps still ached, he'd recently gone up 10 pounds in the bench press. And his cock. He grunted, pushing his palm down over the hard ridge beneath his boxers. The tip of his cock peeked out under the waistband, asking, "What about me? What about Jen?" He pinched the bridge of his nose. Enough of that girl. Enough of all this shit. He pushed out of bed, stumbling to standing. Felt like he had a hangover, but it was impossible. They hadn't even drunk last night. He blinked at his reflection in the round mirror above his dresser. The jagged crack down the center cut through the middle of his face. One night of roughhousing with his roommates had turned into an all-out brawl a couple years ago. There might have been a lot of coke involved, too. He tugged on black workout shorts that hung down to his knees, followed by the least offensively sweat-stained white tee. He gathered up his laundry and cinched it inside a bag. As soon as he pushed open the bedroom door even an inch, Clay's sarcastic warble reached him. "Kubi," Clay said, his face puffy and red. The years of straight drug abuse were catching up to him. "Wake and bake Brutha." Cobra wordlessly headed toward the bong being offered to him, took a huge hit, and while he held it, popped a baseball cap on his head backwards. Once the rush of smoke gusted out of his lungs, he clapped Clay on the shoulder. "Thanks, brother." The lighter flicked repeatedly, as Clay's gaze danced up and down Cobra's body. "Where you going?" "Laundry." "Damn." Something dour shivered over Clay, and he leaned back into the couch, propping his feet up on the busted ottoman. "Always go these days." "Yeah, well, got shit to do." He slung the laundry bag over his shoulder. Tension spiked in the air, but he didn't know why. He paused, like maybe Clay had reached out to grab him by the arm. But Clay was already flipping through the apps on the smart TV. Cobra scratched at the back of his neck. It never used to be awkward with the three of them. Now, he couldn't think of a single fucking thing to say. "Where's Ty?" "Paying the rent." "Jesus, Clay. It was due 3 weeks ago." He shrugged, reaching for the bong again. "And your point?" "I paid you the day before it was due. You trying to tell me you sat on that 800 for the past 3 weeks? Clay sent him a dark look. "What the fuck's it matter? At least be honest if you jacked it for something else." Clay sighed testily, burrowing back into the cushion. "I was short for a pickup. I made it all back though, so it's not like it matters." "You're a fucking drug dealer," Cobra said, picking up his discarded laundry bag. "I thought you were supposed to make money, not smoke it all away." "PSSSH." He laughed cockily. I'll smoke it away if I wanna. K ain't cheap, Rutha. Ketamine. Cobra gritted his teeth. It had started as a recreational thing, but knowing Clay, he was probably doing it every day now. Wasn't his cup of tea personally, but he didn't begrudge a guy his vices. Until they got to be ugly beasts. Whatever, man. I'm out. Maybe if you took a line you'd be able to get that stick out your ass, Clay shot back as Cobra reached for the door. You want one? Come on. I'll give it to you now, if you'll get off your motherfucking high horse for a goddamn second. Adrenaline licked through him. He thought back to the mirror in his bedroom. Maybe they could put another crack in it lengthwise this time. Fuck you. No, fuck you. Clay stood, bong discarded on the coffee table. Off the couch, this was serious. He came at Cobra with a crazed look in his eye, something between determination and gluttony. How about I give you a fucking black eye to take to your precious gym? Cobra couldn't help but laugh. He dropped the laundry bag, lifting his arms out to his sides. Give it a try, asshole. Clay lunged forward, fist flying faster than Cobra expected. He knocked him on the jaw, but Cobra's instincts took over. He didn't even think, just launched his own fist into Clay's face and locked his arm around his neck. They stumbled against the wall. Cobra slammed him against the drywall head first. A dent appeared. Fuck you, Clay wailed, thrashing against Cobra's hold. If only Travis could see him now. He saw this move in the MMA training camp last week. It was rock solid too. Clay had no hope. Don't come at me again, Cobra said, tightening his grip around Clay's neck, which caused his spine to bend back at a threatening angle. If I snap you back, you're paralyzed. It was an empty threat, but fuck it. Clay gurgled. Cobra let go of him. His roommate collapsed in a heap on the ground. Cobra reached for his sack of laundry and slung it over his shoulder for the last time. Then he sauntered out of the apartment, oddly sated. Maybe they should fight more often. Maybe that's all he needed, punching Clay in the face on a schedule. Once every 2 weeks should do the trick. Inside his car, sweat prickled at his temples almost immediately. He swore as he checked himself in the mirror. The fucker had gotten in a better punch than he expected. The left side of his mouth was swollen already. He drove to the laundromat with his knuckles still prickling to fight. The 3 punches and a hold hadn't been enough. There was still energy to get out of him. The laundromat was mostly empty once he got there, thankfully. He hated milling around with strangers who wouldn't look at him, much less talk to him. Sometimes he could feel people sizing him up, searching for gang signs in the neck tats, most likely. It was better to be alone. Or with General. He grabbed his laundry bag and pushed in through the glass front door. Security cameras aimed down from every corner of the wide, bright room. A fan whirred quietly in the corner. He picked the washer in the farthest corner, stuffing clothes inside the barrel and dumping in detergent on autopilot. Once the clothes sloshed soapy and wet behind the clear door of the washer, his hand went to his back pocket. No texting, General. Fine. What would the boys at the gym do with this extra time? He spied a bar above the manager's door. Those assholes would work out. And so would he. Chapter 22. Cobra, wide. Jen, what does that mean? It's not a word. Cobra. Jen, are you laughing? It's just boxes again. Cobra, damn girl. I told you to upgrade. Cobra, it means what you doin'. What are you doing, Jen? That sweet ass got any time for me. Jen stared at her phone, every inch of her body reacting to his text message. Butterflies swarmed where there was previously not an ounce of wildlife. Cobra could do that, make random creatures invade her body. She set down the book she was reading, one of many recommended by an online book club she joined recently. Western romances were the flavor of the week. So many horses and spurs and sex. This felt educational, preparing for what her first time with Cobra might be like. Though she doubted he'd have the manure-encrusted cowboy boots the hero in this book had. It was 4 p.m. on Sunday. Admittedly sooner than she expected him to reach out. She grinned as she typed back a message. Jen, my ass is currently accepting appointments. Cobra, that sounds dirty. Jen, yes it does. Cobra, need an immediate appointment with your ass. Can I come over? She paused, an idea cycling through her. Curiosity about Cobra's personal life outside of work and outside of their time together plagued her. She couldn't stop her fingers from writing back. Jen, what about your place? Cobra, nope. She frowned. So much about him didn't make sense. What's up, girl? Sophie breezed into the room, her black eyeliner freshly winged. She had dark lipstick on, something that danced the line between mauve and black. She was hardly the girl that had left the community 10 years prior at age 16. Now she possessed something unearthly, almost witchy. Jen blinked up at her. You look great, she said. Sophie smiled, white teeth flashing. Thanks, babe. You look comfy. What's on deck for you this evening? Cobra, I think. She gnawed at the inside of her lip, looking at the text again. He'll probably come over here. I asked if we could go to his place, but he said no. Does he have roommates? Or live with his parents? Sophie breezed into the kitchen, going through her standard work prep. Fill up a water bottle, grab a frozen meal she'd made earlier that week, grab some vitamin C packets for her water. Jen watched the routine over the back of the couch. Not his parents, I don't think. I don't know. She sighed, picking at a thread on the back of the couch. He doesn't share a lot. I know something bad happened with his mom, but I don't know what. Sophie rinsed her hands off, pinning Jen with a look. Those are red flags, you know. What do you mean, red? Like warning signs. Things you should pay attention to. Sophie wiped her hands on the sides of her black shorts, then reached for a lunchbox next to the sink. I mean, I know you guys have this arrangement or whatever. But you should know, if a guy never wants you to come to his house, it's a bad sign. Oh. It means he's not taking you seriously. Or he might be bringing around other women. We already agreed on not being with other people, Jen reminded her. Sure. It's just not ideal, let's say. Sophie zipped up her lunch in the bag, glancing around the kitchen. But you're not trying to be with this guy anyway. So, I guess it doesn't matter. Sophie's words left Jen feeling hollow. She must have been frowning because Sophie came up to her a moment later, concern etched across her face. Are you falling for this guy? Falling where? Sophie cracked a smile. Down the long tunnel of love. No, Jen whispered, but it didn't feel true. She couldn't even look Sophie in the eye. We have this connection. Yeah. So what do you like about Cobra? Sophie's question made thoughts pop up like firecrackers in Jen's head. There were so many things. His smile. His secret talent. His strength. His impeccable form. Some things that she didn't want to admit to, even. Like the way his kisses made her panties wet. Every single time. Everything. But especially the way that he treats me when we're together. And how's that? Jen nibbled on her lip as she thought. Like I'm something precious. Something he doesn't want to let go of. When Sophie didn't look convinced, Jen added, I told you. We have this connection. It's powerful. Sophie pursed her lips, slipping onto the couch beside General. Are you sure it's not because he's the first? Jen shook her head. He said it's never felt like that with anyone else before. Sophie sighed. It's good that you believe him. But it's also very easy for him to lie about this. Do you understand what I mean? I do. But I also know what I feel. Jen swallowed, her throat suddenly tight. She wanted Cobra more than she could articulate. More than she could even understand. Look at what I found. Jen tugged out a square of crinkled paper from the back of her book. She'd found it in the trash can by accident. She wasn't sure what had whispered at her to inspect it, but she had. She unfolded it, smoothing it out on top of the hard cover of her book. Cobra drew this and then threw it away the other night. He'd drawn her, a jerky sketch of her sleeping on the couch. His thick, strong lines outlined her curled-up figure on a half-finished couch. It was bare bones. Quick. The most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. Damn, Sophie said. Jen sighed, folding it back up. She planned to carry it around everywhere with her. Somehow it made sense. But whatever. It's just experimentation with him. I mean, I'm certainly not marrying him. I could never. Why's that? He's not. She stopped before she could say the words. Part of the community had been at the tip of her tongue. But what did that even mean anymore? She didn't know if she was either. Not in the way she always had been. What is it? He's from the outside world, she finally whispered. I need to be with someone who believes in God. Someone from home. She swallowed hard, looking up at Sophie. Right? Sophie sighed, looking wearier than she'd ever seen her. I don't know, hun. Only if you plan on going home, I guess. Jen gnawed on her lip as she thought about this. Home had always felt like the ultimate destination. Where else could she go but back to her family? Her time in the real world served as experience. Born of curiosity. So why did she want to think about forever with Cobra? His world and her world, they were deeply incompatible. Do you ever think about going home? Sophie's answer was as sharp as a knife blade. Nope. Don't you miss everyone? It's been 2 months for me, and sometimes I can barely stand not seeing them every day. Sophie stood suddenly and returned to the kitchen. She didn't speak for so long that Jen thought she'd upset her with the question. I do miss everyone. More than I fucking want to admit. Sophie sighed tersely. But how they live, it's not right. But their family. And what does that mean? The question made Jen's mouth dry. I don't know what you're asking me. Still, it felt like a gut punch. What does it matter if they're family? Sophie came back over to the couch, looking down at General. There was a fire in her eyes she didn't normally see. Does that mean we have to accept the abuse? I don't know if I'd call it abuse. Fine. Maybe you're not there yet. Sophie waved a hand between them, like clearing the air. But the thing is, I'm 10 years out. My perspective is different. And I'm never fucking going back. Not even to see your mom. Sophie's nostrils flared, but her stern expression didn't waver. Not even to see my mom. The silence stretched so wide between them Jen's ears started to ring. Finally she asked, what happened? Sophie deflated then, as if the armor she'd been wearing had finally slid off. Same thing that happened to you. I was born a curious woman with a brain. Sophie squeezed Jen's shoulder and went back into the kitchen. Another text came in while Jen thought. Cobra, I'm already on my way over. Jen, well, I guess that's decided. Cobra, you don't want to see me. Jen, I never said that. Cobra, playing hard to get. Jen, I'm not hard to get. I'm quite easy to get. You get me all the time. Cobra, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. Jen sank back into her book, A Cowboy's Revenge, getting so lost in the breathy ascent toward oral sex that she barely noticed Sophie leave for work. The knock came on the door just as heroine Anna had unbridled hero Mitch's stallion from his boxers. Jen slammed the book down, feeling somehow caught. Her pulse raced, and she stared at the door guiltily. Her panties were wet, and Cobra was about to be all over her. More than that, she wanted to see his stallion. Jen took a few cleansing breaths, glancing at herself in the mirror by the door. She hadn't even brushed her hair today. She'd barely peeled herself off the couch. She mouthed fudge, then remembered to mouth fuck instead and pulled open the door. Cobra leaned against the doorframe, his trademark look that hovered between disinterested and amused lingering on his face. But she caught the shiver of appreciation in his eyes as his gaze swept over her. Both his hands were behind his back. Hey, he said. Hey. Her pussy pulsed at the sight of him, probably made worse by the fact that she was desperate to know Anna and Mitch's journey for herself. You got here fast. It took me over a half hour, he said. Oh. She cleared her throat, stepping aside to let him in. I lost track of time. I've been reading. Cobra stepped inside, paper crinkling as he did. He revealed what he'd been hiding behind his back, a small bunch of daisies wrapped in paper. Shyness flashed over his face, the first time she'd ever seen it on him. Her breath evaporated. I got these for you, he said, holding them out. Cobra, she said so quietly she almost didn't hear herself. She took the bunch of her favorite flowers from him delicately, trying to memorize everything. His big hand gripping the bouquet, nails bitten to the quick. That look on his face as he handed them over, equal parts worried and fascinated. Thank you. He shrugged. You said they're your fave. She pushed up onto her tiptoes, planting a kiss on his cheek. That boyish grin came back. Let me go put these in a vase, she said, walking on dreamy legs toward the kitchen. This was certainly a first, and a surprise. Even though it had been on the list, spelled out for him clearly. Part of her thought that maybe he'd wanted to do it. List or not. As she ran water to fill the vase, Cobra wandered over to her nest of blankets and pillows on the couch. He reached for the book she'd left behind. Where's Sophie? Left for work already. She arranged the yellow and white daisies once and then again. And then a third time. He nodded, turning the book over in his hands. Then he glanced up at her. You readin' this? She'd forgotten about the romance novel. She must have looked at him with deer-in-headlight eyes. Pure mischief shone in his smile. Huh. He eased onto the couch, eyes stuck to the page. Whoa. What is it? She padded over to the couch, leaning over the back to read over his shoulder. He looked up at her. It's porn. No, it's not. She swatted at his shoulder. It's a love story. He ran his fingers up her thigh, swirling ever closer to her sweet womanhood. Hey, I'm not to that part yet. Her cheeks flushed. They're about to have sex. She's gonna see his stallion. Cobra dropped the book and grabbed her wrists, giving her one expert tug that launched her over the back of the couch. She tumbled into his lap a moment later, giggling. I have a stallion too, you know, Cobra murmured into her ear. He reached for the book again, clearing his throat. Mitch's gravelly moan echoed through her like a coyote howl through the canyon. He looked at her over the top of the pages. Coyote howl. She giggled, as his free hand settled on the swell of her belly. A moment later, his fingers pressed beneath the hem. They're in the Wild West. It's how they live. When you moan, it doesn't echo like a coyote howl. I sure hope not. She arched her back, welcoming his thick working fingers deeper inside her slick channel. His brows shot up. Damn. Jen bit her bottom lip, Cobra's live reading affecting her more than she expected. She fidgeted on top of him. His gaze jerked downward. This turnin' you on, Red? She rolled her lips inward, unsure how to ask if she could take their time together to the territory she so desperately craved. It was hard to imagine herself acting like Anna. Cobra's hands had done all the dirty work a few days ago. She'd just been along for the ride. Maybe, she whispered. He pushed his fingers under the elastic waistband of her pajama shorts. Their gazes locked, question marks swirling in his eyes. Asking permission to go further. To do more of that delectable dirty work. She arched herself toward him. The silent yes. His fingers surged downward, over the fabric of her cotton panties. When the bliss cleared enough for her to think, Cobra watched her with a satisfied smirk on his face. Lounging between her legs as if he'd been there his whole life. And truthfully, she didn't want him to go anywhere else. Now that he'd finally breached that fortress, he needed to stay there. Holy, she wheezed, mother of fudge. His smirk turned into a full-blown smile. One that she was sure nobody had ever gotten to see but her. Welcome to Third Base, Red. Chapter 25. Jen clutched a pillow between her arms as she stared at the blank wall of her bedroom. If she watched it for long enough, it could become the featureless taupe wall of her bedroom back home. And for some reason, a day after those mind-blowing orgasms, when she'd been at the pinnacle of her independence and womanhood, all she wanted to do was crawl back to the innocent bubble she'd left behind. Guilt swarmed as thickly as breathy recollections of Cobra's tongue pressing inside her. The way that heat seemed to spread like roots. And with every lascivious thought about last night came the internal reprimand. What would your parents think if they found out? She clutched the pillow tighter. Bethany probably already knows, spying from heaven. What sort of role model are you being for Mary? She pinched her eyes shut. How can you ever expect to find a husband now that you've gone and sullied yourself? The rational part of her brain didn't believe these thoughts. But every other part of her did. Jen buried her face in the pillow, willing the thoughts away. Just lying in bed reminded her of Cobra's delicious heat pressed against her. The way his fingers had dug into her butt cheeks. Branding her. The alarm clock bleated weakly from her nightstand. She launched an arm to shut it off. She'd been awake for 45 minutes already. Reliving the most amazing orgasms of her life. Praying for forgiveness. Wishing he was in her bed again already, so they could keep edging closer to home. Jen forced herself to roll out of bed. She moved through her morning routine like a zombie, pee, brush teeth, comb hair for 5 minutes, then returned to her room, where she knelt at the bedside, head pressed against the comforter. She still did this every morning. The prayer position, etched into her from 24 years of practice. But since coming to LA, it was pure posturing. No prayers came anymore. Nothing other than, please God, help me find my way. She stayed there until her strength returned. And then she clambered to her feet, resuming her zombie course. Cobra would be at work today. She could at least gaze into those dark eyes and find the reassuring roots of what they shared yesterday. But what about Mary? Guilt slashed at her, and the deeper it cut, the more she knew it wasn't about yesterday. It was about the whole damn journey. Leaving home. Choosing life over family. She'd settled on a year, calling it an homage to Bethany. But it wasn't an homage. It was desertion. She'd done what she wanted. Whether it was for a day or a year, it didn't matter. She'd turned her back on the only family she'd been blessed to be born with. Tears pricked at her eyes, but she shook her head, reaffirming that they had no place in this morning. 3 months in Los Angeles, and she was doing far better than expected. That left 9 months to see, do, and sin every way possible. She still wanted this for herself. Even if the other parts of her begged to differ. But maybe you should go home sooner. Cut it off after 6 months. Or maybe just 3. The mere thought made her throat tighten. She'd set 3 months with Cobra. And she couldn't imagine ending that phase of her independence, only to go immediately home. What about Europe? What about the rest of the list? But maybe there could be a different compromise. Mary's request earlier that month came back to her, come home for Thanksgiving. She couldn't let her little sister down. Being a role model for Mary was one of the most important things in Jen's life. Maybe she could make that work. Maybe she could go home with Cobra. The idea percolated inside her as she got ready for work. It wasn't like she wanted Cobra to move home with her, that was impossible. But she wanted her family to know him. The first important man in her life who wasn't Father or Jesus himself. The man who had cracked her open. Surprisingly little resistance to the idea emerged the longer she toyed with it. And by the time she bounded out the door of the apartment, headed for Holt Body Fitness, it was decided. She'd invite Cobra to meet her family. Everything on the way to work inspired her. The lead tang of smog even held an uplifting quality. As she breezed into Holt Body Fitness, she spotted Cobra at the front desk. He leaned over the shoulder of the receptionist as she sat at the desk, showing him something. His sleeveless Holt shirt showcased sinewy biceps and black tufts of armpit hair. He grinned as if whatever she said was the funniest thing in the world. Standing far, far too close to her. Jen stopped mid-stride, unable to rip her eyes from the scene. Something hot and vile shuddered through her, making her ankles weak, as if she could crumble into pieces if anyone so much as breathed on her. Cobra glanced up. His sharp gaze jostled her back to reality. And that's when it hit her. You've fallen down the tunnel. She forced herself forward, limbs stiff and strange. Cobra straightened as she approached. She couldn't even force out a greeting. She simply smiled and walked by. Question marks hung in the air as she headed down the back hall leading toward the offices. Cobra's footsteps sounded behind her a moment later. Thought with how good I made you feel yesterday, I'd at least get a hello. She kept her head down, disgusted with herself. Jealousy ran rampant within her, and Cobra hadn't even done anything to warrant it. Sorry. She pushed the door open, dropping her bag on the desk. Cobra shut the door behind him, and she leaned against the desk, covering her face with her hands. I don't know what got into me. Rough morning? She ran a hand through her hair, feeling some clarity return to her. But when she looked at Cobra, he was all she could see, filling every square inch of this office. And she needed him. More than she could understand. Can I have a hug? Cobra eyed her for a moment, as if the question had surprised him. But then his thick arms were around her, squeezing her into against the flat planes of his chest, so that she melted against him. She found the fragrant nook of his neck, where it still smelled like his morning shower and that undeniable manly scent of him. Vetiver and laundry. A sigh shuddered out of her. He felt perfect against her. And she didn't want to let go. Cobra started swaying slowly, a gentle rhythm that lured her away from her anxiety. Were you jealous, Red? The question made her inhale sharply. She pulled back, but Cobra kept her rooted against him, hands at her lower back. She searched his face. How did you know? A knowing smile emerged, but it wasn't haughty. Just soft. Saw it all over your face. It's embarrassing. Why? She huffed, focusing on the bold black letters of his Holt shirt. Because I like you. A lot. And I know you're only helping me out. But She bit her bottom lip, unsure if she could say what she really felt. I shouldn't feel jealous if you wouldn't feel jealous too. Cobra's eyes darkened, his hand sliding down the dip in her waist to rest at the swell of her hips. You don't think I would? She shrugged. I doubt it. I mean, it's me. There's nothing to get jealous over. He laughed a little, but it sounded incredulous. Red, you have no idea, do you? What? How beautiful you are. His words floated through her like fall leaves on a gust of wind. It was poetry, and also foreboding. Part of her didn't want to believe him. The other part wanted to take his buried meaning and run with it. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I already told you. His thumb grazed her jawline as his eyes rooted her. Swirling with depth. An intensity that made the rest of the world fall away, as only he could do. You're mine. She covered his hand with hers, loving the soft scrape of his rough fingers against her skin. The way his touch could soothe and electrify at the same time. And? His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he objected at her drawing the words out of him. And maybe I'd get fucking jealous. Maybe I'll go hang on some strange man. Just to see. He cupped her face with both hands, bringing his face to hers. Don't you fucking dare. She giggled as their lips brushed. This feeling, right here. She could get used to it. They kissed for a few glorious moments. All the tension of the morning fell away, but one thing remained. I forgot to ask you yesterday, she murmured against his lips. Why did you draw a picture of me and throw it away? Cobra's face fell. You found that? She nodded. I don't like other people seeing my drawings that much. Cobra, it was incredible. I want to see more. Something skittish danced over his face, as if he was a breath away from just turning and leaving. I'll show you if you want. You're the only one, though. Yeah? She gripped his hands in hers. He nodded. You're probably like the third person ever to see what I draw. The designation meant more to her than she could express to him. Emotion shuddered through her. Well, I want to see all of it. Cobra ran his thumb over her jawline. Maybe he didn't want to let go of her. I'll see you at lunch. Okay? She nodded, and he gave her one last searing look before letting himself out of her office. The workday plodded along. Jen managed to escape into a pleasant cloud of numbers and account reconciliation before she realized it was time for lunch. Her belly grumbled hopefully, but more potent than her hunger for food was her hunger for Cobra. He was all she could think about anymore. Seeing him daily didn't seem like enough. She wanted more of him. All of him. When she pushed into the employee lounge, he sat with his back to her, across from Lex. Lex's face lit up, tossing her a friendly smile. Your girlfriend's here, Lex said, clapping Cobra on the shoulder. Jen felt her cheeks flame at the designation. With the way her heart raced, she wanted it to be true. Cobra is my boyfriend. The very words in her head sounded like poetry. Sacred. Illicit somehow too. Jen tried to smile, to play it off, to give that cool, unaffected look the leads in the movies always gave. But when she spotted Cobra's face on her way to the fridge, shadows lurked there. I'm not his girlfriend, Jen said, giving Lex's shoulder a little shove. She liked that in the months she'd been at the gym, she'd developed a camaraderie with her colleagues that allowed for little things like that. Touching strangers, touching anyone, was strictly forbidden back home. She knows better than to be with someone like me, Cobra said. Jen took her meal out of the fridge, another stir-fry she and Cobra had made earlier that week, and leaned against the countertop as it warmed in the microwave. You would be a great boyfriend, Jen countered, fingering the neckline of her shirt. You're a good guy. Cobra snorted but didn't say anything else. Lex winked at her as he stood, picking up a crumpled wrapper. Cobra's pretty fucking great. We gotta tell him that more often, so he sticks around. Fear jolted through her. Where would he be going? Lex tossed his wrapper in a trash can as he weaved through the small tables in the lounge. Wherever he wants, I guess. Cobra's jaw flexed as his dark gaze jerked between Jen and Lex. I'm here for now. Can't you see? He gestured at himself, drawing her gaze to the Holt tank hanging loosely from his rock-solid torso. But for how much longer? They'd agreed on 3 months, but she still hadn't even tried to imagine her life in LA without Cobra in it too. Didn't want to, either. Were you talking about leaving? Jen asked Cobra. Cobra shrugged. I got this test coming up. I probably won't pass. You will, Lex said, in a tone that suggested he'd said the same words plenty of times already. For you, the test will be cake. I promise. I dunno. Cobra scrubbed at the back of his head. I've never been good at tests. Me neither. I swear to you, if I can pass it, you can too. Do you want help? The microwave beeped, and Jen pulled her food out. She held the glass bowl with paper towels as she went over to the table where Cobra sat. Lex came back to the table, hands on his hips, looming over Cobra like some sort of big brother. You can't help any more than you are, Red, Cobra said softly, staring at the table. We can review questions or material or vocabulary. She shrugged. I'll make flashcards. That helps, right? You don't need to make flashcards. Lex grinned her way. You're nice. I like it. Nudging Cobra with his arm, he said, she's one to take to the parents, you know? Jen's face flamed again, and she almost choked on a cumin-y piece of broccoli. Cobra's face darkened. His nostrils flared, but he didn't say anything. He's one to take to the parents too, she said, trying to lighten the mood. To turn the attention away from his situation. She stabbed a thick slice of carrot, admiring it before popping it in her mouth. You want to come meet my parents, Cobra? He didn't meet her gaze as he grabbed for a napkin and brought it to his lap, where he started shredding it. I don't know about all that. Meeting the parents. It's a big step. Lex yawned, stretching his arms over his head. Lila's parents still don't like me. Not even a little bit. So it's a gamble. Jen saw her window and went for it. You should come to my house for Thanksgiving. It's like what in less than 2 weeks? She shrugged, ignoring the way her heart pounded waiting for his response. Thanksgiving? She nodded, scooping some rice into her mouth. Lex scrolled through his phone, seemingly unaware of the way the talk about parents affected Cobra. Lex probably didn't know about Cobra's home life, she realized. At least not enough to know that he might not have anyone to take her to meet. I don't do holidays, Cobra said. Free food, Lex put in. I'd love to take you to meet my family, Jen said quietly, searching his face. His eyes were molten, practically fire. It almost hurt to hold his gaze. They'll love you, Lex said, clapping Cobra on the shoulder. Besides, nobody wants to be alone on Thanksgiving. Cobra's face tightened. So? Jen offered a smile. It'll be fun. And you can meet my crazy family. No. The rejection fell like a sharpened blade on her heart, swift and easy. Jen scooped more rice into her mouth, trying to ignore the way his reaction sliced through her. Pretending it didn't hurt. Pretending she hadn't seen this coming. Lex shrugged, sending Jen a look she didn't understand. Well, sometimes we need a year off. I'm heading back out there. See you guys. The door clattered shut behind him, leaving the lounge in a tense silence. Jen pushed a peapod around the bowl. Are you sure? She began. I don't fucking do family shit, Cobra snarled, slapping his palm against the table as he leaned forward. And I don't want to go to Thanksgiving. So don't ask again. Jen swallowed a knot, steeling herself against his outburst. She didn't dare break his gaze. Hurt was hidden there, wrought into the hard lines of his scowl. Fine. She frowned at the rest of her food, and then realized she'd lost her appetite. She pushed the bowl toward him. You want any? He jerked his head in a no. It's the stir-fry we made, she said, pushing it closer. Genevieve. His tone held a warning. One that made her deflate entirely. Okay then. She stood and dumped the leftovers, then rinsed out her bowl. Emotion clogged her throat more and more the longer Cobra remained infuriatingly quiet. Distant. Completely closed off. Only hours ago, he'd come into her office and told her she was beautiful. Now she doubted he'd do a damn thing if she walked in front of a moving car. This is a red flag. Sophie's voice whispered in the back of her head. As Jen capped her bowl and headed for the door, Cobra said nothing. On the table, the napkin lay in 1,000 tiny pieces. He didn't even look at her as she pushed out of the lounge. Chapter 26. Cobra was fighting a losing battle. He'd known it the second he set foot in Holt Body Fitness. The few months he'd been here had been a nice distraction, but a false sense of encouragement overall. And now he had proof. The certification packet was in, the paperwork needed to formally test and apply for his trainer certification. Travis presented it to him like he'd already fucking gotten the pass. Cobra even let himself get excited, imagining the future where he was a trainer and had real clients and told people what to do to feel better. But it had been a pipe dream. It always was. Because of one little line, requirement number 5 in the long list. 5. Submit high school or college diploma. He tried to ignore the way his stomach pitched to his feet as he sat facing Travis in his office. But his world had bottomed out. Again. This sweet, hopeful world he'd managed to cobble together in the time since helping Lex. The world where he went to work every day and paid rent on time and could rationalize spending time with a sweetheart like General. Look good? Travis smiled down at him, pieces of his dark blonde hair escaping from behind his ear. Cobra shrugged. Yeah. Obviously, we're not quite ready to turn it in. But I wanted you to see it so we can start getting everything together. That way, once you finish up training with Jen, we'll be ready to submit ASAP. Training with General one of the best parts of his week, aside from when he saw her outside of work. But since their weird lunch the day before, he doubted that should continue. Great. He folded the paperwork up, tucking it under his arm. Travis held his gaze a moment longer, then pushed up off his desk where he'd been resting. He could tell there was something more to add. Cobra suddenly felt weary. "You okay?" "Yeah." Cobra was desperate to leave. "I've just, How to explain the decades of neglect, disappointment, and disasters? I'm gonna take a closer look when I get home is all. I'm not real good with paperwork." "Sure. Let me know if you need help." Cobra mustered a grin and pushed out of the office. It was almost the end of the day for him. Really, he could grab his stuff and go now. He hadn't talked to or texted General since the day before, and he'd spent almost every hour going back to his words, reliving them, wishing he'd been softer, wishing he'd been harsher. He couldn't decide if he needed to push her away now or savor the last possible dregs of sweetness. Cobra chose to leave. He stormed back into the weight room, which was boisterous at this time of day. He headed for the cubbies where he'd left a hoodie and his earbuds. His skin prickled, and he looked up. Jen had walked into the reception area, bent over the desk as she talked to Melanie. His heart raced. He couldn't rip his gaze away. Until a guy in the weight room whistled low beside him. "I'd fucking bang her until my dick fell off," the guy said, wetting his bottom lip as he stared through the glass wall. His buddy at his side laughed his agreement. "Swear to God the hottest girls work here." "You go for fire crotches, huh?" Cobra ground his teeth, slowly turning toward the guys. "You'd go for this one." "Don't act like you wouldn't," douche number one scoffed. "I bet she'd go for both of us together." "Let's find out." Cobra's last sliver-thin shred of composure snapped. In the next moment, he had douchey McDumb hair cut by the collar of his sleeveless workout shirt, pressed up against the glass wall. Time shrank, everything shuddering to an intense, crystalline focus. This was equal parts jealousy and self-destruction. He'd have this guy by the collar no matter what. But how far would he push it? What the fuck? Douche's stupid face contorted in confusion. Cobra pressed his thumb into the sensitive hollow at the base of his neck. He knew how to turn the crazy on. He amped it up to full blast for this guy. "Don't you fucking talk about her like that." "Who?" "The fucking redhead." Cobra slammed him against the wall, making a loud thud. Curious eyes from the reception area flitted his way. But at this point, he couldn't give a fuck. Mindless anger had taken over. Cobra needed to make this point so these guys never wondered again. So Travis never wondered again. "She's off limits." Cobra accented every word by slamming him against the glass. The buddy at his side tugged at his shoulder. "Dude. He works here," Douche's friend said. The weight room doors swung open, and a hand clamped down on Cobra's shoulder. Cobra didn't let go of the guy as Lex pulled him back. "Cobra. Let's work it out. Come on, man." "He fucking jumped me for no reason." The douchebag glared at him and stumbled away once Cobra released the neckline of his shirt. "We're fine," the friend said, guiding douchebag away. In a quieter voice he said, "Come on. Let's not get kicked out." "Your friend is smart," Cobra spat, not breaking his gaze. He straightened his back, balling his fists, which were ready to slam into the side of the guy's face. "Fucking talking like that around here. Learn to shut your mouth." Lex guided Cobra away, toward the cubbies. He draped an arm around Cobra's shoulders, keeping his voice low. "What did they do, bro? Everything cool?" Clarity returned to him in shreds. Adrenaline still pulsed through him. Dirty-ass mouths. Talking about General like that. Lex smirked, but he didn't say anything else. He looked through the glass wall, out to the reception area. Cobra followed his gaze. And there she was. His pretty redhead, big eyes full of curiosity and concern. Melanie stood at her side, mouth moving as she spoke. But all Red did was look at him. So much written in her gaze. It went deeper than concern. It told him that she was seconds away from coming after him herself. That it didn't matter what he'd said to her in the lounge. It didn't matter how far he tried to push her away. She was in it. For him. And that was a fucking shame. Because he couldn't return that to her. He'd gone too deep with this girl, and he needed to cut this shit out before it got worse. It wasn't even sex brain. They hadn't fucked, so how could it be? It was general brain. Breaking up fights is good, Lex said in a low, measured voice. But you can't go after dudes like that. Whatever. Melanie is gonna have to file a weight room incident report since she saw it go down, Lex went on, gripping him by the arms. Travis might have some questions. Let him fucking fire me. Cobra worked his jaw back and forth. I don't care. Because he didn't. Or rather, he wanted to not care, and the only way that would happen is if he just fucking ruined it already. Lex lowered his head. You're hot right now. I get it. He didn't leave Cobra's side as he paced. Like a good friend, or paid colleague since he still hesitated to use the word friend, Lex waited until Cobra cooled off before he left the weight room. Once Cobra gathered his things, Jen had disappeared. Good thing too. He needed to leave. Without fanfare, without issue, without any more feelings. Back at the apartment, both Clay and Tyler were up, gathered around the kitchen island, hovering over something. Cobra didn't say anything, just dropped his gym bag on the couch and went over there. Oh hey Kobe, Tyler said, jolting when Cobra brushed by him. A plate sat on the island between him and Clay, white powder spread across the surface. You want a snack? Cobra studied the plate. It had to be K. If it were Blow, they'd have beers out as well. It'll keep you mellow, Clay said when Cobra didn't immediately respond. And you need it, brother. Yeah. Stomping around here like a fucking bull these days, Tyler said, snorting. Makes me nervous sometimes, Clay added. Cobra narrowed his eyes. Why the fuck would it make you nervous? I don't know what you're gonna do. Clay threw up his hands defensively. You could fucking snap, you know. Like your old lady did. Cobra gritted his teeth. Yeah, well, we're not fucking, so I think you're fine. It was the only response he had, even after all these years. As long as we're not fucking, I won't kill you. It seemed to be the one rationalization that made sense. Crime of passion. It had to be true, because something had to be the reason why his mom killed his stepdad. So go on. Tyler offered him a rolled-up bill. Snort your snack. Cobra watched the proffered bill for a moment, and without deciding, without even realizing it, he accepted it and took a long, hard draw at the plate. The powder scorched through the back of his throat. The movement was fluid, born of muscle memory and nostalgia. Of saying fuck it and letting the pieces fall where they may. Like always. Attaboy Kobe, Tyler said. He sounded almost proud. Cobra rubbed at his forehead, lurching toward the couch. Tyler and Clay took their turns as Cobra sprawled out, finding a comfortable spot and letting the high settle in. Chapter 27. Cobra didn't show up to work for 2 days. 2 whole days. On the morning of the 3rd day, she couldn't keep pretending she didn't care, or that she was emotionally removed, or any of the other qualities that movies and books told her she needed to exhibit. She'd even texted him once the day before, unsurprised when he didn't respond. The deepest part of her worried that he had taken the leap and disappeared. Like she'd been fearing all along. Part of her deeply believed he would never sabotage his own career like that. The other, newer side of her, the one getting acquainted with the suspicions and wounds of the regular world, knew that nothing was off limits. It was Friday. Which meant that an entire weekend, an eternity, might go by without hearing from Cobra. Without knowing if he was still a part of her life, or if she should begin lamenting his loss now. She spent the afternoon at her desk, clicking between screens without accomplishing much. A wily idea percolated in her skull, one that she knew to be very wrong. Very bad. Probably illegal, given the strict rules Travis had set her up with regarding the business's information and records. But screw it. Desperate times called for desperate and braver measures. She wanted to check in on Cobra. So she would do it the only way left to her. Jen clicked over to the Employees tab of the accounting software. The long list of people stared back at her, a list that included janitors and trainers and marketing professionals and more. Travis's payroll. She knew that the software contained all the sensitive information necessary for accounting and government compliance. Travis had shown her once where to find addresses and numbers in the event of an emergency. Did this qualify as an emergency? She didn't want to think too hard about it, lest she talk herself out of the breach. She ran down every name once. And then a second time. There was no Cobra. Her stomach twisted. Of course, Cobra wasn't his given name. She knew plenty about pseudonyms. But how could she enact her plan if she didn't even know his real name? She nibbled on her bottom lip, combing through the list again, waiting for one to jump out at her. When the name didn't magically reveal itself, she started the process of elimination. Lexington Olivo and Travis Holt, easy. Gio Rediker, a part-time trainer she didn't see often. Hawk Romano, she couldn't recall his face, but she'd heard plenty about him. A fighter who'd lost a big match earlier in the year. She frowned, copied the names to a Word document to better pare it back. After taking out all the female names and scouring her memory for the rest of the weight room, training, MMA camp, and janitorial staff, 3 names remained. Brendan Yountz, Harold Pfeiffer, and Drew Sutton. Jen blew out a burst of air. She imagined Cobra as a Brendan, then as a Harold, then as a Drew. All of them somehow fit, but also didn't as Cobra's legal name. She looked at the addresses of each. Couldn't place a single street listed. And then she remembered the phone numbers. One employee had a cell listed, which didn't match Cobra's number. So that eliminated Drew. So that meant Cobra had to be a Brendan or a Harold. Jen tapped her finger on the desk as she thought about other ways to be a detective. This stuff didn't come easily to her. She didn't tend to poke or prod where she wasn't supposed to. The moralizing whine in the back of her head told her to keep her head down and let it go. This was wrong. This was spying. But before she could convince herself to drop it, one more idea occurred to her. She clicked through tabs, finding the pay stub information. Dates of issue, for as far back as she could find. Harold had been receiving paychecks from Holt Body for the last 2 years. Brendan, only 3 months. Jen nodded, her belly tightening with excitement. So Cobra was Brendan after all. She scribbled down his address. Time to make a house call. The late afternoon churned on in a formless blur. Once she was in her car and using the GPS to find Cobra's apartment, she realized she couldn't even recall leaving the gym or whether or not she'd said goodbye to anyone. Each mile she progressed, her belly twisted harder. Already, she knew Cobra would be mad. She expected that. He'd made it clear from the start that people didn't go to his house. And maybe it was her own morbid curiosity convincing her to turn his absence into an emergency. Maybe she was just desperate to see him. Maybe this was what falling in love felt like. Pure insanity. Melanie had made some reference to a movie called Fatal Attraction the other day. Something about a rabbit. Maybe Jen was already off the deep end, between Bunny and tracking down Cobra at his house. Jen missed the small entrance to a dilapidated apartment complex, so she had to make a lap around the block. Abandoned cars sat with hoods open, wheels missing. Weeds sprouted through cracks, and even though the sun shone strong, she still felt chilly here. Cobra's apartment complex had a wooden sign hung on the faded red brick, but no trace of the words remained. Instead, someone had spray-painted the word bitch in neon orange. Jen sat in her car for a few moments, gathering her courage. This looked like the type of place her father had warned her about. She felt it down to her bones. Now she saw Cobra didn't want her here. And maybe she shouldn't be here. But she hadn't come all this way for nothing. With a deep breath, she pushed her car door open and stepped outside, peering up at the building. The door pushed open, and a wild-haired woman stepped out, glaring at Jen immediately. "The fuck you looking at?" she muttered as she shuffled away into the parking lot. Jen rubbed damp palms on her black work shorts and hurried toward the door. Apartment 21F. She'd memorized his address, probably could recite it until the day she died. Inside the building, the smell of mold assaulted her. Bass thumped through distant walls in time with heated arguments and the smell of onions. She scanned the nearby doors, then hurried up the stairs. 21F, the last one on the left. She took a deep breath. And then she knocked. At first nothing happened. The same muted undertones from everywhere around her continued. She knocked again. Her stomach wrenched, and suddenly she had to pee. This had been a bad idea. She should never have come. No answer. She knocked one more time, more forcefully than before. Starting a slow count in her head, she gave herself until 10. And then she'd leave, tail between her legs. 1, 2, 3. Stomps sounded from behind the door. A low, guttural laugh. The door whipped open, and a man with spiky black hair stared out at her. His beard scruff was unkempt, and he looked like maybe he hadn't seen the outside world in days. His eyes widened when he saw General. Well, hello. You came to the right place, whatever it is. Jen stepped back instinctively. His eyes were bloodshot, and a strange smell seeped out of the apartment. Like old cooking oil and body odor. I'm looking for Cobra, she said, the words barely making it past her lips. His brows shot up. No shit. Is this part of the singing slutogram? He ordered. He stepped back to call into the apartment, allowing a glimpse of the living room. It was underwhelming, threadbare carpets, low lumpy couches, and an enormous television. Tyler, the guy went on, get your ass out here. We've got a visitor. Jen straightened. I'm looking for Cobra. A muffled voice from inside the apartment, and then the man in front of her said, some sexy redhead you clearly ordered for the gangbang. Jen's stomach tightened, and she gripped her purse. Something thudded from inside the apartment. Footsteps pounded for a moment, before Cobra bolted into the doorway. He grabbed his friend by the collar of his shirt. Shut your fucking mouth, Cobra snarled and pushed him away. He darted into the hallway and pulled the door shut behind him. Protest swelled behind the closed door. Cobra didn't move his hand from the knob. What the fuck are you doing? He hissed. Bloodshot eyes stared back at her, sending her stomach into a free fall. Her voice dried up. She had no idea anymore. I wanted to check on you, she whispered, searching his face, searching for any sign of the man who had pressed her to her desk and called her beautiful. You haven't been into work. I was worried. The door rattled behind him. His bicep flexed with the effort of keeping it shut. Come on, Kobe, wailed a roommate. We want to play too. Are they your friends? She asked. You need to leave, Cobra said. And there was no room for question there. Not even a hint of doubt. Finally, she was inclined to believe him. I need to make sure you're okay, she insisted. What she'd seen told her he was not okay. Why did he live here? Why were those weird men his friends? It only deepened the Grand Canyon-sized rift between their lives. Yeah, doing great. His nostrils flared. I'm walking you to your car. He turned and opened the door, issued a stern warning to the roommates inside, and then slammed it shut. Come on, he said, grabbing her by the elbow. Her gaze darted down his body, over the stained gray t-shirt, down the loose black workout shorts, all the way down to his bare feet. And somehow, seeing his bare feet drove it home. She'd intruded on him. No matter how he lived, it was his choice. And she'd butted in. I'm sorry, she blurted as he guided her down the steps, his footsteps falling softly. You weren't answering my texts. I could tell you were upset on Wednesday. And I just... Jen, you gotta learn to stop giving a damn. He pushed through the front door. The door clanged shut behind them. He searched the lot briefly before heading toward her car. I can't believe you fucking showed up here. You have no fucking idea. You don't belong here. And you better not pull this shit again. She blinked rapidly, fighting a wave of emotion threatening to turn into tears. God, she hated being reprimanded. It always took her back to her childhood. When she'd recited the Bible incorrectly. When she'd spoken out of turn. When she'd done anything too assertively, too aggressively. I can't, she said, her voice watery. I can't stop giving a damn. I care about you. He let go of her arm near her car and sighed heavily, rubbing at his face. How did you find out where I live? I looked in the system at work, she whispered. Finally, a grin cracked across his face. But it only lasted a second. I thought that shit was protected. It is. Jesus, General. Now you're hacking computers or something. She shook her head. This was important. You're important. His face hardened. No, I'm not. Now go. At least tell me if you're going to be at work on Monday. I don't know. She scoffed, throwing her arms up. Are you kidding me? Why would you just let this job go? Cobra looked over his shoulder, as if checking to make sure nobody watched them. He stepped closer then, lowering his voice. I'm not kidding. You need to leave. I don't want people to see you here. Why? It's not safe. And you live here? Cobra opened her driver's side door, pointing to the seat. Go. She watched him a moment longer, unwilling to let this be the way she left. So many questions remained. But she'd been pushy enough. Her brave reserves were spent. It was time to go home and crawl into her bed. Don't disappear, Cobra, she said softly. I want to see you again. His jaw worked side to side for a moment. Go, General. She huffed and sat inside the car. He shut her door before she could say another word. When she started the car, he headed back to the building, but must have thought better of it, because he turned around and came back. She rolled down her window, and he pressed his forehead to the doorframe, searing her with a look that made her tense but hopeful. I'll come over this weekend, he said. His voice had lost the razor edge. The anger had ebbed. Tomorrow. Maybe. Okay? She nodded, unable to fight the victorious smile. Now get the fuck out of here. He sent her a stern look, and she rolled her window up promptly. He watched her from the sidewalk as she pulled out, his dark chocolate gaze sending electricity through her even as she watched him through the rear-view mirror. Once she hit the highway, she finally relaxed. She wasn't sure if that had been a blazing success or failure. The only thing she knew was that she'd followed her gut. And that, more than anything, was the real success. Chapter 28. Cobra stared at the wall of produce. Shiny green bell peppers, gleaming long carrots. He'd come to the supermarket for a peace offering. But with so many options in front of him, and so many different ways to say I'm sorry, he wasn't sure where to begin. Vegetables seemed the best option. Red would like vegetables the best. He picked the shiniest bell pepper he could find, and a bunch of carrots with the tops still on. Then he added a bunch of kale, whatever the hell kale even was, and a lemon, topped off with a head of garlic. It still didn't seem like enough. She'd caught him with his pants down yesterday, showing up at his house like that. And he'd be lying if he said he hadn't replayed what he'd said to her damn near 1,000,000 times. That kept him up late last night per usual, along with the other hundreds of negative things coursing through his head. Truth was, part of him was touched. Nobody had ever sought him out. Nobody had ever checked in on him like that. He owed her a thank you, but he didn't know how to say it yet. So he'd shower her with gifts instead. As much as his meager disposable income would allow. He picked up a container of Bella mushrooms as well. It would be nice to make more stir-fry. She'd like that. On his way to check out, he scooped up a bouquet of white daisies. And then added a second bouquet in a pretty pink color. He would have bought her 10 bouquets if he had the money. When he knocked on her apartment door, she pulled the door open immediately, as if she'd been standing there pacing. The relief on her face nearly sent him to his knees. God, she fucking cared about him. That sent warmth trickling through him. The dangerous kind. Hi, Cobra. She stepped aside, waving him in. What's all this? Peace offering. He revealed the 2 bouquets he had hidden behind his back. She inhaled sharply. Ah. Thank you. She pushed up onto her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. He felt a dopey grin come on. She was the only one who could inspire that shit in him. So let's see, this is the second time you got me flowers, and you got me 2 bouquets this time. Does that mean that next time there will be 3? She looked over her shoulder as she carried the bouquets into the kitchen. Water ran, and then she was arranging them in a vase. He brought the bags in, setting them down on the island. Could be. You'll just have to find out. She sent him a private smile across the island. One that made his heart squeeze. He shouldn't be making it up to her like this, but he couldn't not do it either. Something about her made him want to go against the grain of his regular life. No matter how much friction it caused. I didn't think you'd come, Jen said quietly, arranging the flowers. Yeah, well. He rapped his knuckles on the island. I almost didn't. Figured. Yeah? She shrugged. I'm starting to learn how you do things. He narrowed his eyes. And how's that? She sent him another private smile. I can't give away my intel. I'm still gathering data. Well, I don't have you figured out. He slid onto the stool facing her. Thought I did. But little Miss Jenny surprised me. I'm not so mysterious, Jen said, coming around to sit on the stool next to him. He ran his knuckles over her cheek, unable to stop himself. Unable to do anything but admire her. I'm about the plainest, most open book there is. He shook his head. Not true. Oh yeah? What's so mysterious about me? He dropped his hand. Why you keep coming back for more? She didn't speak for a few moments. The silence stretched between them, both comfortable and pronounced. There's something about you that feels familiar, she finally said, jerking her gaze down to the island countertop. She swirled an invisible pattern there with her index finger. Something that I want to protect. Protect? He snort-laughed. Protect me? She jerked her head into a nod. This innocent, real-world virgin wanted to protect him. The irony made his head spin. I don't need anybody to protect me, he went on. That's not what I mean. She sighed, tipping her head back, as though searching for the explanation in the ceiling. There's something inside you that I want to protect. Like your spirit. She jerked her emerald eyes to find his, and suddenly he was rooted. He knew what she meant. His chest tightened. Well, thanks, was all he could say. She smiled so genuinely that his fingers twitched, wanting to take a picture of her. To remember the purity of her interest. The depth of her recognition of him. The way that she could reach parts of him that nobody had even come close to touching. You're really special. She reached for his hand, threading their fingers together. So are you, he said quietly. She tilted her head. We're special together. Know what's great about you? He dipped his gaze, shaking his head. You accepted me from day one, even though you thought I was an alien. A tiny laugh escaped past the boa constrictor grade tightness of his throat. It takes a really open heart to do that. And it's not just an open heart you have. You have an open future. You should show up to work on Monday. He watched as her creamy fingers brushed his rough, battered hand. The knobs of his knuckles, the cuts that betrayed the last 3 days in the sinkhole of his home. He'd taken a sabbatical, that's what Clay had gleefully called it, but really it had been more like a visit to an insane asylum. A visit that had thankfully been cut short. Because of her. Yeah. He swallowed a knot in his throat. I will, Red. Good. She squeezed his hand. I asked Travis where you were. He said you called in sick. He worked his jaw back and forth. He'd at least taken care to text the boss. That alone was leaps and bounds better than he used to do. Even though the certification paperwork had scared the literal shit out of him, he'd still left the door open to stay at Holt Body Fitness. The why he couldn't say. I'll need a doctor's note or something, Cobra said, rapping his knuckles against the counter. I don't know where to get one. Jen hummed as she thought. Why don't you tell Travis you didn't see a doctor? Like, you had a really sudden illness. Food poisoning. What about that? Cobra shrugged. Worth a shot, I guess. Jen looked so excited he didn't have the heart to tell her it didn't matter. The certification paperwork would be the death blow to his stint at Holt Body. You didn't skip work for 2 days because I asked you to Thanksgiving, Jen asked, right? He shook his head. Nah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Thanksgiving at someone's house sounds like a drag. But I wouldn't skip work over it. She smiled, but it faded fast. So why did you skip? You already know. Food poisoning. Jen frowned. I mean for real. Cobra sighed. Red, it's too early to get this heavy. Let's have some fun first at least. Hope sparked in her eyes. Okay. What do you want to do? Cobra racked his brain for the most opposite thing he could imagine. The type of activity that Red would suggest if she weren't so eager to receive him at her apartment. The type of thing that he knew would make her light up like a firecracker. Let's check off another item on your list. He knew exactly where to start. I think it's time to go scream fuck off a mountain. Chapter 29. Cobra and Jen took turns screaming fuck into the golden sunset over Los Angeles until their throats were raw. At first, when people wandered by, Jen clammed up, claiming she didn't want to be vulgar. But after a while, Cobra convinced her to throw all her fucks to the wind. Her auburn hair moved in the breeze as she threw her head back and laughed. He wrapped his arms around her, bringing her back flush against his chest. She fit against him like a puzzle piece. One he'd known was missing, but had forced himself to not look for. He pressed his mouth to the back of her head as they stood there, swaying, looking out over the distant buildings of downtown LA. He knew better than this. Relishing sweet moments like this with a sweetheart like Jen, they didn't belong to a man like him. But it was hard to pull away. Impossible, actually. Got all your fucks out? He asked, looking down at her. A dimple flashed as she smiled up at him. Her face radiated joy. Like looking at a child playing in the rain. But she was all woman too. She might have started out green, but she was ripening up now. All of them and then some, she said. This is so nice, Cobra. Can we never leave? Sure. He surveyed the outcrop they stood on, her hips pressed to the steel railing so they didn't topple off the edge of the outlook. We'll buy a tent and stay here. Until the cops kick us out, I guess. She giggled. God, he'd never get tired of hearing that angelic laugh. And even that would be fine. I need to get arrested once, I suppose. It's not all it's cracked up to be. You've been arrested? He shrugged. Here and there. Geez, Cobra. She ran her fingertips over the length of each finger in turn, like tracing the pattern of him. There's nothing you haven't done. He smirked. Nah, there's plenty I haven't done. Trust me. Name one thing. He groaned, burying his face in her hair again. The silky threads calmed him. He never wanted to leave this spot, she was right. Let's not play this game. Come on. Name one thing. He sighed loudly, then brought his lips to the shell of her ear. Fine. I've never gone to church. She stopped swaying, twisting back to look him in the eye. Seriously? Disbelief etched itself deep in her face. His stomach gave a warning twist. This might have not been the right place to start with the confessions. Maybe it would make her change her mind about him. Maybe he was testing to see if she'd accept him anyway. Yep. Do you want to go? He shrugged. Not really. She turned back to the sunset, smoothing her hands over top of his. They resumed the slow sway, and then finally she said, yeah. Me neither anymore. Haven't you been to church every day for your entire life? Basically. So why not anymore? This time Jen sighed. I don't know if it's right for me. I'm having a crisis. Yeah, I saw that when you borrowed the infidelity of the Bible at the library. She laughed, swatting at him. Don't judge my book choices. Not judging. He hid his grin in her hair, cinching her tighter against him. Just saying. A few moments of comfortable, perfect silence passed. True silence. The kind that calmed the maelstrom that roared almost 24/7 in his head. When Jen spoke, it startled him. "Do you believe in God?" She tilted her head to look up at him, crystalline honesty shining in her eyes. He stopped swaying. His stomach turned into a stone. "No, General, I don't." She frowned and looked back out over the cityscape. But he could tell that he'd disappointed her. A heaviness settled between them. One that felt like he'd stepped in wet sand. "You're the first person I've met who doesn't," she said quietly. "Well, I think there are a lot more of us in the world." She surged forward suddenly, disconnecting herself from the warm seal of their bodies. She exhaled loudly, turning to him with a bright face. "I know what we need to do now." The dopey grin returned. He could feel the silly curve of his lips. "What?" She leaned close, pressing her lips to his while she mumbled, "I want to smoke weed." "You're shitting me." She shook her head softly, so it didn't break the brush of their lips. "Nope. I want to." He clutched her by her lower back, bringing their bodies back together. The warmth of her against him was a relief. "So I'm the bad influence, huh?" "Maybe." She tilted her head, the late sunset hue glinting off her pale skin, making her glow. Like the angel she was. "Or maybe I've been a bad influence in hiding all along." Cobra pressed his forehead to hers. "Naughty. I've been waiting my whole life to be naughty." "And will you be naughty forever now?" She smiled but didn't look amused. "Until I move back home, I suppose." Jen turned then, confronting the sunset once more, allowing Cobra to fall deep into her words. "Until I move back home." He'd never considered the possibility that she'd go back to that. To the people who had driven her away. And if she went back to them, what did that mean for him? "Let's go," Cobra said, tugging at the belt loop of her jeans. "Our parking meter is probably up by now." They walked down the dusty path in silence, and Cobra fought to keep his anxieties at bay. They'd put a time limit on this thing, whatever it had become. But even so, once 3 months were up, he'd counted on her still being around. Accessible. Available. Any thought to the contrary sent a cold fear snaking through him. One he didn't even want to think about, much less confront. Back at Jen's apartment, she led him straight into her bedroom. She shut the door behind him with a determination that he didn't dare test. "Okay," she said, resting her hands on her hips. "I'm ready for toking." He smirked. "That's not exactly what you say when you want to smoke up." She sighed, throwing herself onto her bed. "I would say I want to learn how to say it, but I have a feeling this will be my first and last time trying it." Cobra dug out the tiny pipe and stash he had buried in his back pocket. Easing onto the bed next to her, she watched him like a med student studying a surgery. "What's that?" she said, pointing at the slender one-hitter he had in his hand. "The pipe." He packed a little bit of already ground weed into the end. "This is what we smoke out of." She snorted. "No way. Have you ever smoked anything before?" She shook her head. "Okay then. This is gonna feel weird." He held it up so she could see. "And it might hurt your throat a little. But watch." He flicked the lighter and brought the slender end of the pipe to his lips. He took a curt inhale, held the smoke and met her gaze as he let the wisps escape his mouth in a slow, controlled exhale. "Do I have to do it just like that?" Inhale. Hold. And exhale. He passed it to her, butterflies in his belly like his first time all over again. She took the lighter from him and then the pipe. "I don't know," she murmured. Jen flicked the lighter and then again. It didn't light. "I'll do it," he offered. She nodded, lifting the pipe toward her face. Then he brought the flame to the end. She furrowed her brow, scowling at the pipe, and brought her lips up to the edge. But she faltered. "Inhale," he said. She rounded her lips around the tip, and then shied away again. "Come on. It's ready." She dove back in, taking a deep inhale like he'd instructed. But she must have rallied every last ounce of courage because she hit the pipe hard. The tip burned white hot for a moment. And then mere seconds later, Jen coughed. Coughed so hard a lung might have come up. Cobra hadn't heard anyone cough like that since he was 14. He lunged for the glass of water at her bedside, offering it between gasps. Jen chugged the water, and the coughing subsided. She flopped back onto the bed. "You okay?" He propped himself up on an arm, peering down at her. She stared at the ceiling, her porcelain skin more beautiful than normal in the golden hue of the bedroom. She was about to get high. "Yeah." Her voice came out a croak. She blinked slowly, her fingers drifting up to find his forearm. Her mouth parted, but she froze there, like a thought had gotten stuck on its way up. "You sure?" His gaze drifted down the olive-green shirt tied in a knot right at her belly button. He dragged his fingers over the slice of skin visible, then over the belt loops of her light denim shorts. "Yeah." She sounded dreamy. Distant. Her gaze cut to him, and she froze there. And then she giggled. Cobra smirked. "Here we go. What's so funny?" Jen giggled again, covering her mouth with her hands. Her whole body rocked with laughter. "I don't know." Cobra lay on the bed beside her, staring up at the ceiling. His own high was subtle. But he'd been smoking for so many years, weed for him felt more like background noise. Something he could smoke and not notice, and still go about his day. "I think you're high," he said. She snorted and then broke into more laughter. She rolled onto her side, burying her face in his shoulder. "Oh my God, everything is so funny," she wailed. "Man, I miss those days of smoking weed." He scooped his arm around her, bringing her into the crook of his shoulder. She snuggled up to him, sighing contentedly. "You're not giggling like a freak," she said. "Why's that?" "Red, weed for me is like blood." "Like weed instead of blood?" She had that tone in her voice like he'd just blown her mind. It made a laugh erupt out of him. "Like, are you fucking serious right now, man?" he joked in the classic stoner voice. "There's a meme for how high you are right now. I'll find it later." She giggled again, burying her face in his side, which tickled his upper ribs. He jerked, snorting. "Damn, Red. What are you, a gopher?" That set off another round of laughs. "A gopher," she wheezed. "Like, what if I used to be a gopher, and you used to be a gopher? Is that some past life shit?" She inhaled sharply. "That makes sense though. If you really think about it." His cheeks hurt from smiling. "Yeah. Sure. I mean, if you say so." She rolled onto her belly, pushing up onto her forearms. Her eyes were wide. "No, but seriously." She gathered a fistful of his shirt, as though this would force him to understand her. "Like rodents?" His body shook as he tried to contain his laughter. "Yeah?" Her amazed gaze drifted away, and then she dissolved into another fit of laughter. It only grew stronger, until she was shrieking with laughter and shaking her head. Finally she screeched. "I don't even know what I'm laughing at. But I can't stop." Cobra dissolved into laughter alongside her. It didn't even matter. Fact was, they were laughing together. It was the together part that clinched it for him. Chapter 30. Hours drifted by this way, caught in the sweet sticky web of laughter and jokes and complete unhinged bullshitting. Cobra had never felt so damn free. Or light. Or happy. The hangout sesh moved to the kitchen, where the two fell into an elaborately slow dinner prep. Every move was tempered with a joke or a break to snort laugh. Jen could barely cut the bell pepper straight. Mushrooms popped out from Cobra's grip and tumbled across the kitchen. When Jen opened the bag of rice too hard, rice flew everywhere. She even found a piece in Cobra's hair, which of course made them laugh harder. They fed each other slightly scorched pieces of bell pepper and chicken, while sitting cross-legged on the couch facing each other. Shit like this was nice. No, it was more than nice. It made his heart hurt. Made him start to believe it could stay a regular thing, which was maybe the worst part of it all. Cobra asked if she wanted to smoke again while they ate. She agreed, and she hit the pipe one more time with less coughing and sputtering afterward. When she returned to her food, she moaned appreciatively. I don't think we've ever made anything so tasty before. That's a stoner secret, Red. He forked a piece of chicken into his mouth. Weed makes everything taste better, even if it's half burnt. So, do you smoke before every meal? Nah. I used to smoke a lot. Now it's just when I'm with someone who wants to. Like me. A giggle rippled out of her. Oh no, the giggles are coming back. A few racked her body, and she pressed her index finger beneath her nose, like blocking a sneeze. When it passed, she sighed, popping a piece of broccoli into her mouth. This is fun. I see why people smoke. You think you ever will again? She shrugged. Maybe with you. But not anyone else. I don't think it would be as fun with anyone else. He fought the warmth that spread through him. Because he didn't deserve that designation. Ah, come on. Smoking is fun with anyone. Yeah, but stuff is more fun with you. The innocence behind her words made him avert his gaze. They'd finished eating, so he took their bowls to the sink. When he came back, Jen watched him with a dreamy look on her face. Can we go back to my bed? I'm kinda tired. A small voice inside him urged him to dip now. Just go home. He'd spent too much time with her. Gotten too close. Going to her bed now would only sweeten the pot. Make it that much harder to end this thing when the time came. But he couldn't stay away. Not today, at least. Maybe he deserved one long, sweet, uninterrupted reverie with her. Yeah. Let's go lay down. They wandered down the hallway hand in hand, as if they were venturing forward into the unknown on a romantic date, and not inside the familiar surroundings of her apartment. Jen filled his vision. The face that would forever be etched into his heart. The sweetness that made him ache. The trust that she had for him, so monumental and undeserved he didn't even know where to begin. She climbed onto the bed first and he followed suit, spooning her automatically. A plan they'd made without even speaking. She snuggled into him, the heat of her reassuring. He pressed a kiss to her shoulder, registering the firm squeeze in his chest. It was official. He didn't ever want to leave her side. He swallowed a knot in his throat and lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. They needed something to temper the gulping swallow of silence. That was when his mind had free rein to run rampant. Even Jen at his side might not combat that. I'm gonna play some music, he whispered, careful not to break her trance. She looked caught between worlds, half awake but still present. She nodded, and he swiped through his phone, settling on an artist halfway between hip-hop and house music. The sultry bass line filled the room. She sighed, tossing an arm over her eyes. This is amazing. Another stoner secret, he said, propping himself on an elbow. Music and weed go pretty fucking great together, too. You stoners have all the secrets to life then, huh? A few. He ran his fingers along the length of her arm, then laced his fingers through hers. You might have the rest of them. So together, she said, voice slow and dreamy, we have them all. He pressed his lips to her shoulder. Together. A word he didn't even like to think about. He didn't belong together with anybody. Not anyone beyond Clay and Tyler. The only people who knew where he came from. Why he was so fucked up, and would accept him anyway. Cobra stayed silent, letting his eyes drift shut as the music played on. Nobody spoke for a long time. He fell into a deep trance, equal parts napping and ruminating. Thoughts drifted around in his head, new ideas for sketches, old conversations, the perfection of Jen at his side. When she spoke, he couldn't figure out if minutes or hours had passed since they'd lain down. Hey Cobra? Yeah? Why do you live with those guys if you don't like them? The question came like a punch in the gut. I like them fine. But you wouldn't even let me in the door. They're not always nice. So why do you live with them? He swallowed. We've been friends for a long time. I met them when I went through some bad shit. They'd all been in the same foster home together. And the three of them had escaped together, too. Started selling drugs together. Found an apartment together. Entered adulthood together. They were there for me. And we sorta grew up together. He that walks with wise men shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed. That's from the Bible. Yeah, I figured that. What do you think about it? He stared at the ceiling. He thought she had a point. But he didn't know how to make her understand. A guy like me doesn't have a lot of options. It was the only thing that made sense to say. Because it was true, and because it was easier that way. You have a great option at the gym, she said, her voice diaphanous and distant. So why would you run away from that? This marked the umpteenth time she'd come back to this point. She wasn't going to let it go. And maybe admitting this part about himself might help her get the picture. Part of it, at least. The gym won't ever keep me on as a trainer, he said, his throat gravelly and dry, because I won't pass the trainer exam. But you haven't even taken it. He squeezed his eyes shut. I don't have the requirements to even take it. She stayed quiet for a long time. I don't follow. I never graduated from high school. And I never went to college. So I'm disqualified, General. I can't even fucking try. Her chest rose and fell, eyelashes brushing the tops of her cheeks. If he didn't know better, he'd think she was sleeping. Can't you go for one of those diploma programs? It's been too long. I probably wouldn't pass. You're smarter than most high school graduates, she countered. You're smarter than I am, and I even got my diploma through my homeschooling program. You're smarter than most college kids. You're just saying that because you like me, he whispered into her ear. She grinned but didn't open her eyes. I do. I like you so much. He rested his chin on her shoulder, watching her. He'd drawn her multiple times by now, but his fingers itched for another depiction. She was the best subject matter. I like you too, Red. Like seemed like a pitiful understatement. But he couldn't go farther than that. You're gonna make some guy really happy someday. A ridge formed in her brow. Her throat bobbed again, but she didn't open her eyes. Her voice came out a hoarse whisper. Why can't that guy be you? Here it was. The beating heart of the matter. This he couldn't admit to. It would send her running. Ruin the times they had shared. Make her see him as a freak. His past had solidified into an immutable version of himself. Like a statue. Memorializing his dark past, Cobra, the fucked up guy with a murderer mother, orphaned and alone, uneducated and undeserving. Cobra flopped onto his back, studying the ceiling as if the words he should use might be written there. What else was there to say? I don't deserve you. Not even a little bit. Her eyes snapped open and she pushed herself up, searching his face. I don't get it. How can you not deserve me? You're too good for me. He held her gaze, even though it hurt. This was the truest damn thing he'd ever said. You're pure light, General, and I'm? He shook his head. I'm the shit that nightmares are made out of. You haven't been a nightmare, she murmured. Not for a second. You're like a dream. Don't say that. It's true. The ridge of her brows returned. Meeting you has been a dream. More than a dream. A fantasy one never knew could become real. 100 ways to negate her words came to mind. But he kept his mouth shut. She'd only come back with more justification, and he didn't want to hear that. I know family is technically blood and all that, she went on, but sometimes I think you and Sophie are as important to me as family. His chest tightened, confirming the reality. She was far too deep. And maybe he was too. He should have bowed out of this weeks ago. So what am I? He croaked. Your brother? A dazzling smile spread across her face. The kind that made him want to throw everything else in his life away, just for a chance to be with her. You can't have sex with your brother, he teased. You're like my. She shook her head. Never mind. But you're still family. What am I? A flush crept up her neck. Nothing. Say it, Jenny. She rolled her lips inward. For the sake of the metaphor, you'd be like my husband. The word punctured him at the same time it soothed. He'd never be anyone's husband. Yet. Which means for the sake of the metaphor, we should be having sex by now. A giggle rippled out of her. Easy there, hubby. The joking pet name didn't bother him as much as he expected. But still, it pointed at the problem once more. He ran his knuckles along her jawline. Let the silence settle, thick and restorative, before he continued speaking. I'm serious. You can't be with someone like me. These were the words he told himself every day. To remind himself. To make it true. Even if you think I'm family. Her eyes fluttered shut. I don't get it. You deserve someone so much better. Someone who went to school. Someone who wants kids. Someone who at least believes in God. Her voice was so small he almost didn't catch it. But I want you. He squeezed his eyes shut. So he didn't have to see the hurt on her face. General, I'm nobody. That's what you don't get. When he opened his eyes again, she watched him as if he'd spoken in a foreign language. Don't talk to me like I don't see the world around me. I might be sheltered, but I'm not an idiot. I didn't say you were. I'm not blind. I see your greatness. I see your beauty. I see your goodness. Cobra scoffed, ready to refute her, but she barreled on. Love must be sincere. Hate what is evil, cling to what is good. That's Romans chapter 12 verse 9. Cobra, you are good. Her words hit him like a scalpel, making an incision. Precise, painful, but with the promise of cutting out something tumorous. That's why I want to bring you home to meet my family for Thanksgiving. She laced her fingers through his. You look different than we do, but you have a purer heart than any of us. He didn't know which was heavier, her request or her belief in him. He rubbed at his forehead. You'd really like it if I went? She squeezed his hand. It would make my year. Inside he wilted. When she put it like that, how could he say no? The simple fact that she believed in him, however wrong she was about him, made him feel guilty enough to agree. Plus it's on my list, she added. He heaved a sigh, searing her with a look. She batted her eyelashes, looking hopeful. Okay. There. He'd done it. He'd completely sold out. I'll go. For you. Jen squealed with excitement. And though part of him was horrified he'd agreed, the other part would have done anything to inspire that look in her eyes as often as humanly possible. Chapter 31. Jen awoke with a start, the blue-gray rays of early dawn filling her room. Still dressed. Cotton-mouthed. And Cobra. Lying at her side. Her heart raced, though she didn't know why. The bedside clock read 5:01 a.m. He spent the night. She rubbed at her eyes, suddenly itchy from the clothes. Itchy and something else. Desperate. Eager. Insatiable. She unbuttoned her shirt until it hung open, and gently removed it. Then she unfastened her bra, tossing it to the ground. As Cobra breathed softly beside her, she wriggled out of her shorts, discarding them as well. Her heart hammered between her ears. This was new for her. And bold. But it felt too right. She hesitated, hands on her panties. There was no way Cobra would object to waking up next to her, totally nude. He might even love it. And all she wanted to do right now on this bleary morning was go all the way home. She cupped his face in her hands and kissed him over and over again, pouring her heart out through the kisses. This man had her heart. She couldn't say it yet, but he had to feel it. It was evident all around them, their agreement be damned. In the kisses. In the way they'd made love. In the ways that they explored life together. In the way that life seemed to have so much more in store for them. 3 months had been a launch pad. Cobra would see it for himself soon enough. Because he had to see that she'd given him the most sacred part of herself. Not her virginity. her future. Chapter 32. Life tumbled forward, an unending conveyor belt of laughter and sensual sex, in so many homemade meals Cobra forgot to go to Burger King for a week straight. When he finally returned to his apartment, Clay sent him a look so ominous he might as well have been auditioning for a horror flick. Was about to rent out your room. Clay's voice came out flat as a board. Cobra scoffed. Why would you do that? I pay my fucking rent. He didn't break his stride to his bedroom. The door hung open in a way that suggested either Clay or Tyler had been inside there. He stood in the center of his dingy room, looking around. And that's when he noticed it, the money bag stuffed under his mattress. Peeking out like it had been taken out and then stuffed back. He dove for it. He'd been accumulating these savings like the drip of a cavern stalactite, painfully slow but with promise. And Cobra had worked hard to make sure these assfucks didn't know about it. He tore it open. Bills still lined the inside. He thumbed through the rumpled 20s. Counted it once. Then again. Then a third time. His hands shook as he shoved the bag under his bed again. He'd been able to stash almost $500. Free and clear money. The most he'd ever been able to set aside since forever. And now he counted only 100. Rage trickled through him hot and restless. Did you fuckwads steal my money? He filled his doorframe, not wanting to take even a step farther. If he did, he'd pummel Clay's face in. Confusion made slow, stupid steps across Clay's face. I'm sorry. You or Tyler were in my room. Did you take my money? Clay's gaze hardened to obsidian. Don't know what you're talking about. Condescension dripped from his words. Sorry, buddy. Cobra stalked across the living room and tore the PlayStation controller out of Clay's hands. He threw it across the room so hard it shattered into pieces. I said, Cobra grabbed him by the collar of his Lakers t-shirt. Did you take my fucking money? Get the fuck off me, asshole, Clay snarled and shoved Cobra. Hard. But he couldn't make Cobra budge. Not with all the training he had under his belt now. Give me back my money. I don't fucking have it. And now you owe me, you fucking idiot, Clay said, fear ringing in his voice. Tyler. Come tell him we don't have his fucking money. Tyler's bedroom door swung open a moment later, and he came out. Come on. Break it up. What the fuck is this? You both fucking robbed me, Cobra said. Tyler pulled at his shoulder, and something inside him snapped. Cobra swung, his fist connecting with Tyler's jaw. His roommate wailed, stumbling backward. Fuck. What the hell is wrong with you? Clay shoved at Cobra, capitalizing on the sting of regret, as Cobra's attention shifted to Tyler, nursing his hurt jaw. Clay got a punch into Cobra's gut, and then again on his ribs. By the time Cobra reacted, Clay had him pinned to the ground. You've been acting like a fucking nut job ever since you started at that gym. Something crazed shone in his eyes. Cobra saw all of the twisted years of their past reflecting back on him. Tyler stumbled forward, pinning Cobra's wrists to the ground. Cobra struggled, but Clay sat firmly on top of him. We need to knock some sense back into you. Where's our brother? Cobra knew what came next. He struggled against Clay, but as much as he fought the weight on top of him, Tyler kept him pinned by the hands. On either side of him, the couch and coffee table kept him closed in at the sides. His stomach knotted. This is us helping you, Clay said, his voice strained. We miss the Kobe who used to do shit with us. Who fucking ran our pickups for us. Now you're never here. And what the fuck good is a roommate who's never here? You're both fucked up, Cobra spat. No. We just miss you. We miss the old you. Clay laughed strangely, and then his face darkened. He looked at Tyler, then nodded. And you deserve this. After the way you've been treating us. It's like you don't even appreciate what we've done for you all these years. You're an ungrateful fuck. Like your mom. Clay, Cobra said, tugging at his wrists while Clay reached around for something. Panic cinched his chest. Their friendship had always been toxic, but what would brewing resentment breed? Stop it. Whatever the fuck this is, you need to stop. Don't worry, Clay insisted. We'll make sure to balance things out. He pulled out a baseball bat, the metallic SH wick like a knife blade as it slid against the coffee table. Hold him tight. Tyler's grip tightened, and Cobra pinched his eyes shut as Clay raised the bat. It connected with his shoulder first, a wrenching blow that sent hot pain screaming through his arms. Cobra couldn't even cry out before the next blow fell. His side. Another one, his chest. The air emptied out of him, and he threw his head back, unable to scream, unable to even fight back. This motherfucker might kill me. The thought ran like a marquee as the blows continued. And then Clay pulled back, bat poised to strike again. This is what brothers do, he said, something sardonic on his face. You deserved it. And now things will be better. Clay brought the bat down hard on his head, the sickening crack the last thing Cobra heard before his world went black and fuzzy. Cobra didn't have to be to work until Monday, which meant the next 2 days were spent convalescing on the couch. Clay and Tyler brought him bags of ice and smoked him up like the creepiest type of nurses. Every word they spoke sounded lighter, somehow gleeful. Maybe Clay had been right. Maybe this would restore the balance between them. Maybe Cobra deserved it. He'd swerved too far out of his lane and now things could proceed as normal. In the history of their friendship, shit like this was sort of normal. Cobra thought a lot about it as he nursed his bruised ribs and swollen face. Maybe not baseball bat to the head dramatic, but this situation, in some enactment, dotted their history like broken bulbs on an old strand of Christmas lights. It wasn't pretty, but it was part of the landscape. They were 3 fucked up guys. This was how fucked up guys got their shit in order. Cobra knew by now that regular people wouldn't understand. No use trying to explain. Which is why he'd been prepping what he would actually say when he showed up to work on Monday. Convincing Travis and the rest of the staff would be easy. Street fight, bar fight, some variation there would suffice. Travis wouldn't love it, but fuck him if he said anything. Really, he worried about General. She'd see right through any excuse he threw her way. The two of them were like starry-eyed lovers since last weekend at her place. And not being with her while he recuperated almost hurt worse than his bruised and battered body. On Monday morning, he could keep his shit together enough to hobble into work. It hurt less to walk, but his face looked like shit. A nasty black eye had blossomed, all purple and dark. Lex pulled him aside the second he stepped into the weight room. What is this? He gestured to Cobra's face, his black eyebrows wrought into a hard line. I got into a fight, Cobra said. Yeah. And lost. Lex jerked his head toward the weight room door he'd just come through. Let's go to the locker room. I can help this situation. Cobra followed him, nostrils flared as he regulated his breath against the swell of pain in his ribs. If Clay had busted one, then there wasn't much he could do other than grin and bear it. It would take time and a few excuses. Nothing he couldn't handle. Lex remained quiet as he led the way to the men's locker room. He tugged open his locker, revealing a little glass bottle. You gotta cover this shit up, boy. Lex swiped some flesh-colored cream onto his thumb, then dabbed it onto Cobra's face. Cobra reeled back, laughing a little. You my makeup artist now. Lex smirked. I'd sock you right now, but I'd probably hurt you. He fell quiet for a few moments as he smeared the concealer into Cobra's skin. Cobra winced. I keep this on hand for the Series 1 film with Travis. Who got ya? Cobra jerked his head. Nobody worth mentioning. Lex frowned. Travis doesn't like this shit in here. He'll let it slide once, but you push it too far and he'll cut you loose. A strange cocktail of emotions surfaced. His knee-jerk reaction was impassivity. That structured defeatism that lurked in the corners everywhere, always. Getting fired could be better for him. Shit at home would calm down. He could continue forward even-keeled and listless. Changing nothing would be easier. But then anxiety crept in. He didn't want to be cut loose. Not really. It was kind of a one-off, Cobra muttered. Hope so. Lex screwed the lid back on the bottle of concealer and set it on the locker shelf. Now be real with me. You liking it here? Cobra rubbed the back of his neck, ignoring the flinch of pain as he extended his arm. Yeah. Why? Lex shut the locker door softly. You missed a bunch of work a couple weeks ago. Now this. I don't want to see you get pulled out of here. Cobra snorted like the idea was absurd, but on the inside he reeled. How did Lex know? And how much did he know? Pulled out by what? The street. Drugs. I dunno. Whatever it is that you fuck around with. Lex took a measured breath, his chocolate eyes searing through him. I don't know your whole story, but I feel like I do. You know what I mean. Cobra shrugged. Nobody knew his whole story. Except Clay and Tyler. Mine would probably surprise you. Lex laughed softly, but there wasn't humor on his face. Listen. Stick it out. Get your certification. Once you get the trainer status, shit gets easier. I promise. You get your own clients, and it's like a whole new world. Cobra nodded, averting his gaze. That trainer certification really did sound nice. But the shit he'd get from Clay for going back for his GED, the stress of studying and showing up, it already exhausted him. We'll see. He couldn't commit to more. Lex gripped his shoulders in response. Cobra winced. We'll see. That better turn into a fuck yeah, or I'll be the next one to beat your ass. Cobra laughed weakly. Oh yeah? You think you could get a punch in? Lex smirked. You're lucky you're bruised, or else I'd show you now. Guess I lucked out today then. Cobra's cheek twitched with the effort of keeping up the facade. The darkness invaded him quickly. And this time, he couldn't keep the thought from spilling out. I don't get why you care so much. About me. Lex's smile fell. Are you serious? You're like a little brother to me. You saved my life. And I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure you make it as far as possible. Cobra nodded, turning away. The unexpected jolt of tenderness made his chest hurt. If this was brotherhood, then it looked a hell of a lot different than what he'd been sharing with Clay and Tyler all these years. Lex wasn't gonna beat him with a baseball bat for acting out. He'd corner him in the locker room instead. The difference made his head spin. And between Lex and Jen, there were too many damn feels in his life. He wasn't used to the loving, caring. Lex shoved him playfully, and Cobra sucked on his teeth, shooing him away. Get the fuck off me now. Your sappiness is gonna stain my shirt. Lex cackled, and Cobra couldn't fight the grin. A brother. Unexpectedly, earning one felt like a blessing. And the fact that he could even think in terms of blessings showed that he'd been hanging around Jen too damn much. But for now, maybe that's all that mattered. Letting Lex care about him. Letting Jen in. Not fighting it. Accepting the fact that there were two people in his life who actually gave a damn about him. Because at the very least, the two of them canceled out Clay and Tyler. Maybe that was better than it had always been. Chapter 33. Cobra's work week was cut short because of Thanksgiving. An extra day off. Everyone who worked at the gym buzzed with excitement. Except for Jen and Cobra. For her, this formerly favorite holiday felt a lot like mandatory volunteer service. Committed to show up, do the task, and then slink out as soon as her conscience would allow. She wouldn't be doing it if Mary hadn't asked. It wasn't that she didn't want to see her family, she did. She missed them terribly, and the past 3 months away had felt more like a year. But the unknown of what came next, after Thanksgiving dinner, after the questions, after the disapproving looks, had her worried. Cobra had shown up to work earlier that week with a black eye the size of Montana. Her family would freak. And furthermore, she needed to be careful to not let any of these new vocabulary words slip out. Fuck had to go back into the vault, fudge must reign supreme. Pussy, cock, and shit most definitely couldn't come out to play. Neither would ghosting, toking, or YOLO. It might be better if she kept her mouth shut. She and Cobra had decided to drive north as soon as work got out on Wednesday. They'd clocked in with bags packed. Reluctance rolled off Cobra as they headed for his car under the late afternoon sun, which blazed orange-red with the golden hour. The sun set so early in the fall, they'd make the majority of their drive in the dark. I think we're all set. She shut the trunk gently, their bags safely stowed inside, and squinted up at Cobra. You still want me to drive your car? Cobra nodded, but he didn't smile. He pinched her elbow though, a good sign. She nibbled on her lip as she slid into the driver's seat. She'd offered to drive since her own car was in the shop. 4 hours north to her parents' house. And then the grand, unexpected hello. Ooh, what's this? She pointed at a flashy touchscreen stereo. Lime green letters scrolled "What up, bitches" on the screen as they piled into the car. New stereo? He shrugged, but she caught a hint of pride in his eyes. Yeah. Thought I'd get something new for my old girl. It was on sale. He wet his bottom lip, looking at her. Excellent purchase. The fact that Cobra had splurged on something for himself made her absolutely giddy, though she couldn't exactly say why. They buckled up, and Jen started the car. Cobra didn't talk much as she pulled out of the Holt parking lot. As the blinker ticked softly, she worked up the courage to ask the question that had been burning inside her all day. Do you still want to do this? Cobra smirked. Do you really want me to answer that? Jen sighed. I think that's my answer. I can drop you off at your apartment. Cobra's face darkened. No, General, I'm going. Are you sure? I told you I would. She nodded, relaxing slightly. But whatever relief she found through Cobra's assurance was replaced by doubt of how this unannounced homecoming might unfold. You can love a place but not want to be there. Sophie's words churned inside her as she drove through the mid-afternoon crush of Angelinos. What would she find after over 3 months away? Cobra took charge of music in navigating them out of the city. His brooding presence at her side both distracted and reassured. Cobra was an anchor that she'd never realized her ship was missing. But more than that too. He was her guide. Her protector. Friend. Lover. Once they broke out of the city limits, the tension in the car dissipated. Maybe it was because they'd escaped the crush of vehicles and pollution, but something had shifted. Now it felt like a bona fide road trip, kind of like planes, trains, and automobiles, which she'd seen for the first time last month. Hopefully with less mishaps. Gas is getting low, Cobra said while he adjusted knobs, searching for a new station outside of LA city limits. She smirked. Thanks. I'll pull over soon. He sent her a private smile. Just trying to help. An ad for teeth whitening came into crisp focus on the radio. Cobra frowned and kept flipping. After a few more tries, he sighed and left the radio on some pop music station. He ran a hand through his hair. Hey, you mind if I smoke? You mean weed? He jerked his head into a nod, staring out the windshield. I don't care. But I thought you only smoked with people, and I can't smoke before I go see my family again. Yeah. Ah. He dug in his pocket, revealing a small baggie of weed. This is kind of different. How so? Meeting your folks and all that. He bent his neck as he packed his little pipe. Kinda calls for some extra help. Cobra smoked quickly, blowing the fragrant puffs out the window. A calm had descended within the car. She glanced over at him. I didn't realize it would make you so nervous. He raked his fingers through his hair over and over again, like petting himself. It seemed to help. I can't even say how many years it's been since I've been around anybody's parents. Not even your own. The question flew out of her mouth before she could stop it. But she didn't get the brooding look she'd expected. No, Red. Not even my own. She gripped the steering wheel, the question on her lips burning so badly she could taste the lead tang of blood. Finally, it popped out. Why not? Cobra tugged at the front piece of his hair. 'Cause I don't have any. Never met my dad. And my mom is dead to me. Jen rolled her lips inward. Before she could press for more, Cobra spoke. I know you've got 100 more questions, Red. But save 'em. That's all I'm gonna say. Cobra settled back into the seat, staring out the windshield with hooded eyes. Were you orphaned? Cobra sighed tersely. Red. Sorry. He turned his lighter over in one hand, flicking it without lighting it. A few moments of silence passed, and then he said, Not orphaned. Foster care. Jen swallowed a knot in her throat. Those words alone allowed a painful glimpse into his past. She couldn't imagine what he'd been through, or what the true story might be. Cobra sniffed hard, his gaze shifting out the side window. You don't have to, Jen began. Clay and Tyler were my foster brothers, Cobra said, stiffening in the seat. She glanced over at him, his face was stony, almost unrecognizable. Only family I've got. Jen squeezed the steering wheel. It was almost unthinkable that those two strange, unsavory men could be all Cobra had to lean on in life. Guys who would greet a female stranger at the door with a joke about sluts. I'm sorry, was all she could say. When Cobra looked over at her, she could see the strain of lightheartedness. That enough for you? Satisfied? A laugh escaped her. Yeah. For now at least. The falsetto notes of a pop singer's chorus filled the quiet between them. Cobra slid his hand over her knee, squeezing it. The little gesture spoke volumes. Maybe he'd never opened up to anybody else. And if that was the case, he'd made the right choice. Because although she didn't know the full story, she recognized the weight and pain behind his facade. She'd protect his vulnerability. She'd protect his secrets and even his sins. Chapter 34. When Jen pulled over at a gas station in the middle of nowhere, Cobra tumbled out of the car, drawing deep breaths as if he hadn't truly breathed in hours. Every inch of his body crawled at the upcoming visit. He'd spent most of the miles between LA and the outskirts of Fresno counseling himself that it would be fine. That this didn't matter as much as his mind screamed it did. But the truth was, he didn't know what to expect. And the question mark outcome had his nerves jangling. More than that, the close quarters of the car had him hungry for more than just food. Being so close to Jen but unable to hold her, kiss her, run his hands over his favorite parts of her body, which were basically all parts at this point, he could practically devour her. Want me to get the gas? He asked, slamming his door shut. Maybe the motion would help jostle loose the anxiety that had him in a vice grip. No. She sent him a sweet smile. The fluorescent lights of the gas station buzzed from overhead. Even under the garish contrast of nighttime and bright white lights, she was gorgeous. I've got it. He rested his palms on the back of his head, coming around to the gas pump. He watched as she fumbled with the touchscreen, shook her head, and muttered, Oh, come on, for Pete's sake. What is it? He stepped closer, a hand slipping into the delicious curve of her lower back. Nothing. She pushed a few more buttons, sending him a sly glance. I appreciate the gas station attention, though. His hand pushed lower, scraping over the waist of her jean shorts. His fingertips burned with the urge to push inside those shorts. Find the sweet heat between her legs that turned him into a fucking slave for her. That's what I'm here for. To help you pump gas. She snorted. He knocked his hip against hers. She must have caught on to his subtext because she arched a brow. Remember, no funny business at my parents' house. They won't let us sleep on the same floor, much less in the same room. He swallowed a groan of disappointment. So you're saying we need to squeeze in a quickie now? A quickie. She held up a palm before he could clarify. No. I think I get what that's referring to. But a quickie is impossible. What are we going to do, rent a motel room for an hour? He smirked. It's been done before. But you realize we don't even need a bed, right? Her brow furrowed as she stuck the pump nozzle into the car. We can have sex anywhere we want, he murmured into her ear, trailing a hand up the side of her body. He pinched a breast briefly through the conservative button-up blouse she wore. Even on the side of the road. Shock lit up her face. Where? In the dirt? It's been done. She scoffed. Or better yet, in the car. Why not? Realization made steps across her face. You seriously want to have sex in the car? I think we have to now. He cocked a smile, knocking his hip against hers again. You've never done it. It's on the list. I didn't write that on the list. It's on the new list, he said, bringing his lips to the shell of her ear. I'll go pay. Then we'll find us a nice lookout point. Her eyes widened. But in the car. Cobra pinched a cheek in response and sauntered off to the gas station to pick up some snacks and pay for the gas. When he returned, she had the car running. Ready for the next pit stop? He asked, dumping a few tiny bags of chips into the center console. I guess, she said, fastening her seatbelt. Though I doubt we'll be able to pull it off. Cobra scoffed. Just wait. You'll see. She merged back onto the highway, and Cobra kept an eye out for a good place to do the deed. They'd gone about 10 miles when he told her to slow down. Up ahead, he spotted Little Rest Area. The type of place with parking spots arcing out and around the bathrooms. A few cars lined the spots close to the building. He showed her where to park, way toward the back. Hidden from wandering eyes. When the car went quiet, he clambered into the back seat. Jen shrieked with laughter. Cobra. Getting into the tiny back seat was a chore, but once he unfolded himself from the effort, hair mussed and breathing a little heavier, he beckoned for her to join. A distant light near the bathrooms served as the only illumination for their tryst. I can't do what you just did. It's half the fun, he goaded. He tugged her hand, urging her through the space between the seats. She launched forward, and he tugged her hands to help her through. Giggles erupted as she got stuck halfway. The faint silver light glinted off her gleeful smile. There's nowhere to put my legs. Around my neck, he joked, lying back so she could fall forward on top of him. She shimmied through and ended up face down between his legs. Cobra slumped back into the seat, reaching for her hand, pulling her back on top of him. She collapsed into his arms, their sticky spots joining, the damp heat not even bothering him. They smiled lazily at each other, a peaceful silence drenching the backseat. Windows fogged. Silver light steady. The slow, steady rasp of their breaths. Perfection. When Jen tilted her head up and he caught her gaze, he was hit by the impact of her. The sheen in her face. The sweet yet sultry satisfaction that clung to her. And her eyes. Oh, her eyes. Jen looked at him as if he was the most special thing in the world. As if he could fulfill all her dreams. All her hopes. All those fucking items on the list. And he wanted to. He really did. But he'd seen what the back of that list said. She wanted to fall in love. She wanted kids. She wanted stability and niceness and family and all the fucking normal shit he couldn't give her. Cobra could get addicted to that look. Hell, he already halfway was. But he had to stop it. There were 2 weeks left in the agreement. That had to be enough. Because if he didn't start preparing now, then he might not be able to walk away. And if he didn't, then this beautiful, tender thing they'd found between them would crash and burn anyway. Through Cobra's doing. Or his roommates or something else. It was better to let it be a flash in the sky. The comet that came and dazzled and taught, then disappeared. Cobra wasn't made for anything else. He wasn't the fucking moon. He could only ever be a comet. Chapter 35. Don't get your hopes up. Sophie's final words before Jen left on the trip came back to her. She pulled into the familiar wooded drive that led to her family's shrouded, off-the-grid home just before 8 p.m. They lived deep in the forest, as did the rest of their enclave. Sprawled out among the trees, they formed a tightly woven community of believers who rarely ventured out of the county. If they did, it was only within a 10-mile radius. And within those 10 miles, it was strictly to convert non-believers. Everyone beyond that 10-mile span was kinda screwed. Emotion tightened her throat, and all the anxieties she'd beaten back with distraction and sexual diversion came flooding back. Jen had imagined this homecoming 1,000 different ways. Headlights finally settled on the large 2-story home they'd moved into when Jen was a baby. There was no sight of the bunker system, but of course, that was designed to be invisible. Jen could still suss out the entrance by feel alone, by stumbling along the specific paths they'd created and then practiced over the years. She turned the car off, turning to Cobra. "Here we are. Excited yet?" Cobra's gaze swept toward the house. "Not exactly." "Yeah. Me neither." She frowned, readying herself to face her family. They'd still be up, gathered in the back room for nighttime activities, which usually meant Bible study or very limited card games. "So why'd we come here again?" The lift of Cobra's brow told her it was a joke, but there was truth buried in there. "My little sister Mary wanted me to," Jen said, thumbing the edge of her small purse. "I have a hard time letting her down. And I feel pretty guilty for leaving in the first place. She's very special. She has the same curiosities that I do. And well..." "What?" Jen nibbled on her bottom lip. "Since I've been in LA and been learning about the outside world, I realize what I've always noticed about her without being able to put my finger on it. I think Mary's a lesbian." She sighed, shaking her head. "I want to be there for her. She has a hard road ahead of her." "You're a good big sister," Cobra said. "Maybe too good." Jen checked that her purse was ready to go and reached for the door handle. Then she remembered an important detail. One that she'd never mentioned to Cobra before. She swallowed a knot of anxiety. "One more thing." "Spill it." "You know how Cobra's not your real name?" He jerked his head into a nod. "Yeah, well, that's kinda what Jen is for me." Cobra's brows lifted higher than she'd ever seen. She got the sense that she'd surprised him, maybe more than anyone else had. "Are you fucking serious?" "Yeah." She licked dry lips. "I picked the name Genevieve when I moved out. I mean, I always loved the name. I always wanted it to be my name." Cobra's gaze shifted toward the house. "Fair enough. So what will they be calling you?" She squeezed her eyes shut. "Prudence." Cobra shook with silent laughter. "Oh man. You really were a prude before." She rolled her eyes. "Very funny. You're lucky you didn't go to public school with that name. Prudy." "Okay, that's enough." She shoved his shoulder and he captured her hand between his. He brought her knuckles up to his lips. "You'll always be Jen to me." He pressed a kiss to the knuckle of her index finger. "And Jenny." A kiss to her middle finger. "And Red." A kiss to her ring finger. Most of all Red. His lips landed on the knuckle of her pinky finger. A grin blossomed across her face. How could she ever step away from this man when he doted on her like this? "Don't tell anyone at work." "You ready?" Cobra nodded, and she didn't waste any more time avoiding the inevitable. She led the way toward the front door, feet crunching over gravel, balling her fists in determination. Even though anxiety churned through her, every inch of her was excited at the same time. How could such conflicting emotions be present at the same time? Before they reached the wooden wraparound porch, American flag-painted stars hung on the railing. The front door flew open. Mary stood there, her strawberry blonde hair pulled back in a simple ponytail, eyes wider than dinner plates. "It's Prudence," she screeched into the house, and then Mary leapt forward barefoot as always, bolting for Jen with her arms outstretched. Happiness overcame her, and then tears arrived next. Sweet, innocent Mary, whose simple pale pink blouse hung too large on her gangly frame, the khaki skirt always falling too short against her long runner's legs. Her sister's arms cinched around her, which felt a lot like a lightning bolt from the heavens, zapping her to this spot, allowing all the memories and the grief and the repressed longing for home to come springing out. Jen buried her face in Mary's hair, trying not to cry but failing. "I missed you so much," Mary said, rocking back and forth as they hugged. "You're going to stay now, right?" A few tears slipped out. She pulled back, smiling wide at Mary. "Best not to get into that right now." "Mare Bear, I brought a friend I'd like you to meet. Jen sniffled, turning back to look at Cobra. He shrank back into the shadows of the night, as if he'd rather disappear into them altogether. A sliver of the moon overhead, and the golden light spilling from the porch lights glinted off him. Mary clutched Jen's waist, stiffening against her. "Hi," Mary said in a very small voice. "Hi, Mary. I'm Cobra." Jen could almost feel the name traveling through Mary's synapses as she sought to understand it. "Cobra?" "Yep. He's my very best friend," Jen said, squeezing her sister. "I wanted him to meet all of you. Show him where I come from. What our life is like. You're really gonna like it here," Mary said, relaxing a little. Her gaze drifted down Jen's body, and she jolted. "You're wearing shorts?" Jen rolled her lips inward. A sign of the comments to come. "Let's go inside, Mare Bear." When she turned, the rest of the family had assembled on the front porch. Silent and in formation, they created a stoic, expressionless human wall blockading the house. Jen slowed, her heart rising into her throat. Her father and mother stood closest to the steps. Her mother wore what she wore most days, a featureless conservative top in any shade of blue, pink, or green, and a dark khaki skirt that nearly reached her ankles. The entire family, minus their father, dressed this way, since the Ginghams had tried for nearly a decade to have a son but instead had produced 5 girls. Each Gingham girl dressed the same as their mother. Jen now stood out worse than a sore thumb, totally busted and bleeding. "My Prudence." Her mother cracked first. She rushed forward, pulling her into her arms tightly. Her mother's familiar, soft body against hers only provoked more tears. "Hi, Mother." Jen tilted her head up. The soft lines of her mother's face seemed to have deepened since she was gone. Now she looked older in a way she didn't remember from before. Maybe Jen's leaving had provoked it. Guilt crashed through her, following its familiar trails inside her. "I'm home." She wiped away some tears. "I brought a friend." "Blessed be," her mother crooned, gathering Jen against her once more. When they broke apart, Jen turned to Cobra, sweeping her arm out toward him. "Blessed family," Jen said, the words finding her tongue as though no time had passed at all. "I'd like you to meet Cobra. My friend from Los Angeles." A thick silence filled the air. Her father straightened, and though nobody said anything, Jen could sense her sister's shrinking. As though simply looking at Cobra was a sin. "Welcome," her mother said at long last, lowering her head as a greeting. Cobra had his hands shoved deep in his pockets, something between a grimace and a smile on his face. Then he jolted, lowering his hoodie, as if he'd forgotten about it. "Hey guys." Jen forced a smile, looking at the rest of her family. This was an important first step. But the path leading inside already felt like a struggle. "Come inside," Mary said, reaching for Cobra's hand. "Mary Elizabeth," her father barked, and Mary dropped Cobra's hand immediately. Jen's stomach pitched to her feet, but she struggled not to show defeat. Approaching the porch, she said, "Hi, Father." "Hi, Abigail." "Hi, Charity." "Hi, Hope." Her family had arranged themselves in descending order, oldest to youngest. Except for the rebels, Mary and Mother. A low chorus of hellos sounded. Probably the best she'd get from them. Jen hung back as her father led the way inside. Once most everyone had gone inside, she smiled over at Cobra, but it fell quickly. He lowered his head. "What? The fuck? What?" His nostrils flared. "General, have your sisters even seen tattoos before?" His question made her falter. He brought up a good point. "They were staring like they thought I'd knife them." "That's part of the point of you being here," she said, looping her arm through his to urge him toward the house. "You are a new specimen. But they'll see soon enough how sweet you are. How lovely." Cobra huffed. "I'm not. Don't even argue with me." She stopped, placing her hands on the tops of his shoulders. She had to tilt her head back to look him in the eye. "When are you going to learn that I can see into your heart? No matter how much you try to close it off." Cobra snapped his mouth shut, something strange passing over him. Something a lot like tenderness. God damn it, Jenny, he said, pressing his forehead to hers. She smiled, allowing the touch for only a brief second before stepping away, glancing toward the house. Remember. No language like that inside. Ready? His jaw flexed as he nodded. Jen led the way in, pushing at the heavy steel door. The house bore down with a quiet, sepulchral power. Her footsteps creaked over the wood floor, a sound that sent nostalgia washing through her. Even though she'd been imagining leaving this house, this community, for practically the past 10 years, this first return trip felt monumental. Like she'd been away for years. Like she'd become an entirely different person. It was hard not to see the familiar trappings of home with entirely new eyes. The white curtains that lined the kitchen windows, tiny apples stitched into them, held back with yellow ribbon. The impressive hand-built bookcases lining the hallways, stuffed to the brim with Bibles and homeschooling materials and every manner of textbook regarding farming. Of all the books Jen had devoured over the past few months, not a single one would have been permitted inside the walls of this house. Just a fraction of the world's available publications. She hadn't even been able to fathom their existence. She'd forgotten about the silence. Not only around the property, buried in the woods, but the silence of their home. The way they stayed isolated from the outside world, but also isolated inside the home. Each member was their own quiet island. Her family had gathered in the living room. Each one of her sisters had squeezed onto the long couch, sitting hip to hip, hands folded in their laps. Father stood by the fireplace, his hand squeezing the brick mantel. Mother wrung her hands by the doorframe. "Come in," Mother said softly, gesturing for Cobra to sit in the armchair. "We don't receive guests very often. This is a blessed surprise." Cobra eased into the armchair, a smile flashing across his face. "Thanks. Nice to meet you guys. You've got a nice house." Father nodded long and slow, his foot starting a slow tap against the floor. "Well, thank you. I appreciate your compliment. Labor is discipline, and discipline is the trait of all believers. Cleanliness is next to godliness." Jen's mother smiled at Cobra, but it seemed strained. Her gaze swept toward General. "Prudence, your bed is ready for you upstairs just as you left it." "Thank you, Mother." Jen gnawed on the inside of her lip, gaze skating over her family. Almost nobody would look at her. Not except for Mary and her mother. "Is Thanksgiving dinner on as planned tomorrow?" Her mother nodded, her red hair glinting in the low light of the living room. "And we'll have your favorite green bean casserole." Her father cleared his throat loudly. His continued silence wasn't abnormal, but the thick tension clogging the air was. He turned abruptly to Cobra. "You are a friend from that Los Angeles?" He pronounced it like angel ease. Cobra's shadowy gaze darted between Jen and her father. "I am, sir." Her father nodded more, never stopping, his toe tapping a loud rhythm. And then he left the room, his dress shoes landing hard against the floor, hands shoved into his pockets. Jen rubbed at her forehead. She'd known he wouldn't take her surprise visitor extremely well, but his reaction hid a deep well of disappointment. It was only a matter of time before he revealed it. "Prudence, dear," her mother tittered, turning her way again. "Would you or your guest like a beverage?" Jen looked over at Cobra, who was the focus of attention for all four of her sisters. "Cobra?" He said, wetting his bottom lip. "Water?" "Me too," Jen said. Her mother nodded, and hurried toward the kitchen without another word. Jen offered a smile to her sisters on the couch. Seated from eldest to youngest, they also formed a natural continuum of most to least upset with Jen's decision. Abigail, the eldest sister, wouldn't even look at her. Charity and Hope, the two sisters directly below Jen, were miffed but curious. Only Mary seemed excited to see her. "Hey sisters," Jen said softly once her mother swished out of the living room. "It's good to see you all again." "Why did you come back?" Hope asked, her sharp green eyes slicing over to General. "Because I missed you all." A heavy silence filled the room. Then Mary spoke up. "Prudence, why are you wearing those clothes?" Jen looked down at her outfit, jean shorts and a loose blouse. The most conservative of her current wardrobe still stood out here. Because these are my clothes. But that's not how you used to dress, Mary said. Shush, Mary, Abigail snapped. That's how they dress where she's from now. I'm from here, Jen said, staring Abigail down. Her eldest sister refused to look her in the eye. I'm from this home. I'm your sister. I know that, Mary offered. I wasn't talking to you, Mary, Jen said. Cobra leaned to one side, tapping his thumb against the armrest. His haunted gaze jumped from her to her sisters and back to her again. She could practically hear the questions in his head already. Are those tattoos? Hope leaned forward a bit, straining to look at the exposed designs on Cobra's arms. Her glossy red hair formed a picture-perfect braid down the center of her back. He nodded, holding a forearm out. Yeah. I've got a lot of them. Hope's brows formed a hard ridge. She drew back into her seat, saying nothing more. Do they wash off? Charity ventured a moment later, her blue eyes wide and innocent. Cobra shook his head. It's permanent. It's in the skin. Charity's expression turned perplexed, much like Hope's. Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost which is in you, which ye have of God? Abigail crossed her arms. She'd quoted 1 Corinthians. Jen sighed. If any of you have questions about them, or why he did it, I'm sure he would love to talk about it, Jen encouraged. Here it was. The whole damn point of this. Initiating the conversation. Being a model for something. She didn't even know anymore. And if you have any questions for me, I'd also be more than willing to talk about it. The jab was directed at Abigail specifically, but her older sister remained icy. She'd always been the willing participant in their father's prejudices and sermonizing. Charity and Hope had always been on the fence, caught somewhere between obedience and curiosity. The only one who would even remotely color outside the lines was Mary. So curious, so full of life, so open. Even now she fidgeted on the couch, as if she was bursting with questions. We really missed you, Charity said in a soft voice, sad eyes raking over General, and there it was. The punch in the gut. The one she'd felt every day since leaving, but now it was amplified. Hearing it from her sister's mouth. Surrounded by the warmth of her childhood home, where back in the day, velvet voices and caring touches and a total lack of questions reigned. There was a certainty in limiting her world. An unshakable knowing that the answers could be found on the bookshelf, or in prayer, or through divine revelation. That certainty had always gnawed at her, sharp teeth against the restraints of her upbringing. But now, encased in the smooth embrace of home, she wondered if there wasn't something sacred in that closed-off comfort. I missed you too, sisters, Jen said, struggling to keep her voice level. Now that she'd come back, could she really walk away again? Chapter 36. Religious robots. It was the only way Cobra could make sense of them. They practically followed lines on the floor. Jen had told him it was part of their hospitality, the conduct expected around guests. Attentiveness. Presence. Humility. But to him, it seemed a lot more like attentive judgment. Humble superiority. It made him itch. Once 10 o'clock rolled around and everyone was tucked into their perfect little Jesus coffins upstairs, Cobra was ready to slip outside and smoke up. They'd given him a couch in the living room, the same one all of Jen's sisters sat perched on like taxidermy birds. The whole thing was covered in plastic, for some unfathomable reason. Every move he made crinkled beneath him. What the fuck are you doing here? The question rolled through his mind no less than once every 10 minutes. And though the answer was plain, he was here to support Jen because Jen had asked him, because Jen, the knee-jerk part of him still wanted to bolt. Wanted to ditch because he didn't help people out like this. Wanted to get in his car and slip away in the night, because even if he liked Jen a lot, like a whole fucking lot, nobody got the privilege of boxing him in like this. Cobra paced the back wall of the living room, where a sliding glass door overlooked a small wooden deck. Industrial-grade locks shone on the door. One of many details about this place that made Cobra wonder if Mr. Gingham had an arsenal of military-grade weapons buried in the backyard or some crazy shit like that. Maybe he was ready for the zombies. Maybe he was just worried that the city folks with tattoos were coming for his daughters. Too late on that one, Mr. Gingham. He smirked, but it fell fast. This was gonna be a long night. He raked a hand through his hair, his feet patting softly on the wood floor. A creak from the staircase sent his skin prickling. Soft footsteps a moment later. And then there was General. Relief flooded him, and he swooped toward her, wrapping her in his arms. Even though she wore a floor-length flannel nightgown that was the opposite of sexy, the weight of her against him acted like a bomb he hadn't realized he needed. She cinched her arms around his waist. "I'm sorry if this is weird," she whispered. Cobra laughed in spite of himself. "Yeah. It's pretty fucking weird. I need to go back up. In case anyone heard me sneak downstairs. I'm gonna go outside," he murmured into the side of her head, relishing the floral scent of her shampoo. "I need to smoke up." She nibbled on her lip, shaking her head. "You can't." He blinked. "What?" "The house is on lockdown. If you try to get out, it'll set off an alarm." His mouth parted. "You grew up in a prison." Her gaze drifted off. Maybe it had never occurred to her before. "It's fine," he rushed to add. "I just thought it might help me pass the time down here. Your folks go to bed early." "They get up early too." She grimaced. "Welcome to my family. Do you need anything else?" He looked back at the couch with the cobalt blue sheet and the quilt that looked like somebody's grandma had made it. "I think I've got everything." "Don't go outside," she said again, pulling away from him. "Got it. Is it okay if I take a piss later, or do I need a letter to do that?" He cracked a grin to show her he was joking, but fuck if it didn't feel like that. He would have died growing up in this house. It was the exact opposite of his free-rein childhood, with a mom who would have probably preferred that he wandered out at night and got lost in the city. "That's allowed," she said, then came back to him, pushing up onto her toes to give him a quick kiss. He snagged the kiss and then dug his fingers into the back of her neck, urging a second one. Then a third. She broke away from him, frazzled. "That's enough," she said. "It's too weird doing that here." "You afraid the Bibles are gonna set themselves on fire?" She snorted with a laugh and pushed at his chest. "Go to sleep. We'll be eating tomorrow at noon. You know I'll be insomniac-ing it up down here, Jenny." He winked as she tiptoed back toward the stairs. "Night." She crept up the stairs, whisper quiet, leaving him to the consuming silence of the first floor. The lockdown irked him, but he kept reminding himself it was one night. His only distraction came in the form of music. Earbuds in, sprawled out on the couch, he cycled through the entire contents of his phone, mouthing the words to hip-hop lyrics as he stared at the unyielding walls of this prison. How could Jen have grown up here? And why the fuck did her sisters want to stay? Late night turned into wee hours. He drifted off before dawn, but woke up the second he heard footsteps creaking down the stairs. The small amount of rest he'd snagged had been plagued by anxieties, manifesting in shifty, shadowy dreams. He sat up, tugging the earbuds out of his ears from the music that had stopped hours ago. He rubbed at his eyes just as Mr. Gingham rounded the corner. "Rise and shine," he grunted without a glance his way. "You take coffee?" "Ah, yes, sir." When Jen's dad disappeared into the kitchen, Cobra scrambled to change out of his pajama pants and t-shirt. He pulled on jeans and a black long sleeve, his best attempt at dressing up for Thanksgiving. More footsteps sounded down the stairs. Then Mary came tumbling around the corner, eyes wild and searching. A bright smile erupted on her face when she saw Cobra. She waved so hard her body shook. "Morning, Mary." Her eagerness made him smile. The rest of her sisters filed through the living room a moment later, those straight-backed little women on the Yosemite. And then Jen appeared. Dressed like the rest of them. Khaki skirt. Moss green blouse. Her long hair in a nondescript braid. The sight of her stole his breath, but for a different reason than normal. This time, seeing her felt like a punch in the gut. Reminded him of the truth. That she was a sheep in wolf's clothing down in Los Angeles. "We're going to start cooking, Cobra," she said, sending him a smile backed by singing angels. Here she was purer than ever. The unsoiled version of herself that rubbed salt in all the places where he was evil. This place reminded him of the time he'd stolen a car with Clay, just for fun, when they were 17. The time he'd broken into a rival dealer's house with Tyler and stolen some of their cocaine. The countless times he'd swiped food from the local grocery store because he was broke and a teenager and hungry. This place reminded him of the hateful slurs hurled by his mother. Every worthless and loser and idiot that had left pockmarks in his veneer. The countless times she'd locked him out of their apartment before she met Patrick, so she could spend hours fucking nameless guys in the living room while 9-year-old Brendan wandered the neighborhood, feeling scooped out on the inside. Cobra's hands were shaking. He turned, rummaging in his backpack. "I need to brush my teeth." His voice came out pinched. "Father will brew you some coffee too," she assured him. "I'll see you in the kitchen." She walked on clouds. He envied it as much as he resented it. Her sisters would puke if they knew even a fraction of his childhood. Her father would kick him out without a second thought. Cobra scrubbed at his teeth, avoiding his own gaze in the mirror, then splashed water so cold it might as well have come from a glacier onto his face. Some of the shadows cleared in his mind. Some. The kitchen was a surprising counterbalance to the tense quiet of the night before. Each sister had her hands in a different task, from cranberry sauce to casseroles, while their mother directed and their father brewed coffee. "One day per year I indulge in a little coffee," the man said gruffly, pulling out 2 small white china mugs. They held barely more than a splash. About 1/10 of what Cobra normally drank for his first cup of the day. "Coffee fuels my life," he joked, but the man's mouth turned downward. "Christ the Lord and Savior fuels ours here." Cobra accepted the mug, catching Jen's grimace from over her father's shoulder. Cobra tossed back the whiff of coffee and looked around. "Guess that would have to do. You ladies need any help?" "Thanksgiving is a woman's holiday," Mrs. Gingham said in a sing-song voice. "It's our duty to demonstrate our gratitude for our safety and our future," one of the sisters said, the oldest one. She worked a rolling pin back and forth over some dough, frowning a little. "We are blessed beyond measure in this life. We have everything we could ever need here." "Yeah. Definitely the oldest one, Abigail." She had a nasty grudge against Jen, and Cobra wanted popcorn for when their purity brawl broke out. Jen's pointed gaze found Cobra's from over the shoulders of her sisters. She rolled her eyes a little. Enough to make him laugh. "Is something funny?" Mr. Gingham asked, swiveling to face Cobra. "No sir, he trailed off. "I respect what she said. To each his own, you know." The sentiment landed with a dull thud in the center of the kitchen. Confused glances skated between the sisters. "There is one path," Mr. Gingham said quietly. He clasped his hands behind his back, walking around the edge of the kitchen, toward the windows overlooking the backyard. Trees sprawled across the property, thick green leaves obscuring any view of neighbors. They were alone out here. Completely cut off. Imprisoned. "Son, at what age did you receive Christ into your life?" Her father's voice struck like a hammer. Anxiety snaked cold and sinuous through his veins. "I." He wet his bottom lip, wishing for even one more sip of coffee. Anything to take the edge off this morning. 5 sets of inquisitive gazes landed on him. Only Jen had her head down, fingertips pressed to her temples. "I haven't." Charity gasped. Hope made the sign of the cross. Abigail slammed her rolling pin down and left the kitchen. Mary hopped from foot to foot, her bright eyes skating from Jen to Cobra to her mother. But why wouldn't he receive Christ into his life? "Children," Mrs. Gingham warned. "Have you ever been exposed to the truth?" Mr. Gingham went on. Cobra snorted. "Well, a version of it, I suppose." "Mother, what does he mean by a version?" Mary asked in a low voice. "Mary," Mrs. Gingham said. "There is no version," Mr. Gingham said. "There is one truth." He stopped in his slow stroll along the far wall, turning to Cobra with a curious smile. "Would you be interested in a Bible lesson, son?" You can learn about the truth in there, Mary offered. Mary, Mrs. Gingham hissed. Girls don't speak unless spoken to. Cobra swallowed down a strange feeling. I appreciate the offer, he didn't, but I think I'm cool for now. Mother, what does cool mean? Mary Stage whispered. Why does he use different words? It means fine, Cobra offered, his heart hammering. He needed the spotlight off him. And fast. Like if I asked you, hey Mary, how you feeling today, you might tell me, I'm cool. I'm cool, Mary repeated, beaming at Cobra. You are, Cobra confirmed. Mother, how are you feeling today? Mary asked, fidgeting at her mother's side. Quite full with the Lord's grace, Mrs. Gingham said in a clipped tone. Mary, sweet daughter, pass me the salt. Hurry now. Chapter 37. Cobra had never felt so useless in the kitchen, even worse than before he knew how to cook. He offered a few more times to assist. The only thing they'd let him do was head into the backyard and gather firewood. The crisp fall air shot through him like the rest of the coffee he wanted to drink. Communion with nature. At least one highlight of his time here. Even so, time slogged on toward lunchtime. At this point, he counted the seconds until he and Jen could break free. He hadn't figured out if they were spending a second night. He'd convert to Christianity if it meant leaving sooner rather than later. He'd even wear the khaki skirt. Just get me the hell out of here. Hope set the table, moving between place settings with a sepulchral air, like adorning a corpse for a funeral. Abigail finally showed up in time to whisk the cream into a froth for the pies. Jen tried to make small talk where she could, but nobody except Mary really responded. The whole situation was a volcano, damn close to erupting. And Cobra could see it coming from a mile away. Once the turkey had cooled and all the casserole dishes were out of the stacked ovens, Mrs. Gingham started setting the dishes out one by one. The sisters took their aprons off. Mr. Gingham stopped poking the fire. Cobra watched like he'd shown up to the wrong movie. Let us be seated, Mrs. Gingham announced ceremoniously. The family migrated to seats that had probably been assigned and utilized for time eternal. Son, you sit here. Mr. Gingham pointed to the seat diagonal from his, at the front of the table. Farthest away from Jen, which made him feel like he'd been pushed out to sea. Prudence, would you like to lead Grace? If you still remember, that is. Jen nodded, the barb apparently flying over her head, and everyone at the table clasped their hands. Cobra followed suit, but instead of bowing his head and closing his eyes, he watched the others. Give us grateful hearts, O Father, for all thy mercies, and make us mindful of the needs of others. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Everyone's heads snapped up at the same time. Thank you for grace, murmured Mrs. Gingham. Prudence, dear, have you continued showcasing your talents for spreading the good word where you are now? Clearly not, Abigail said softly. A polite smile flashed on Jen's face. Abigail, what might you be referring to? Without any knowledge of how I spend my time in LA. You've brought back a non-believer. Doesn't sound like someone spreading the good word very well at all. Abigail's indictment stormed through him. A non-believer. An innocent insult that struck a hard blow. Honestly, he kind of liked it. Might start calling Clay and Tyler non-believers. Jen's lips thinned. Cobra's his own man. He can figure out what he believes. I don't need to change him. A bloated silence settled over the table. Cobra reached for a slice of bread, holding his breath, waiting for someone to break the tension. Son, your mother. Mr. Gingham paused while forking a slice of turkey onto his plate. That's the name she gave you to honor our Lord and God Jesus Christ. He rubbed at the back of his neck. There had to be a way to answer these questions with the least amount of backlash. But hell if he could figure out the best way forward. No. She named me something else. I don't use that name anymore. He glanced over at Jen, who sent him a private smile. What was that name? Cobra balked. I said I don't use it anymore. Forks clinked as dishes were loaded up with green bean casserole, sweet potato casserole, turkey with gravy, piles of macaroni and cheese. Cobra ground his jaw, seeing the food in front of him without really seeing it. And you thought Cobra was the most professional choice? The sarcasm leaked from his words. Cobra grimaced. All eyes were on him. Professionalism wasn't really the issue. Your identity was, Mr. Gingham said, in a tone that sounded a lot like he'd cracked some tough case. To his daughters he said, "He that loveth silver shall not be satisfied with silver, nor he that loveth abundance with increase, this is also vanity." Ecclesiastes. Cobra scooped some mac and cheese onto his plate, his heart racing. Every inch of his skin crawled. Vanity makes that mankind is never satisfied. Prudence wasn't satisfied, Mr. Gingham went on, frowning as he cut into his turkey. He chewed thoughtfully for a moment, surveying each and every one in turn. She went to the city of demons. In search of selfish ambition. Jen's mouth turned downward. Mankind is never satisfied, Mr. Gingham said again, softer this time. Cobra cleared his throat, staring at General. She didn't say anything. Didn't even try to defend herself. It's not that bad, he cracked, offering up a smile to the table. You called it a city of demons. There's homeless people and a lot of traffic. It takes like an hour to get to the store sometimes. But it's not full of demons. He paused, waiting for any response at all. Some crackheads here and there, I guess. Abigail pressed a finger to the spot between her eyebrows. Mrs. Gingham pursed her lips, shaking her head. Son, do not use that foul language at my Thanksgiving table. Shit. I mean, Cobra stopped himself before he said fuck. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. What's a crackhead? Mary asked quietly, tapping her mother's arm. Can we talk about something that isn't Los Angeles or my decision to move there? Jen asked suddenly, cutting her turkey into interminably tiny pieces. Her knife scraped the plate. Abigail, have you met your soulmate yet? Isn't it about time? You're 26. Where are the children? Cobra fought a smile. Time for the good shit. God is going to grant me the perfect husband, Abigail said, her nostrils flaring. I have complete faith. I always have. More than some of us at this table can say. My faith led me away, Jen shot back. If you truly believed, you would have known that your sins could only be forgiven through atonement within your community, Abigail said through gritted teeth. Cobra scooped up some mac and cheese. It's not too late, Prudence, Mr. Gingham spoke up. He looked gleeful somehow. Sickly satisfied with the turn of the conversation. We will welcome you back with open arms. We'll begin the process of cleansing, to wash away your transgressions. We can begin the search for your very own sacred spouse. We can. I don't need a sacred spouse, Jen spat, when Cobra is my boyfriend. Cobra's eyes widened. Damn near half the table dropped their forks. Your boyfriend, Mr. Gingham hissed. Cobra had questions about the use of that term too. But now wasn't the time. As far as Jen's family was concerned, Cobra and Jen had eloped. They'd sure been living like it recently. The air around the table grew taut. Practically stretched to breaking. Prudence Jane, Mrs. Gingham whispered, holding her hand to her cheek. Please tell me this is a cruel joke. Cobra is my boyfriend, Jen repeated, stronger this time. Cobra gripped his fork and knife so hard his knuckles bulged. Mr. Gingham looked like he was ready to get the shotgun. This is unacceptable. To what lengths will you not go to shame our family? This isn't about shaming you, Jen started. First, your sins bring about the demise of Bethany, Mr. Gingham said. He remembered Bethany, Jen's cousin. The one she thought she killed. Her sins didn't kill anybody, Cobra spoke up, unable to keep it inside. You shouldn't act like they did. That drunk driver did. Mr. Gingham worked his jaw back and forth. Excuse me, son? Did I just hear you weigh in on something that doesn't involve you? In the multitude of words there wanteth not sin, but he that refraineth his lips is wise. Proverbs 10:19. His rebuke was swift. Deadly, almost in its pointedness. Cobra shut his mouth but stared the old man down. The attacks on Jen were getting to be too much. You don't have to defend me to them, Jen said quietly, picking at her green beans. They won't hear you. They won't understand. Our understanding is irrelevant. It's God's understanding that decides all, Mr. Gingham declared. After what happened with Bethany, you strayed off course. Moving to the sin-filled city was evidence enough. But now you've brought filth back with you. Stains. Pure muck that you are utilizing to test our devotion and our purity. Cobra blinked, the jab not even registering until Jen leaned forward, slamming the butt of her knife against the table with a thud. Cobra is not filth. He is purer than any one of you sitting here at this table. If you could see past the blinders you're wearing, past the things that you think are sinful but really mean nothing, you could see that this man more than any is worthy of my love. Hope covered her face with her hands, crying softly. Mary watched with a slack jaw, her gaze bouncing between Jen and Cobra and her father. This was worse than a tornado. This was a fucking hurricane. And everything was getting uprooted and drenched. You made a commitment to the Lord when you were 12, Mr. Gingham said, folding up his napkin. Redness crept up his neck, threatening to overtake his face. One that you will honor whether you like it or not. Cobra leaned back, studying Jen for the next move. The old man made it clear. He wanted them out. And Cobra couldn't wait to oblige. His skin itched at the thought of booking it to his car, starting the engine, and peeling out of the driveway so fast he left indents in the gravel drive. This whole trip was a nightmare. And whatever hesitation, depression, and anxieties he'd been beating back the whole time came flooding back to him. Under the microscope of the meal and Jen's family, he could barely keep from leaving right the fuck now. Cobra sniffed, balling up his napkin. Time to thank them for an excellent few bites of mac and cheese and get the fuck out of here. Furthermore, I won't tolerate such behavior in my house, Mr. Gingham said. This unclean, sinful behavior. Thoughts crashed together, prompting the question before he could think better of it. What did she do? I don't get it. You have the most beautiful, most perfect daughter on the face of the fucking planet. Mr. Gingham paled. Language. Ask for forgiveness right now. Cobra arched a brow. Ask for what now? Jen's father set aside his napkin, pushing out from the table. Cobra's hackles rose, an automatic response. You want to know what Prudence has done. As a sinful creature myself, it is plain to see where she has failed. Her firstmost duty is to exalt the divine nature of Christ our Lord. Certain things can be understood or overlooked. But some, like bringing a non-believer with tattooed skin and a foul, disgusting mouth and a heinous blackened eye from what one can only assume are violent fights in the name of the devil himself. We are not open to this type of debauchery. This type of contamination. You have brought your black web of sin into my home. Think of your sisters. Cobra slapped his napkin down on the table, pushing his chair back. Jen? I think that's my cue. Didn't your parents teach you any God-fearing manners? Mr. Gingham went on, sounding every inch a mournful pastor. I don't understand how some people can be so lost. So ill-advised. I didn't exactly have great parents, Cobra said, the irritation boiling over. He stood, meeting Mr. Gingham's beady stare. The truth bubbled up inside him, suddenly desperate to escape. To make itself known. This was the pyre to burn himself on. To make all of his shortcomings final. Inescapable. My dad abandoned me when I was a baby, and my mom is in prison for life for murdering my stepdad. The words whooshed out of him, leaving something gaping and aching behind. He swallowed. So I don't know, maybe you can forgive me for swearing once? Silence thudded over the table. Sarcasm didn't fit into this household. He should have known. Jen's sisters' gazes ping-ponged between their parents and Cobra. The beating of his heart sent two words thrumming through him. Get out. Get out. Jen's wild eyes found his, and her chair scraped as she pushed out from the table. He turned on his heels and stormed out of the dining room. Jen trailed close behind, her presence burning at his composure. It was all on the table now. And each second that dragged by, claws into flesh, made him want to scream. Jen didn't say a word, wringing her hands while Cobra paced in front of the couch like a maniac. Are you gonna say anything? Cobra finally spat, once the silence had utterly drowned him. I'm sorry, she whispered, those gemstone eyes wide and scared. Yeah, time to pack up and go. He can be so brutal. Why did you tell them I'm your boyfriend? He demanded, throwing his hands out to his side. You're poking the Jesus beast. Your old man wants me gone. So let's go. Cobra, she pleaded, listen to me. They will see you for your goodness. I promise. You're so new to them, everything about you is. Did you not hear what I said in there? His heart pounded so loudly, he swore she'd be able to hear it. She faltered. Yes. But I. Words failed her, but not for long. Not his general, I don't care. I mean, I care. I can't imagine what your childhood must have been like. But nothing. I'm not good. Not even a little bit. Your mom has nothing to do with you. She stepped closer, touching his elbow. You're wrong. She actually has everything to do with me. I could snap one day, General, you and I, we're just fucking gambling here. Her face creased with confusion. You would never hurt me. You don't know that. Well, I don't care then. Jen straightened her back. I haven't gambled in my entire life. Why not start now? Her confidence grated on him. It was time to leave. And what they say in there doesn't have anything to do with who you really are, she went on. Murmurs from the dining room reached him. Probably talking about how sinful and unclean he was. Don't you fucking see? I already get looked at like this enough in my life. It's how the whole fucking world sees me. But you're not like they think, she insisted. At some point you need to accept that it's true, Cobra said, gripping her arms. I'm worthless. I'm not worth you or your time, or any of this bullshit you keep trying to convince me of. We had fun. But you know what? Maybe time's up now. Jen stiffened, her normally bright green eyes going dull. Suspicious. What are you trying to say? Accept what you've known about me all along. Leave me to fucking rot, okay? Maybe I really am the devil. The tattoos prove it. He scoffed, turning to his things by the couch. He stuffed the shorts and shirt he'd slept in into his bag. You're being ridiculous, she whispered. Actually, you are. He stood, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. These people treat you like you're some murderer needing forgiveness. And you take it. And you treat yourself like you're a murderer, when it was really just your mom, Jen said, so quietly that he almost didn't hear her. He gritted his teeth. Her words hit him like knives but didn't lodge deep enough to bleed out or even hurt. Stop it. You coming with or not? You wait, she said, pointing at him. We're not done here yet. That's what you think. He jerked his chin toward the other side of the house. You got 5 minutes. Her lips thinned, hands finding her hips. A power pose. One that he hadn't seen her use before. Take back what you said. About us being done. I won't. Her throat bobbed, and the power pose wilted a little. Her bottom lip trembled. I don't understand. Jen, we agreed. We fucking agreed. We said 3 months, and guess what? That's in 2 weeks. So, in the interest of moving this along a little quicker, let's just call it early. You and me. It's over. I came here, met your folks like you wanted, and they reminded me of something even you managed to make me forget about. Are we done now? I gotta fucking go. Tears filled her eyes, and he hated the ping of regret that shuddered through him. But I don't, she began. 5 minutes, he said again, anxiety churning inside him. He brushed past her, heading for the front door. Wait for me, she said again. He stormed down the hallway. Alarm be damned. He tried the door and it unlatched on the first try. No beeping or sirens. Thank God. Or thank Beelzebub. Whoever he was supposed to acknowledge. The fresh fall air was a relief, and he took a deep breath as he headed toward the car. Sycamore and cottonwood trees towered overhead as he scuffed out to his car. At least he'd gotten a few bites in before starting the long drive home. He unlocked the door and slid into the front seat quickly, pressing his head against the back of the seat. Fuck. Fuck fuck fuck. Fuck this and fuck them and fuck him. What the fuck was he supposed to do now? His own words came back to him. Let's call it early. He'd put a voice to the deep-seated reason that still existed inside of him. The last dregs of it that hadn't been enchanted and consumed by General, they needed to end it. Time was almost up, the terms they agreed on, and it needed to end now or else Cobra would lose his shit, and who knew what came after that. He squeezed the steering wheel so hard he worried it might snap off. He twisted his head, peeking through the sliver of window that included the front door. Waiting. Waiting. He waited for more than 5 minutes, like the lovesick dolt that he was. He waited 7 minutes. Then he waited 10. Jen didn't show. He couldn't have been clearer. But he couldn't stay either. Cobra started the car, taking deep, measured breaths. It was time to leave. He put the car in reverse and backed down the driveway. Goodbye, General, you might hate me, but this is better for both of us. Chapter 38. Jen took some time to weep into her hands before rejoining her family. Just to relieve a little bit of the pressure. So she could gather her strength to fix this train that had not only careened out of control, but had also flown off a cliff, crashed into a skyscraper, and consumed a city block in flames. When she came back into the dining room, nobody would look at her. Thank you for alienating the one guest I've dared to bring into this household, she said sharply, resuming her seat. He now feels entirely unwelcome, and you all are to blame. He should feel unwelcome, Abigail retorted. You are such a bitch, Jen spat, unable to keep it in any longer. Her mother gasped so loudly, it was like she sucked in all the air of the room. He has tainted you, Father murmured, like a funeral dirge. You have lost your way, child. You had merely stumbled off course after you killed Bethany. You could have been redirected. Saved. But now, you are so far from the path that even we, your gracious and loving family, are standing in front of you, calling you home, and you still cannot hear us. Gracious and loving, she muttered, shaking her head. That stretched the truth a little. Cobra's words came back to her. They talk to you like you're a murderer needing forgiveness. Part of her had always believed that about herself. But damn it, she wasn't. Confusion and grief and anxiety collided inside her. She'd come back for Mary. To maybe pretend like things were okay for a little bit longer. But after this shit show, things were far from okay. They might never be okay again. Gravel crunching caught her attention. She pushed up from the table and hurried out of the dining room, threading down the hallway. She pushed her forehead against the tall, skinny window lining the door. Cobra's car was gone. Her heart raced as she turned away, then peeked out the window again. Still gone. Not a trick. Wringing her hands, she traced a small path back and forth in front of the door. Telling herself he'd come back. That it was a short drive to cool off. That he wouldn't leave her here, stranded like that. Because he wouldn't. Would he? She waited almost 10 minutes, trapped in thought and growing more desperate by the second. Cobra didn't come back. Then she remembered, her phone. Buried in her things upstairs like contraband. She raced up the stairs, tripping on the second-to-last step, tumbling forward so that her chin bit the carpet runner of the upstairs hallway. She grunted, pushing to standing, then rushed to the austere room that she'd moved back into as of last night. Jen fished the phone out of her purse and turned it on. Hands shaky, she waited for it to load. A missed text from Sophie came through. Hope tea giving is going okay. That ellipsis spoke on Sophie's behalf. Said everything and more. But no more texts. And when she tried to call Cobra's phone, it went straight to voicemail. Over. And over. Again. After the 10th call, she gave up, throwing her phone as hard as she could into her overnight bag. Then the tears came. Followed by the questions. Followed by the sad facts. Cobra had left her here. Her only ride. Abandoned her and broken up with her. He wanted to end their agreement, which shocked her the most. It had stopped being an agreement long ago. And though she logically knew it had always been an agreement, that didn't mean that her heart had continued to believe that. To the softest, most intuitive parts of herself, she and Cobra were far beyond agreement. They were in love. Couldn't he see that? She buried her face in her hands, the stillness of the room sinking into her. She sat in the frothy sadness, drowned in it even for so long that she lost track of time. An hour could have passed, or maybe 2. The quiet prompted a delirious sort of clarity. The kind that thundered through her, dragging crazy thoughts in its wake. So this was heartbreak. She understood now. The ridiculous songs, the endless poetry, the sad part of every romance novel she'd ever read. Everyone wrote about it because it consumed, tore apart, completely obliterated whatever semblance of peace and stability that might have existed prior. Cobra's abandoning her served as the end of something, but also the beginning of something else. Because staying another night wasn't an option. Cobra's leaving didn't have to mean she was trapped. All the wild fantasies she'd ever harbored about traveling abroad, hitchhiking, glorious sunsets, the open road full of possibility and adventure, could become manifest now. She would hitchhike her way out of here. Cobra be damned. Jen made the decision and flew into action so she couldn't think twice. If she already headed toward leaving, then it would be harder to stop. One of those physics laws or something. The whole science world was blurry to her still, but she knew there had to be a theory out there backing her up. She tore off her conservative clothes, sliding back into the jean shorts and blouse she'd come in. She shrugged on a light sweater as well, packed up the rest of her sparse things and stomped down the stairs. Her entire body buzzed with clarity. With resolution. Leaving this house the first time had been tense, laced with sadness, choked by an expectation that this was a phase and their small, obedient prudence would be returning soon. This time, it offered a liberation she hadn't known could be accessed. Prudence wasn't coming back. Cobra was right. They still treated her like her spiritual shortcomings had been the cause of Bethany's death. But the cause of Bethany's death was simple. A drunk driver had hit them, and the impact against the telephone pole killed Bethany. And even if she came back and prayed for the next century, that stain would still hang over her head. She was tired of bearing the brunt of that senseless tragedy. Tired of being a punching bag for righteousness. Tired of being trapped in a spiritual tug-of-war that would only result in her being torn in two. She wanted out. This time for good. She stomped down the hallway, past the primly arranged family portraits showing all of them at different points in their same boring trajectory. When Jen was 5, they wore white shirts. At age 10, they wore sky blue. Age 15, navy. There wouldn't be another one. Not with her in it, at least. Her mind roiled hot and choppy. She burst into the dining room, chest heaving. Almost everyone's plates were empty, except for her and Cobra's abandoned dishes. That sent another hot wash of anger through her. She wanted to enjoy her family, despite their differences. But they had made it impossible. "I'm leaving," she declared. "I love you all, but I am so angry at all of you. Except for you, Mary. I really hope that you can continue to not believe the lies they share about me." "Prudence, don't leave." Mary leapt up from her seat and ran over to Jen, wrapping her arms around her. "Tell Father you're sorry, and you love Jesus, and everything will be better." "I do love Jesus, Mère Bear," Jen said softly into her ear. "And I love you. But I'm not sorry for standing up for myself. And I want you to remember that being who you are is never a sin." "But Prudence." "I'm sorry this turned into such a shit show," she said to her family, the words leaping from her tongue like a divine declaration. "I missed you all, and just wanted to see your faces again. But if all you're going to do is shame me and make me hate myself, I really don't have time for that." She squeezed Mary one last time, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Bye, Mère Bear." And then she turned. Each step leading her away from the dining room thundered through her, time moving in surreal clarity around her. Backpack hooked over her shoulder, she dragged her fingertips along the wall of the hallway, tilting her head to peek up the staircase one last time. Maybe the last time of all time. Outside, the sun was still bright and high. She had at least 4 more hours of daylight, which would be plenty of time to walk into town and find a bus or a sympathetic traveler. She'd find something. She had to. Because right now, with the past tucked messily behind her, with these uncomfortable but liberating holes in her heart, she could more clearly see the path ahead. She was a sinner, but she was fucking free. Free. She tilted back her head and laughed as the sun warmed her cheek. Chapter 39. Jen's journey back, walked 3 miles into town, hitchhiked to Fresno, bussed it back to Los Angeles, then hailed a very questionable cab back to her apartment, became the chisel to her lump of unformed clay. She'd thought of enough metaphors to describe her life in that 3-mile journey in the autumnal afternoon. And more than that, she knew her next step. Her favorite moment of that solo walk was one she had relived several times. Hands in the air while the white alders loomed overhead, golden-hued sunlight breaking through the yellowed leaves, screaming, "I'm getting my fucking passport." Birds had flown away at the sound of her voice. She'd taken that as agreement. Because she was going to Europe. Turned out that emotional devastation could really prime the pump. Cobra hadn't returned a single call or text. His phone was so off that she wondered if maybe he'd run it over on his way back to LA. Part of her wanted to track him down again. But after he'd walked out on her, not only dumping, but abandoning her, even Jen knew that he held the cards. Despite every last inch of her body vibrating with a bone-deep need to see him, she wouldn't crack. The days after Thanksgiving became a productive blur. Back home with Sophie, as Jen recounted the epic failure saga of her trip back home over beer and sushi, Jen filled out an expedited application for a passport. And then began the hunt for discount airlines. Thank God she had extra days off for the holiday, because there was almost too much to learn about traveling abroad and going through airport security, and how much bags should weigh, and absolutely what not to pack. That didn't even touch individual destinations. What countries were safer for single women? What countries had indecipherable metro systems? Which language sounded the sexiest? Which airports were the best for overnighting in to avoid using a hotel? By Sunday morning, Jen had her itinerary planned: Greece, Spain, England, which meant that on Monday she would break the news to Travis at work. She'd phase out of Holt Body Fitness as soon as possible. She'd gotten a few months' work experience, which had been the plan. Sophie made pancakes for lunch on Sunday, which was part celebration of big life decisions and part random craving on her part. "I haven't had pancakes in like 6 years, Sophie declared, cutting off a slice of butter on top of a still steaming pancake. "I hope I'm not pregnant." The offhand comment made Jen sit up. In the hullabaloo of planning this spontaneous European trip, she'd forgotten all about that life-changingly good unprotected sex in the backseat of Cobra's car. "Oh God. Why are you looking at me like that?" Sophie asked. "I forgot to tell you. You're pregnant?" Jen laughed a little. "No. But I could be, I suppose. I had unprotected sex." Sophie grimaced. "Girl, I was just kidding about me being pregnant. Are you okay? Did the condom break?" "I wanted it," she said, trying not to get caught up in breathy recollections of the handful of times they'd made love. Because that's what it was, every time with Cobra had been made of love. A sacred union that far surpassed what she'd ever imagined for any future spouse. Maybe she'd found what her father wanted for her after all, in the last possible place he'd imagined. Sophie nodded, tucking some jet black hair behind her ear. "How was it?" Jen huffed. "Too amazing. I can't even talk about it. I had unprotected sex once with this guy that I first dated. But the sex sucked overall." "Listen to us," Jen said. "Our parents would probably pass away from shock if they heard us talking right now. I'm surprised that you saying shit show at the Thanksgiving table didn't off them right then and there." Jen smirked. "So not using a condom can actually be bad." Sophie's eyes went wide for a moment. "Oh yeah. Not all sex is blessed by the angels like with you and Cobra. Trust me." Jen sighed, shaking her head. Cobra had walked out of her parents' house 3 days ago, but it might have been 3 years. It was beautiful and so meaningful. You talk like it's never gonna happen again. Well, do you think it will? Jen scoffed. You weren't there to hear what he said to me. It was serious. Sophie cut into her pile of pancakes, stacked 3 deep. He seems to always come around. It's the end of our agreement, Sophie. The agreement you helped me decide on. Remember? Jen lobbed a sigh. You were right. About what? About falling down that long, dark tunnel of love. Jen frowned, picking at the zipper on her Holt zip-up. It happened. And it's the best and worst thing that ever happened to me. Sophie nodded, chewing a big mouthful of pancakes as she reached over to pat Jen on the back. Yep. That's about the long and short of it. Emotion tightened Jen's throat. It was easy to get lost in the planning for the Europe trip and not think about Cobra. But it had to come back and be dealt with at some point. Your trip to Europe will help, Sophie said. If you're still thinking about him, missing him, not over him after your 3 months abroad, well, then you'll know it might be real. But I can't imagine not seeing him for 3 months, Jen whispered. I want this trip so bad. I'm going no matter what. I just wonder. What? Maybe it would be better if he came with. He might want to come with. We had talked about traveling before. Sophie sighed, forking out another slice of pancakes. Honey, if he wants to come around, he'll do it. And maybe that's part of what this trip is for you. Realizing that a person's journey is their own. You can't force him to see the light. He has to do it on his own. A few pensive moments slid by as Sophie chewed her food. With a loud swallow, she added, the best thing you can do is continue with your life. Go to Europe because it's for you. Don't add him to the mix. Even though he left me at my parents' house. Which was a dick thing to do, Sophie interjected. I still want to make sure he's okay, Jen finished. Of course. Sophie sent her a wicked smile. Because you love him. Jen gave it until Monday. To allow herself to cool off about the whole thing, to figure out what she wanted to say to Travis, to imagine how the conversation with Cobra might go. So when she showed up to work, got settled in, and Cobra wasn't there. Part of her wasn't surprised. Not even a little bit. More calls to his phone ended in straight to voicemail. By the end of the workday on Monday, the verdict was in. Cobra had not only broken up with her and abandoned her, he also planned on never coming back to work. Jen rapped on Travis's office door before she left. He called for her to come in, and she shut the door behind her quietly. Hi, Travis, she said, sitting with her hands under her thighs. Have you had a good day? Yeah, pretty good. He pushed back a pair of glasses he'd started using when on the computer. Thick black frames that he'd called the most hipster. What brings you into my office, Jen? She drew a fortifying breath. All of the monologues she'd practiced over the weekend, completely dissipated. She had no idea anymore. She scratched her nose, then her forehead. I know we started this arrangement as sort of an internship. I came to Los Angeles, not really knowing where I was going or what I'd end up doing. And well, I made a decision. A brow shot up. Yeah. I'm planning a backpacking trip to Europe. The words prompted a smile from Travis, which made her feel bolder. It's something I've always wanted to do. And after a recent sort of, clarification process, I think it's better if I go now. Or soon. As soon as you don't need me anymore, Travis smiled, bringing a closed fist up to his mouth. Yeah. That sounds great, actually. Do you think you've learned enough during your time here? Oh, I've learned so much, she said. I can't even describe how much. You wouldn't actually believe me if I told you how much. Good. He nodded again. Well, feel free to make your plans. I'm okay with you leaving whenever you want. Even if it's at the end of the week. She covered her mouth. Really? You've done a great job at keeping my books organized. Seems like you learned the new system really well. I'm sad to see you go, but you're right. It was an internship, so it wasn't going to be permanent. She rolled her lips in, nodding. Thank you. Thank you so much. Your trip sounds amazing. I think it will be. She paused. I do have one other thing I wanted to mention. Cobra. He nodded. What about him? He didn't come into work today. Did he call or anything? Travis sighed, removing and replacing the cap of his pen. He didn't. Why do you ask? Jen nibbled on her bottom lip. I worry about him. And I love him. I think there's something you should know about him. A line formed in Travis's brow. Go on. He's not planning on taking his certification test because he doesn't have a college or a high school diploma. She swallowed, watching as a strange emotion passed over Travis's face. He thinks there's no point in bothering with the test if he can't satisfy the requirements, so I'm almost positive that he's planning on not coming in again because of it. Travis frowned. Did he say if he wants to get a GED or not? Didn't seem like it. Jen sighed. But I don't know. That sucks, Travis said. I would totally help him get his GED, if that's what he needed. I thought that might be the case, she said, pushing to standing. The words that had been on her mind since Thursday came flooding back to her. But you can only help a person as much as they want to be helped. As far as she could see, she'd done more than enough to help Cobra. Now it was time for him to help himself. Chapter 40. On Tuesday night, Cobra started to miss the gym. He hadn't been there since the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, before the brick of dynamite entered his world, before walking out on the one good thing to ever come into his orbit. He had a few ways of categorizing it. He'd smashed his phone in the parking lot on Saturday, part anger, part stress relief, part delirium of missing general. All contacts, messages, and photos were lost. He couldn't figure out if losing Jen's number was the best or worst part about it. He'd seen her reaction when he let it slip that his mother was a murderer. Saw the color drain from her face, the resolute shock harden into a mask on not only her sweet face, but on every single one of her family members. The actions of monsters didn't just affect them. They stained everyone around them. And Cobra was stained for life. He'd fled because he couldn't handle it anymore. He could have waited, but he didn't, because it was easier to blame it on her. Easier to pretend he'd given her an ultimatum, and she'd made her choice. When really, the choice that had been made was to retreat to his cocoon. Depression was his oldest friend. It came and went in thick, crushing waves, pushing him toward escapism, toward distraction, toward music, toward nothing. It ground him down into dust, and then put the chisel in his hand, as if it had been him all along. After last weekend, depression had come back with a vengeance. And it sought revenge for Cobra's brief escape from its clutches, punishing him doubly for having dared to try enjoying life without its stinking, deluded directives. He knew what to expect. It always led up eventually. He had to ride it out. Suffer through the numbness and the despair. Jen had provided a bright light in his dark tunnel. But he'd done what he always did, returned to the familiar contours of his cave. Sought the predictable. Pushed away anyone who dared shake things up. But usually when he walked away from some glimmer of hope, he felt nothing. Because he'd trained himself to expect nothing. Except now. Walking away from Jen from the gym fucking crushed him. He didn't feel nothing. He felt everything. It pushed sadness and devastation and regret through his veins, pummeling and overbearing. And there was only one way he could see to alleviate it, even a little bit. He still had a business card with Travis's cell number scrawled on it, shoved into the corner of his mirror at home. The one number he had left anymore. Cobra hustled to the nearest store and bought a shitty prepay phone, then sent Travis a text around 9 p.m. It's Cobra. I'm sorry I went Mia. I had some personal issues come up. If I can still come work, I promise on my life this won't happen again. About a half hour later, Travis wrote back. See you tomorrow. Cobra stared at the text for what felt like an hour, happiness swarming him. He still had the job. At this point, he could admit to himself he didn't want to lose it. He just had to decide the way forward. Working at Holt Body meant working with Jen, and he still hadn't determined what dosage of her might be safe for him. The logical side of him said, 0. The part ruled by his heart wanted every last bit of her. He didn't see her at work on Wednesday, but that didn't mean he didn't think about her. Thursday, she didn't show up either. Then he started to get nervous, imagining she'd stayed behind in Fresno in the khaki skirt, making the choice to choose blood family, however abusive they were, over her freedom. Amara came into the gym Thursday afternoon. Cobra headed her way without a second thought. Sup, Amara? He cornered her by the cubbies when she came into the weight room. You got a second? Of course, Cobra. She flashed him a genuine smile. She'd always been nice to him, for how sullen and introverted he acted. All these people had. Gratitude shuddered through him, catching him off guard for a second. He pinched at the bridge of his nose. You okay? Yeah. Kinda going through something. He rubbed at the back of his neck, studying the ground, trying to find the words that struck that balance between lovesick fool and concerned friend. I got a new phone recently, and I wondered, do you have Jen's number? Amara's smile fell a bit. And maybe that was nervousness rolling off her. Cobra couldn't quite tell. Oh, why do you need it? He worked his jaw back and forth. Best to go for the gold. She hasn't shown up to work, and I'm worried. We kinda got into a fight, and all the air left him in a big whoosh. I need to make sure she's okay. Amara nodded, stuffing her purse into a cubby. Yeah. That sounds fine. You ready? Cobra's hands shook as he typed Jen's number into his new phone. It was a flashy new smartphone, something of a splurge last night once he'd gotten sick of his slow-as-molasses off-brand prepay phone. After all, he still had his job, and he was getting paid next week, so why not? His big fingers kept pressing the wrong numbers. He swore, starting the number over for the third time. Easy there, Tiger, Amara laughed. You'll get it. Fuck. I guess I dunno. A weak laugh escaped him. I'm an asshole. I need to make it up to her. What did you do? Cobra saved her contact before stuffing his phone into the pocket of his workout shorts. I ditched her. In a bad way. She doesn't deserve that. The familiar self-flagellating insults worked their way up from his core, like bile up a throat. You don't deserve her either. You're worthless. Why do you waste her time? Down in the depths of him, where they'd been planted and carefully cultivated first by his mother and then by himself. But this time he stopped before he could put a voice to them. It might make them a sliver less real inside him. What are you gonna do to make it up to her? Amara asked, a curious grin curving her lips. It better be something good. I'm working on it, Cobra said. But now I'm a little messed up that she's not coming in. I just love her, Amara said. She's so extremely sweet and lovely. I'm so happy that she's part of our family here. Amara's words were a punch to the gut. Swift, almost painful. But like a cleansing brawl among friends, the surprise punch brought clarity with it. Holt Body Fitness was a family. Lex, Travis, Amara, General, they were becoming his family. Yeah. I love her too, Cobra whispered, jerking his gaze to the ground. Emotion cinched his chest, and he needed to get out of here. Go pump out some pull-ups. Thanks, Amara. Cobra waited until he'd clocked out and safe in his car before sending a text. Hey. It's me. I'm ready to start begging for forgiveness now. He took the long way home, stopping by the grocery store, spending too much time picking out vegetables that he'd like to take over to Jen's house once she wrote back. He bought 3 bouquets as well. But Jen didn't write back. Not that evening, not that night, not even the next morning. All the flowers were wilted and wimpy when he got into his car the next morning. He frowned the entire way to work. On Friday, he started calling. Her phone would ring and click over to the generic voicemail. Extremely unlike Jen, which made his stomach knot harder. By Saturday, he knew it was time for the big guns. Jen not responding to him was serious business, and the core of him worried that he'd pushed her goodwill and forgiveness too far. This, of all the things in his life, was his biggest fuck-up. But he'd make it right. Because he couldn't fathom life without Jen in it. This much at least he knew. His skin crawled for wanting her. The continued silence felt like nails on a chalkboard. Nothing seemed right in the world. And it wouldn't be, until he made it up to her. On Saturday morning he slept in, then slipped out of the apartment as fast as he could once he realized Clay and Tyler were out. The idea had been simmering in the back of his mind for a while. Thinking about how much she would like a puppy. Imagining the way it would light up her face. How hard she'd hug him. Helping her cross off one more item from her list. He'd never had a pet growing up, so this would be a whole new world for him. He chose an adoption shelter. Something about orphaned animals spoke to him, and he figured Jen would feel the same. He walked rows of cages full of dogs with droopy faces, pointed snouts, tawny fur, different colored eyes. They had a few puppies, but Cobra knew the one he wanted the second he spotted it. Jack Russell Terrier, they told him. Named Stella. Potty-trained, timid, discovered on the side of a road with some signs of neglect. When the shelter employee handed Stella over to Cobra, she fit into his hands easily, and her warm body sent a wave of recognition through him. "Hi Stella," he said, bringing his face close to hers. She licked his nose tentatively, those big brown eyes making his heart wrench. "This is the one," he said, tucking her into the crook of his elbow. Her paw hung over the side of his forearm, as if she'd been chilling there for a lifetime. "I'll take Stella." Stella watched the world around her curiously as he completed the paperwork. By the end of Cobra's visit, she was licking the side of his face, her entire butt wagging with happiness. "She really likes you," commented the shelter worker. "My girlfriend is gonna go wild for her," Cobra said, laughing as Stella traced his jaw with her puppy kisses. The word girlfriend thrummed through him. It fit. And however much the idea scared him, hopefulness showed up to balance it out. The shelter set him up with some basics, some dog food, a leash, a pee pad, and plenty of pamphlets about caring for your new dog, and sent him on his way. In the car, Stella sat comically tiny in the passenger side seat. He tried to put a seatbelt over her, but Stella wasn't having it. "Ready to go meet your new mom?" Cobra asked. The grin on his face stretched from ear to ear. Fuck, he hadn't been this giddy in, maybe ever. His forearms prickled with anticipation. He'd never ever done anything like this, not even remotely close, for anyone. And Jen would know how special this was. She'd see it. Immediately. Cobra wanted to show up with the full package ready. He made a pit stop at a boutique grocery store, and carried Stella through the aisles while beautiful middle-aged women cooed at him. The attention overwhelmed him. Between the gasps and the curious questions, and even one small group of Asian girls who insisted they take his picture with Stella, it took him way too long to get 3 new bouquets of daisies in a large gift box. In his car, he poked practically 100 air holes into the gift box, extra big, for his new little buddy Stella. Then he set her inside, along with the leash and the pee pad and the pamphlets, and drove the rest of the way to Jen's house. The gift box came with a garish red bow on top. Perfect. He popped the lid on right before he turned down Jen's hallway. In front of the door, he hoisted the box under his arm, then arranged the daisies. No hands left, he rang the doorbell with his elbow. Silence blossomed in the seconds after he rang. No movement from inside. He rang again. And then he knocked with his elbow. Just for good measure. In case the doorbell had broken. In case Jen and Sophie were both in the bathroom, using hairdryers at the same time, while metal music played at high volume. His belly nodded. A warning signal. He knocked a third time. And then he heard it. The soft scuffle of footsteps. He wet his bottom lip, anticipation sliding cold and slick through him. It was almost too much. He couldn't handle it. The door swung open. Sophie leaned against the door, rubbing at her eyes. Jet black hair stuck up out of a loose ponytail. "Cobra?" she asked, squinting out the door. "Hey." Disappointment shuddered through him. The box slipped a little, so he let it slide to the floor. Stella whimpered from inside. "Is Jen home?" Sophie blinked a few times, staring at the box. "Is something alive in there?" "I need to talk to General. This is a present for her." "Yeah, sure looks like it." Sophie laughed a little, then she peered up at Cobra. "Jen's not home. She won't be back for a while." His entire body deflated. His gaze fell to the box. To Stella. Waiting for her new mom. "Okay, well, when will she be back?" "I'll wait for her." "I don't mind." Sophie cleared her throat, straightening. The air thickened between them, the barometric shift preceding bad news. She's actually not in LA anymore. She left the country. It took Cobra a few moments to process her words. And even when he did, it still didn't make any fucking sense. "I don't, so she's coming back tonight?" "No, Cobra." Sophie smiled sadly. "I don't know when she's coming back." He blinked. The wrappers of the bouquets crinkled as he shifted them to his other hand. Sophie sighed. "She didn't tell you." No." Cobra sighed, looking at all the gifts he'd brought for her, like the stupid sap he'd become. His stomach wrenched so hard it damn near snapped in two. Sick heat flooded him, like the feeling that came before puking. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. "I'm sure she would have liked these gifts though," Sophie said, crossing her arms. Trying to find the bright side in the fact that his entire world had just bottomed out. "Are you serious? She left?" Sophie nodded. "Why did she leave?" "Because she's always wanted to," Sophie said. Cobra grunted, tugging at the front of his hair. He'd combed it flat and neat, but now he could care less. Desperation boiled up inside him, threatening to spill out. "Why wouldn't she tell me?" Probably because you left her stranded in Fresno and didn't answer your phone for 4 days." Sophie's words were like a slap to the face. He shook his head, but he couldn't argue with her. "I know," he finally conceded. "I'm a fuck-up. I used to be, I mean." A terse sigh escaped him. "I'm working on it. You know? I'm fucking trying." "Well, I'm sure she'll be happy to know you stopped by," Sophie said with that tone that signaled move along now. "How am I supposed to get a hold of her?" he asked. "I've been calling her for days now. Where did she go?" A mysterious look crossed her face. "You should try emailing her. That will be the best way." Cobra got out his phone and typed in Jen's email as Sophie related it, his hands shaking. All he could think of was Stella. Was she hungry? Did she need to go for a walk? There was so much to learn and tackle. Now, he had to do it on his own. "So where did she go?" he asked again. "Bye, Cobra. I'll make sure she knows you stopped by." Sophie offered one last smile before shutting the door in his face. He gripped the top of his head, staring down at these proclamations of love that had nowhere to go. What the fuck now? Cobra tore off the lid of the box. Stella's big brown eyes swept up to him, and he picked her up, tucking her back into the crook of his elbow. In the space meant just for her. "I gotcha, little girl," he whispered, tossing the daisies inside the box. He pressed a kiss to the soft fur of her head, then picked up the box and stormed down the hallway. Hurt swirled through him. Even though it had no reason to. He had hurt Jen first, and he'd hurt her worse. Chapter 41. Cobra snuck Stella into the apartment in his jacket, leaving the box and daisies in the car. This was risky enough. He didn't need to draw more attention to himself than necessary. Both Clay and Tyler were kicked out on the couches, watching a movie. Cobra nodded his greeting and went straight for his bedroom, shutting the door behind him. Then he made a little nest for Stella with an extra blanket at the end of his bed, pee pad on the floor beside it. "Well, what do you think?" Cobra stood, hands on his hips. He frowned, looking around his dingy room. "This is home." The dented walls, the peeling off white paint, the shitty brown carpet that seemed to be the perfect shade of broke loser. "Not much to look at, huh?" he asked Stella, who curled up in a small ball. She drifted off a moment later. Poor thing was probably tired from all the car rides. He let himself out of the bedroom quietly, joining Tyler and Clay on the couches. "Anything good on?" Tyler shushed him, holding up a hand. From the TV, soft moans emanated. And then he spotted it, full dick, easing in and out of some girl's very bare pussy. Cobra shook his head, pushing to stand. "Amateur night," Clay explained a moment later. His left hand had disappeared beneath the waistband of his shorts. "Jesus," Cobra muttered, heading for the kitchen. Sick fucks. There had been a time in his life when he'd loved spending a Saturday night like this, holed up, whacking off, doing whatever the fuck he wanted, whenever the fuck he wanted. The circle jerks weren't fun anymore. Nothing about this place, or these guys, was fun anymore. He searched the cupboards for a box of mac and cheese, setting water to boil. The credits were rolling when the barking started. Tyler sat up, dark brows drawn together. "Is that barking I hear?" Cobra's stomach pitched to his feet. In the split second he took to figure out his game plan, Clay had leapt to his feet. "It's coming from Kobe's room," he cried out, almost gleefully, and pushed into the bedroom. Cobra bolted after him, but he didn't get to Stella before Clay did. Clay whooped with laughter, picking up the tiny dog and holding her above his head. Like an animal toying with its food, before devouring. "Get the fuck out of here," Tyler said, whooping. He shoved Cobra from behind, which launched him into Clay's side. "You brought us a pet." "Oh, this little dog is gonna get so high," Clay cackled. "Give her to me," Cobra said, grabbing Clay's arm. "She's a friend's. I'm keeping her overnight." "You serious?" Clay looked genuinely upset. "Then we gotta get all our fun in tonight." "I'm hurt that you wouldn't buy us a dog as a present," Tyler said with feigned displeasure. Cobra's thighs tensed as Tyler carried Stella into the living room. "Come on, man," Cobra said again, trying to figure out his best escape plan. It was clear to him now, Stella couldn't live here. For that matter, maybe Cobra couldn't either. "Nope. She's ours." Tyler plopped onto the couch with a sadistic grin. Cobra's stomach turned. He had to do something. Now. Cobra went back into his bedroom, surveying what little bit he had in there. From the living room, Clay and Tyler cackled. "Little puppy." He snagged the business card from the mirror, his phone and wallet, and then stuffed as many clothes as he could grab into his work duffel bag. He didn't even bother to see what he grabbed, just stuffed and stuffed. He moved the mattress, snaking out the money bag, adding that to the duffel. "Let's get him high," Clay said. All right. All right." Final sweep of the room. The drawing book. He scooped that up next, placing it on top of his clothes, the drawing book that had once been a library book, until he loved it so much he had to buy it. Beyond this, there was nothing else of value. Whatever he lacked, he'd buy. Because he fucking could. Cobra strode out into the living room, duffel bag slung around him. "Give me the dog." "Hang on. Watch. Watch." Clay fumbled, holding Stella in one hand, while she whimpered and struggled to get out of his grip. Cobra forced his way between Tyler and Clay, reaching for Stella. "Back off." Clay backed. "We're just having some fun," Tyler said, clamping down on Cobra's shoulder. The pressure made him jolt. He rammed his elbow into Tyler's side, and he doubled over, whining. Jesus, what was that for? In the scuffle, Clay had leapt to his feet, heading to the other side of the living room. He had Stella scooped into his arms. "You're acting crazy again, Cobra. Give me the fucking dog." Clay's smile turned sardonic. "What do you care about this thing anyway?" He lifted the dog, squeezing his fingers around Stella's belly until she yelped. Cobra swallowed hard, measuring his movements, keeping an eye on Tyler off to the side. He'd fucking kill Clay to get Stella out of here safely. Everything had sharpened to a painful, diamond-cut clarity. This would be her and his last minute in this shithole. Forever. He didn't know what came next, but it didn't scare him anymore. Time to say fuck you to these guys, to this part of his life. To this twisted version of family that included his mom in prison. Family didn't have to be like this. He didn't have to choose this. Give her to me, Cobra spat. Oh, it's a she. Clay lifted the dog, peering at Stella's belly, then said, Tyler. Check her out. And then he tossed her. Stella flew through the air, but Tyler wasn't looking, and Cobra's stomach slammed down into his feet. He jumped, reaching as far as he could, so far his shoulder about damn popped out. His fingers brushed her fur. And he caught her. He slammed down onto the ground shoulder first, Stella cradled in his arms. The air whooshed out of him, leaving him a vacuum inside. His shoulder screamed, but he popped to his feet before the pain could really make sense. Stella wriggled and yelped in his arms. Fucking pussy, Clay spat. Cobra rushed for his duffel bag, which Tyler kicked out of his reach. If it weren't for Stella, he'd make sure both of these assholes never used their jaws again. You're really gonna choose a dog over us? Cobra bolted for the bag and snatched it up. He slung it over his shoulder, keeping Stella shielded as he headed for the door. He's choosing that bitch over us, Clay said. And the way he said it, Cobra knew he wasn't talking about Stella. This time it was about general heat thrummed through his veins, and he fought to keep his focus. Just get out of here. Fucking anything is better than this, Cobra said, flinging the door open so hard the doorknob lodged in the drywall. He raced out the door, down the short flight of steps to the ground level, and out to his car. He didn't breathe until he'd locked himself in his car. He turned on the engine, pulled out of the parking spot, and when he waited at the street, blinker ticking dully, he gripped the steering wheel and let that long, tense breath sidle out of him. Stella yipped from inside the gift box. They were free. To redjenny@gmail.com. From fuck you it's Cobra@AOL.com. Subject, forgive me? Hey Jenny. It's me, Cobra. I went to your house yesterday to drop off some surprises, but you weren't there. Sophie told me what's going on. I'm really proud of you. Sorta wished I could ask for your forgiveness in person, but this will have to do. I'm sorry. For everything. Let me know if you got this. Cobra. To redjenny@gmail.com. From fuck you it's Cobra@AOL.com. Subject, forgive me? Part 2. Hey Jenny. You haven't written back yet, but also who the fuck knows where you are? You might be on the top of the Eiffel Tower by now. Sophie wouldn't tell me anything about your trip, so I guess I just have to imagine it, or wait until you write back, or maybe never speak to me again. Until one of those things happens, I'll just picture you eating stir-fry in China. Things are going okay. They'd be a lot better if you were here. But I'll be fine. Cobra. To redjenny@gmail.com. From fuck you it's Cobra@AOL.com. Subject, forgive me? Part 3. Fuck. I never realized how much you made me love LA until you left. I'm trying some new things out here. I opened up an account at the library, so the next time we go, your books are on me. To redjenny@gmail.com. From fuck you it's Cobra@AOL.com. Subject, forgive me? Part 1. Don't even remember. The gym is getting in the Christmas spirit. There's a huge tree in the front, and someone put an enormous ornament up with Travis's face on it. It's so damn funny. A new guy started here. His name is Levi, and Travis is training him for some big MMA matches coming up. Dude is nuts though. He fights really well, could probably break records and shit. But he's gotten arrested once since he started, and you know how Travis is. Fuck, I wish you were here. I went to Clutter's again and sat there for like 3 hours. I kept trying to imagine you on one of those planes. What you were thinking about. How fucking proud you must have been. I'll get on a plane someday. I will. To redjenny@gmail.com. From fuck you it's Cobra@AOL.com. Subject, forgive me? Still don't know which part. I hadn't used my email in like 5 years until Sophie told me your email. So I hope you're happy that not only did you get me back to drawing, I also remember how to use my email thanks to you. When are you coming home? I'm trying not to take it personally that you haven't written back, just kinda hoping you're really busy sightseeing, and hoping even harder that it's not with some slick-ass Italian dude named Fernando or something, because I would straight beat that guy up if I saw him hanging around you. Everything's good though. Can't sleep, but that's nothing new. I called Sophie and she told me you're fine. Apparently you call her, but I get it. I lost that privilege. I learned my lesson. Wait when Jenny says wait. I'm waiting. I'll wait as long as I need to. 2. redjenny@gmail.com. From fuck you it's Cobra@aol.com. Subject: forgive me. Part 363798. There are some things that have been changing since you left. I won't spoil the surprise here, I just know you're gonna flip. I've got you to thank for some of these changes. Here's one that I can tell you. Looks like I'm gonna take that trainer certification after all. Yeah, your boy Cobra's gonna get his fucking diploma. What's next? Not a college degree, if that's what you're thinking. Huh? Oh. I dunno, maybe someday. LA is home for you, right? Cobra. 2. redjenny@gmail.com. From fuck you it's Cobra@aol.com. Subject: forgive me. Part 7. I figured out how to look at my sent emails, so I updated the part number. Merry Christmas. That's not your gift, the part number thing. I got your gift here. I can't wait to give it to you. I got some other gifts waiting for you too. Yes, one of them is my dick. And no, I will not send you a picture no matter how nice you ask. You just need to come back and see for yourself. Seriously hope Fernando is not a thing, because then this is gonna be a real creeper email. Please tell me Fernando is not a thing. General, please. 2. redjenny@gmail.com. From fuck you it's Cobra@aol.com. Subject: forgive me. Part New Year. I don't know if these emails are even reaching you. I drive myself crazy thinking that maybe I lost you the day I left you at your parents' house. I can't excuse what I did. I can just explain. I'd like to do that in person, but here's a summary. I'm fucking depressed. I always have been, and usually it's bad, but sometimes it gets real bad. My life has been a real sad story. One I've bought into for a long damn time. Until you came along. Depression is only part of the story though. I've got some other shit baked into this stupid pot pie of mine. Like, I dunno. Bad habits, I guess. I'm really good at running away when shit gets hard, or if there's even the slightest chance things might not work out. Part of me still can't believe I've made it this long at Holt's. But that's where you come in. You fucking saved me. 6 months ago, I would have laughed in your face if you'd have told me this little innocent redhead from the valley was gonna save my fucking ass. I'd have told you that I was the last person needing saved. But fuck Jenny. I needed it more than anyone. You gave me a push. A few times actually. Maybe I've written too much. It feels weird to admit this shit. I just know that you're a fucking angel, and life can actually be better than it has been. Even if you never come back into my life, I just need you to know that you are the most important person I've ever met. Don't worry, I'll still be a shithead that gets depressed sometimes. But one that occasionally shits roses too. Or daisies in your case. Red, you've changed me. For the better. Forever. And guess what else? I love you. I have for a long time. Chapter 41. Jen pressed the video icon on her tablet, grinning as Sophie's face lit up the screen. Can you see me? Sophie's jet black hair hung even longer than she remembered. Seeing her best friend and roomie was a relief. 3 months abroad might as well have been 3 years. No. I see something flesh-colored. Is that your thumb? Are you covering the camera hole? Jen sighed. She might never get the hang of this thing. She turned the tablet around, craning her neck to find the camera. Can you see me now? You don't have to turn the tablet around. Hit the button where it flips the camera for you. Jen jabbed the screen a couple times, tongue poked out between lips. There we go. Oh well, that's a nice shot of your nose. Jen giggled, adjusting the tablet. Better now. Yeah, I can see you. Look at you. Oh my God, you chopped all your hair off. It was true. One drunk night in Barcelona had led to a very impassioned discussion with a very expressive hairstylist who insisted that what Jen needed was to shed her spiritual baggage. Now she had a bob and loved it. I think your hair is longer than mine, Jen said, giggling. An announcement echoed through the airport. Hang on, Soph, something about United Airlines Flight 11 something. Sorry. Gosh, they're so loud. Where are you? Sophie said. And what are you calling me from? Well, I have a tablet now. Look at you. Miss 21st century. Yeah. I saved a man's wallet from being stolen in London a few nights ago, at this cafe we were visiting, and he was so grateful he gifted me this extra tablet he had. I couldn't believe it. I barely know how to use it. I'm seeing that. But you're coming along just fine. Now where are you? Jen paused as another announcement cycled through. I'm in Houston. Houston. Sophie gasped. So that means you're almost home. Jen and Sophie hadn't video chatted a single time during her 3-month excursion abroad. Occasionally, Jen had made a long-distance call from a phone booth here and there. About halfway through the trip, a nice Brazilian woman offered to help her start a Skype account so that she could video call back home, but the effort seemed too high for so little time remaining. So Jen kept herself off the grid. Exactly as she'd wanted it. I will be home in approximately 5 hours, Jen said, checking her watch. I can't wait until you can hear all my rudimentary Spanish. Sophie sighed dreamily. I can't wait to hear all the stories. There was plenty to catch up on, from both sides of the world. It wasn't until week 3 of her trip, when Jen called Sophie for the second time, that Sophie finally told Jen to check her email. Cobra had come calling the day after she'd left. 20 emails. That's how many he'd sent during her 12-week trip. She managed to get on the internet occasionally, mostly at night at the hostels, but when she did, she devoured Cobra's messages as if they were the most delicious gofres in all of Spain. Because in a way, his words were even sweeter than the exotic treats of foreign lands. They were so sweet she'd printed them at 3 different points during the trip. Spent more than €15 total on the printouts. Carried them with her, folded up and worn at the edges, like an early pocket Bible she'd worn to death. Even so, she hadn't responded. Not once. Part of it was time. With so much to do on the road, if she wrote an email back, she'd be writing for hours. The other part was sanctity. Of the trip, of her peace of mind. She didn't want to interrupt her itinerary with something that would be best resolved back in LA. When she and Sophie hung up, she pulled open her email client on the tablet. She swiped and scrolled mostly successfully, accidentally closing the app only twice this time. She pulled open Cobra's last email, which had been sent 4 days ago. It simply said, I went to the mountain and screamed fuck by myself, but it wasn't the same. Thinking of you. She hit reply. The blank email stared back at her. Gnawing on the inside of her lip, she glanced around the sparse waiting area in front of her gate. The flight wouldn't leave for another hour. Time enough to figure out what she wanted to say. There were so many unknowns. She'd depleted most of the insurance payout she'd gotten from the crash, which meant finding a job very quickly would be of ultra importance. Travis might be willing to hire her on, but that conversation still needed to happen. Amara might be able to help her, but did she even want to do that? These were the life questions she'd been postponing while she wandered Europe in a haze of healing and discovery and wonder. Starting in Greece had wowed her. Drifting toward Spain cracked her open. And finishing in England brought the pieces back together to form something even more meaningful. A newer, wiser Jen, eager to go home. To Los Angeles. Where her family was waiting for her. Sophie. Cobra. Travis. Amara. Because family wasn't just who you'd been born alongside or who had brought you into this world. Holt Body Fitness had become family to this curious and wide-eyed orphan. She blew out a long breath and started typing. Short and simple. Where can I find you? The tablet dinged with a response as she shuffled in line toward the gate. Literally anywhere you want. Say it and I'm there. Or come find me after 5 at 3535 Larson. Any word about Fernando? Need to know if he's going to have an issue with the things I'm planning on doing when I see you. She rolled her lips inward, stifling the laughter. She tucked the tablet under her armpit while she held out her boarding pass. Air travel, train travel, hailing cabs, it was all a breeze to her now. Even so, each time she went through the motions of scanning tickets or boarding something, excitement thrilled through her. She was living the life she'd dreamed was impossible. She'd fucking made it. And she still had so much more to explore. She landed in LA around 3 p.m., made it to the apartment by 4:30, danced and squealed with Sophie, then took a long hot shower. By 6, she couldn't wait any longer. She needed to go find Cobra. Travel exhaustion be damned. The address he'd given was new to her, which made her hopeful that he'd moved the hell out of his old place. Part of her wasn't convinced he'd done it. Maybe he and his horrible friends had simply all relocated together. On Larson, she found a cute palm-lined boulevard flanked by boxy apartment buildings, spacious parks, and well-trimmed hedges. She found the number he'd given her, parked her car, and walked on wooden legs toward the front door. Her heart hammered in her chest. She raised her fist. Knock, knock, knock. She'd been imagining how their reunion might go since she'd landed in Athens 3 months ago. Picturing the body-crushing hugs, all but able to feel Cobra's deep, thorough kisses as his tongue found hers. The warm ripple of love curling through her whenever she saw him in her mind's eye. But she also worried that it might be awkward. Maybe that spark that had spread like electric shock through them had simmered and dwindled to an unimpressive dullness. She could just as easily imagine a stilted conversation over coffee, prodding half-heartedly into what they'd done and seen during their time apart. It had been over 3 months since she'd laid eyes on him. What if she forgot what he looked like? Knock, knock, knock. Her stomach gave a painful wrench, palms going damp. She listened closely, then checked her watch. It was well after 5. So where was Cobra? She knocked one last time and pressed her ear to the door. Trying to conjure footsteps or a hang on, I'm coming. Nothing. Jen stepped back from the door, double-checking the number, then ran out to her car to look at the building as a whole. In her haste to get here, she'd forgotten her phone, and her tablet was a slick paperweight without an internet connection. The most she could do was go home and send another email asking for more specific instructions. And then wait, agonizing over her impatience. In all her vivid fantasies about coming back to Los Angeles, this scenario had never occurred to her. Jen groaned, stomping her foot. She looked up and down the street. The area was quaint, at least. Safe. That park over there looked nice. She adjusted the small cross-body bag she wore now, a little leather handicraft she'd picked up in Madrid. Sitting by some trees sounded like a much-needed time-out. She crossed the street once the traffic broke, hurrying toward the red brick path that wound through the green space. Palms shot up at uneven intervals, like a whimsical yellow brick road, California style. She scuffed down the path, hands shoved into the pockets of her high-waisted gypsy pants. She had a lot to process now. That much was for sure. Not just about her future, but about her past. Where she'd come from. How the hell she'd made it here. She'd thought a lot on her trip about the name she'd given herself. Genevieve. It was still her most favorite name, but now the nickname Jen held another meaning. Short for Genesis. Her favorite book of the Bible as a little girl, and the most appropriate homage to this new life she created for herself. Little yips broke through her thoughts, and she couldn't find the source before she felt it. An impossibly cute puppy barked at her feet, paws up on her shins, entire butt waggling with excitement. Tears immediately came to her eyes, but she didn't know why. Oh my goodness. Look at you. She scooped the puppy up, holding it out so she could get a good look. Fur the color of caramel accented snow-white circles around the puppy's eyes, which were so deep and soulful she couldn't fight the awe. "You are the most precious thing I've ever seen. Where is your owner? Do you want to come live with me? Little perfect precious puppy." The puppy didn't have a leash, which was odd. Was this a runaway? She would absolutely kidnap this dog. In fact, maybe this would be the best "Hey, I'm home" gift to show up at Cobra's house with. She held the dog in her arms, scanning the park for a possible owner. She'd give it a few minutes. Maybe 1 minute. Then the dog was hers. Farther down the path, near a thicket of hibiscus, a man stepped into view. Longish black hair swept over his forehead, and his trim upper body was perfectly displayed by a tight-fitting t-shirt that said Holt. The t-shirt made her squint. And then she realized. She was looking at Cobra. "Red." His gruff shout shot through her, sending electricity to every inch of her body. She gasped, and then the distance closed between them. She didn't know if Cobra had bolted toward her, or if her legs had carried her without her knowledge. But then he was around her, his sturdy, warm frame pressing against her in all the places that had been silently begging for him. And then she was in the air, one arm hooked around his neck and the other cradling the puppy. He spun her in a slow circle, his face buried in her neck while her heart raced fast enough to span the world in a moment's time. "Holy shit," he said, that rough silk of his voice reverberating through her like harmony. "You didn't tell me you cut all your hair off." And like that, she knew. Nothing would be strange or stilted or awkward. The energy pulsed between them as it always had. As if no time had passed at all. She giggled. "You didn't tell me you grew yours out." "Jenny." He set her down gently, then cupped her face in his rough hands. The obsidian glint of his eyes was sharper than she'd remembered. More alive. Warmer. Healthier somehow. Something that no photo would have done justice. "I can't believe you're here." Emotion tightened her throat, and she drew a fortifying breath, placing her hand over his. "I've been waiting for this moment since I left." He searched her face, as if he was memorizing the shape of her lips, the curve of her eyelashes. "Part of me believed I'd never see you again." "I always planned on coming back," she said softly. "Why didn't you ever write back?" "I don't." "It's fine," he hurried to add, his thumb grazing her jawline. "I was going to send you an email a week until the day I died, regardless. Will you still?" The heartbreaker grin flashed across his face, the one with dimple and all. "Of course." She struggled to memorize all the facets of his face after so long apart. The tiny scar on his upper lip, the black stubble on his jaw, the shadows that still flitted under his eyes but were lesser now. Like maybe he'd been able to shine some light into the darkness. Countless nights abroad, she'd wondered what it might feel like to reunite. And here in this moment she knew, it was more miraculous than memories or even fantasies could suggest. The heat and heart thrumming beneath her skin was equal parts helium in her blood, and the very real grounding force of Cobra. He anchored her, at the same time he sent her spinning into the atmosphere. And she needed that in her life. She knew that now. The highs and lows were infinitely better than a featureless, boring hum. But even that wasn't all bad. What she'd left behind in Central California was less of a hum and more like a dirge. Stepping away from family had been step 1. Going abroad had been step 2. And she knew exactly what the next step had to be. "So like," she said, gaze fastening on his plump lips, her core tightening. "Are you gonna kiss me or not?" Cobra surged forward, the velvet heat of his lips finding hers, a kiss both tender and hungry emerging. She tilted her head back and let the kisses consume her. Shockwaves of pleasure alongside relief filled her, made her damn near topple over. Cobra steadied her, smoothing a hand over the small of her back, bringing her body flush with his. When they broke apart, Jen had tears in her eyes. Because this was better than she'd remembered. Because he filled her in a way that felt absolutely perfect, despite the speed bumps and the snaffus. "Don't cry, Jenny," Cobra said, thumbing away a tear that had spilled. But his hands trembled. Barely there, yet she caught it. She sniffed hard, remembering suddenly the dog in her arms. Cobra, I have a puppy in my arms and I don't know whose it is. We have to find the owner. She's yours, Cobra said. Haha, Jen said, wiping away a few more tears. That's very funny, but I think we should at least make something of an effort to find its rightful owner. No, Red. A knowing smile curled his lips upward. This is Stella. She's your dog. I got her for you. More tears filled her eyes as she looked down at the puppy. Stella. She held her up again, looking into those big brown eyes once more. Stop it. I'm serious. Her chin wobbled this time, and she couldn't stop it. An ugly cry burbled up. Cobra scooped her and Stella back into his arms and held them, swaying gently. I can't even, she blubbered into his chest. Talk. Sorta thought you'd be into it, Cobra said, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Stella is amazing. You're going to love her. I already do, Jen wailed. Come on. Let's go inside. Cobra led her and Stella back down the brick path, his arm protectively around her shoulders. She took deep, cleansing breaths as they walked, trying to reel in the tears. I'm so happy she's yours, she said. I mean mine. I mean ours. Jen wiped away the last of her tears. I was planning on kidnapping her regardless. Atta girl, Jenny, Cobra said. He smiled down at her, pure joy written into his features. She'd never seen him so vibrant. You are absolutely stunning, she whispered. Cobra laughed, checking the traffic before they crossed. Me? Take a look at yourself, gorgeous. Stella too, Jen murmured into the top of the puppy's head. Stunning Stella. Number one stunner Stella, Cobra added. That's a pop culture reference I think I'm missing. Yeah, it's a song Lil Wayne was on. You didn't miss much. Cobra led the way to the door Jen had been knocking at, never relinquishing his grip around her shoulders. This is my home, babe. More emotion arrived, vice gripping her throat. She nodded, wiping away more tears as he unlocked the front door. She'd never tire of the pet names. With a grin prouder than a father on his daughter's wedding day, Cobra pushed open the door, urging her inside. Check it out, he whispered. I already love it, she whispered back, stepping into a long front hallway lit by skylights above. Simply because it's yours. The hall opened up into a great room, with a small kitchen attached to the side. 2 doors hung open off the great room, one was a bedroom, the other surely a bathroom. The entire place was swathed in natural light, eggshell white walls gleaming. We don't have to whisper, he whispered, setting his keys on the kitchen island. I don't want to disturb the perfection of this moment. She whispered anyway, smiling as she took in all the details. The first time I saw your home, exactly as you'd have it. Stella wriggled in her arms, wanting to be let down, as though she recognized her home and wanted to roam free. Once she had bounded across the room, heading straight for a Pac-Man squeaky toy, Cobra grabbed Jen's hand. There's something I want to show you. That smile returned, the same one he'd had prior to revealing Stella was hers. He led her over the soft, squishy white carpet, toward a framed picture on the feature wall. One of the only pieces of art on the walls. I haven't done a ton of decorating, he said, because that shit's expensive, and I've been busting my butt to put this place together. But one thing couldn't wait. He jerked his chin toward the big picture. 2 model-grade scantily clad people, the man lifting the woman by the hips. Vaguely familiar shiny vinyl strips wrapped around the redhead. She had a look of shock on her face. The man with one eye pinched shut, expression silently asking, what the fuck? Jen blinked. It was them. The day they'd met. The day she'd farted on him. Probably the precise moment of farting. Oh my lord. She looked up at him. Where did you find this? I had Travis help me track it down. Cobra slung his arm around her shoulders again, admiring the picture as though it was the first time for him too. When I busted my old phone, I lost all my pictures of you. I was going crazy. So I had him comb through the photographer's pictures. I got a few others too, but those are just for me. Bedroom pics. If you feel me. Oh yeah. She rubbed a hand over the solid plane of his chest, too happy to even comprehend. All the rough edges inside her, the uncertainty, the questions about the future, were smoothed and consoled by Cobra's touch. The feel of him against her, sturdy and unyielding. She could lean on him whenever she needed. For however long she needed. This time she knew he wasn't going away. And for that matter, neither was she. Not for a long time. And not unless he came with her too. But maybe I won't need to use those anymore, Cobra said, bringing her against him, hands rooted at her hips. Maybe you'll want to stick around for a little bit. With me. Happiness prickled and boomed inside her, a fireworks display that she doubted would ever end. That seems very likely. At least long enough for me to get some pictures again, he said. Well, of course. His smile dropped a little. Did you love it over there? She tilted her head as she toyed with the new length of hair at the nape of his neck. Long hair looked good on him. Anything looked good on him, I did. Each place was special and interesting in its own way. Was it hard to come back? Jen shook her head. No. I knocked off a lot of items on my bucket list, but now it's time for something different. He cocked a grin, as if he knew where she was heading. Like what? Like starting a career. And saving money for the next trip. And now, raising a puppy. Her heart swelled, threatening tears. Stuff like that. Any room in there for a crazy in love guy who wants to give you the world. The tears returned, despite her best efforts. She nodded as a few spilled over. Stay the night, Red, he whispered. I thought that was implied with the invite over here, she whispered back. Why are you whispering now? Because I'm trying not to disturb your decision-making when I ask you to move in with me. She tilted her head back, a laugh rippling out of her. Oh, stop. I'm serious. Doesn't have to be now. His fingers dug into the flesh of her waist as he gave her a squeeze. But the offer is on the table. You sure like to move fast, she teased, because if she didn't tease him, she'd break down into tears. In her deepest parts, she'd been terrified of what she'd find back in LA, that his emails were misleading, that he'd never really tried to help himself. Now she could see that Cobra hadn't just taken the ball and run with it. He'd lobbed it over the moon. I told myself I wasn't gonna ask you that when you showed up. At least not until a few weeks had gone by. Oops. He laughed. Jen, when I met you, I had no idea what I was doing in life. You saved me. Along with everyone at Holt Body. I might not have shit all figured out, but I'm getting there. And I'm running to get there. She twirled her finger in the lock of hair she'd been playing with. This, right here, this was a moment she wished she could preserve. With Cobra looking at her intense and tender, equal parts bad boy and lost boy. And wasn't it the same for her? Equal parts grown, worldly woman and little girl, still too scared to leave her family. And I haven't told you in person yet, Cobra said, his palms smoothing a warm path over her shoulders. I love you. So much, Jenny. The words from his lips sank into her like an anchor in the open sea, reaching all the way to her core, into the softest, most eager parts of her. Getting stuck there. Burrowing in deep. Making a home forevermore. That sounds a little too right, she said, whispering again. She couldn't help it. Everything about this day was epic. I love you too, Cobra. More than I thought possible. More than I even realized. Cobra surged forward, capturing her lips in a kiss. He hoisted her by the hips, spinning her in a slow circle. Over his shoulder, she caught the picture of them half a year ago. Strangers. Sinners. And saviors. Epilogue. Okay. One more. Cobra pressed his lips to Jen, snagging one last smooch. When they broke apart, she grinned ear to ear. One more, he said, leaning forward again. When that kiss broke, Jen pressed a palm against his chest. We're stuck in the infinite loop again. This had been their morning routine for 6 months now. Come into work together, spend 5 minutes saying goodbye near the front desk, and then they'd go their separate ways, Cobra into the weight room, where he still helped on occasion, or back to the private lessons gym to see a client, while Jen headed into the back office as Travis's second full-time accountant. He cupped her face in his hands. Last one. And then he smooched her so hard his lips tingled. When they broke apart, a giggle ripped out of her. She swatted his chest. You messed up my lip gloss, she teased, but he knew she didn't care. That was their joke. As an LA girl, she should wear lipstick and lip gloss and contour and all that shit. Jen was more gorgeous than anyone, but still didn't do a damn thing most days, except for lip gloss. It looks better messed up. He pushed her at the hip. Go to work. You're gonna be late. Same to you. She sent him a sultry look over her shoulder. 6 months together. 6 months under the same roof. And some days it still didn't seem like enough. He could see her every day for the rest of his life, and it might not be enough. It was crazy. He was in a relationship, and it didn't make him want to run screaming for the Hollywood Hills. In fact, it was fucking awesome. Cobra watched her saunter down the hallway, no trace of the little limp that had plagued her when they'd first met. She was rehabilitated now, strong and solid. And this weekend, she would celebrate 1 year in LA. Jen had mentioned it offhandedly a few weeks ago, which sent Cobra into a spiral thinking about how he could surprise her. It was the sort of thing he'd never done before, and had purposefully shied away from. But Jen deserved shit like this. And it was one more chance for Cobra to show her that he was serious about this. About them. Not to say that they didn't have their rough patches. Cobra's demons liked to make a guest appearance every once in a while. And Jen too suffered from crippling doubts, wondering if she really would go to hell, whether she'd see her family again, maybe she should pack up and go home. Those demons and doubts never lasted long though. Together, they were able to beat them back. Keep their chins up. Focus on the good shit on the horizon. He'd reached out to Sophie, who'd become something of a good friend since Jen returned from Europe. They shared a ruthless sort of humor together, jabs and ribs, but lined with respect. With friendship. Together they'd planned a dinner for Jen, something intimate and upscale and full of balloons with puppies printed on them. Everyone at Holt Body was invited. Even Levi, the new guy, who'd at first pissed Cobra off with all his hotshot grandstanding, but now was basically his permanent workout buddy at the gym. And the big night was tonight. Excitement thrummed through him, prompting a silly smile even as he met with his training clients that morning. Jen was blissfully unaware, and each second that ticked closer to the big party made him exponentially more scared that someone might slip a detail and spoil the surprise. He'd never thrown a surprise party. And really this was some fun shit. Maybe more fun for him organizing it than it would end up being for General. The end of the day drew near. Cobra practically burst out of his skin wanting to take Jen to the library as he'd promised. She loved weeknight visits to the library, maybe more than sex. No, that wasn't true, she loved sex more than anything else. Almost as much as she loved him. Cobra headed for the reception area to wait for Jen to show up so they could head out together, but she was already there, flanked by Travis and Lex and Levi. He held up a hand to high-five Travis as he joined the small group. Sup fam? Hey. Just the guy they first was looking for. Travis squeezed Cobra's shoulder, eyes crinkled around the edges behind those black frames he always wore now. It took balls to go from MMA stardom to wearing those glasses on the daily, but if anyone could pull it off, it was Trav. And yeah. He called him Trav now. Here I am. In the flesh. Better than fantasy. He shot Jen a knowing smirk. Cobra, I've got an offer for you. The looks on everyone's faces told Cobra that this was a surprise. Something that maybe they all knew about. Jen rolled her lips inward, excitement shimmering on her face. Okay. Should I accept now? I trust you. I bet it's good. Travis laughed, searching out his gaze. It's pretty damn good. He paused, wetting his bottom lip. You know we're going live with the new Holt Body app soon. Cobra nodded. The next phase of Holt Body Fitness taking over the world. Maybe that's why Travis wore the glasses so much these days. All that time spent figuring out his new workout app that linked users with Holt Body trainers and feedback. All of the trainers available on the app are going to have their own profile. But I don't want this to be run-of-the-mill profile stuff. He crossed his arms, a wide smile curling his lips. I want you to draw the avatars. Cobra blinked, his gazes shifting from between them all, wearing the same shit-eating grins. Are you serious? Was all he could say. Travis nodded, then finally Lex spoke. Dude, we've seen your drawings since you started sketching at work. They're out of this world good. You're like Picasso, Levi cracked while he tugged his now famous brown tresses back into a ponytail. The man swung his mane around the gym like he was in a Pantene commercial. Hey, did you hear about the artist who died while he was finishing his masterpiece? Travis and Lex and Cobra shared a glance. In almost no time at all, Levi had become known for his super corny jokes. What? Jen asked, eyes lighting up. He had a brushstroke of genius, Levi finished. Lex sighed tersely while Travis shook his head. That one was lamer than the others, Cobra said, biting back a laugh. So what do you think, Picasso? You'll get full illustration credit, Travis went on. And the appropriate pay to match, of course. His mouth parted. The words still refused to gel. But at least he had the good sense to blurt, yeah. Jen clapped her hands together, jumping up and down. Travis offered his hand and Cobra shook it. This is gonna be so badass, Travis said. Cobra turned his incredulous gaze toward General. So, why the welcoming committee for a business proposal? We wanted to see how fucking shocked you'd be, Lex said, slapping Cobra on the back. And this was gold. Shoulda taken a picture. Travis and Lex pushed Cobra around playfully, while disbelief still made heavy steps through his body. Hired for a drawing gig. Fucking unreal. It had started a few months back, Cobra doing quick sketches of his coworkers just for shits and giggles, which escalated into more interest, more requests. We should go out and celebrate, Jen said, wrapping her arms around Cobra's waist. Ah, Cobra began while the guy sent stricken looks from behind her. We can't, babe. Remember? We're going to the library. Yeah, that's right. She sounded disappointed. And I need some books about ancient Egypt. Can we celebrate some other time? Cobra pressed a kiss to the top of her head. Of course. Now let's go get ready for the library. Cobra tapped his knuckles to Lex, Trav and Levi before he headed out of the gym with his arm wrapped around Jen's shoulders. Outside, bright sunlight beat down on them, reminding him of when he and Jen had met for coffee that very first time. The nerves he'd had, heading to that fancy mall waiting to lay eyes on her. The way his hands had shook, ever so slightly, when he paid for their drinks. She'd been his first date. His first love. His first and only soulmate. The joy of today's offer, like the joy of the surprise party later, was best shared among friends. But these people, they were way more than friends now. They were his family. Are you sure you don't want anything other than ancient Egypt books? Cobra asked as he slid into the driver's seat. Same shitty Corolla, but now with a brand new air conditioner, which made it feel like at least a 2014. To him at least. Jen laughed a little. Well, I was kinda thinking about borrowing some books about cults. I'm starting to think my family is in a cult. So I need to brush up. Ancient Egypt and cults. He nodded, squeezing her knee before he backed out of his parking spot. That's pretty well-rounded. Yeah. Kinda like you. Jen lifted a brow, sending a teasing look his way. Another one of their inside jokes. Any vague reference to something wholesome or kind or fulfilling, Jen made sure to send it back to Cobra. Careful. I'm not so well-rounded that you can let down your guard around me. Anticipation buzzed through him as he maneuvered into the late afternoon traffic. Who knows if I'm telling the truth about everything? Maybe the library is a lie. Jen gasped with fake shock. Oh heavens. What if? They laughed, but the truth sizzled through him. Truth was, this surprise party was just one way of sending back her own goodness. And a way to thank the Holt Body crew. Travis, Lex, Jen, Amara, and the rest made the bleak outlook of Cobra's former life feel like a distant memory. The strength and support and respect he found on the daily now turned the memories of Clay and Tyler into an outrageous regret. One so grave he could barely believe that had formed the bulk of his life. Before this, before love had softened and changed him. Cobra scooped up her hand and brought it to his lips. Before he'd found his future. Things I seriously need to do before I go home in life in general. Pay rent and utility bills on time and with a smile. Have an excellent toe-curling make-out session. Go on a date with a man. Go to one of those art classes where you drink wine and everyone paints the same picture and most of them look horrible, but hey, at least you tried. Scream fuck from a mountaintop. Meet someone for a ridiculous coffee creation. Fix my leg. Get a guy's number. Have sex. Have good sex. Have an excellent toe-curling orgasm with a man. Spend the night at a man's house and the next morning he does not want me to leave. Get flowers from basically anyone, but it would be nice if it was also from this man. Shock the family, bring a man home. Use the Maps application with the British voice. Get drinks after work with my coworkers like the rest of the world does. Get an hombre, once you internet search what it is again. Have butt sex. Have sex in front of someone else. Start learning French. Get new cute clothes that aren't hand-me-downs from Amara's Aunt Vicky. Become a cute dog owner. Coordinating leashes with outfits. Seasonal photo shoot optional. Own 2 dogs. Own 3 dogs. Make a dog calendar with photos of my own dogs. Come in late to work because of agonizing consequences of alcohol. Move in with my boyfriend. Have an argument only to have makeup sex afterward. Stage fake fights in order to have more makeup sex. Enroll my sweet dog child in obedience school. Fall down the long tunnel of love. Live forever in the long tunnel of love with Cobra. The end. Ready for the next couple. Then get ready for Levi, the fame-hungry fighter, as he falls for the glam-shy bombshell Riley in Breaking the Habit. Author note. Special thanks goes out to my beta squad, who turned around this book on a tight deadline, my editing and proofing team, for another job well done, all the readers and bloggers who took the time to read this book and review, and J.A. Rock, who continues to format my books time and time again, with no forecast of any real paycheck except for the elusive promise of some vegan black bean burgers someday. Keep reading the Breaking series. Chapter 1. Riley waited until the last possible second to turn on the air conditioning. The machine roared to life, sputtering out a cool, musty breeze. She'd been sweating in her little studio for damn near an hour, but couldn't afford to turn on the air until she really needed it. And with clients on their way over within a half hour, this was the threshold to make sure the entire studio cooled down before their arrival. She stood in front of the cool stream of air, sighing with closed eyes as she relished the breeze. Being cash-strapped sucked. She was coming up on a year with the photography studio, and each month got worse. That wasn't how businesses were supposed to work, not unless they were on their way to closing. But it was make or break in Los Angeles. Everybody and their stepbrother knew a fancy photographer, or had some connection to what's-his-name from Milan, or could get a discount on artistic portraits from somebody's sister's best friend. She was an idiot for thinking she could ever make a career out of her passion. Yet she still plodded forward, some sort of optimistic masochist, hoping against all hope that things would turn around. That something would start working. That business would begin suddenly multiplying, like every artist in LA had promised, and she'd be consistently making enough money for rent on the studio and rent for her shared house. Riley shook her head into the musty breeze. Maybe it was time to give up. Here she was, hanging on by a thread, and the only work she could snag anymore was a bunch of glamour shots for some bodybuilders. That's mean. She frowned down at her off-the-shoulder t-shirt that said trendy AF. It was ironic. She wasn't that trendy. But it should have read bitter AF. Because she was thinking poorly of the only work to come her way for over a week. Holt Body Fitness had been her sanctuary over the past year, and she'd grown close with the owner Travis and his girlfriend Amara. Not to mention that his entire staff felt like some fun, extended family she'd never realized she was missing. This was more than glamour shots. This was a legitimate portrait session that Travis and his trainers needed for promotional purposes. Except it fell so far from where she'd imagined her career going. She wanted deeply felt poetic assignments, the type of projects that blurred surrealism and hyperrealism, things which haunted, faces that made someone feel uncomfortable. She never imagined her portfolio would include the perfectly defined pectorals of a certified MMA fighter. Really, she needed to sink to her knees and thank Travis for booking this with her. Even if it didn't line up with her vision, he was saving her ass. At least now she could afford the majority of her rent. If they tipped all of the rent. If she really wanted to hit rock bottom, she'd start offering senior portrait sessions. The front doorbell sounded, a smooth vocal recording of John Stamos saying, "Oh hi," and Riley yanked herself away from the cool breeze. Although she hadn't envisioned her career leading her to MMA fighters, it wasn't all bad. She couldn't help but grin as the four men sauntered in. Travis Holt and his flock of fighters. That was the technical name for a group of MMA fighters, a flock. At least in her mind. And damn, this flock was fine. Travis beamed as he entered, tipping his head back to look around the studio. Lex was on his heels, as well as Cobra and another man she didn't recognize. It was the unknown guy who caught her attention. No, he didn't catch it, because that implied she was willing to part with it. This man came right up and robbed her attention. Stole it out from underneath her, and ran away like a street urchin in a Charles Dickens novel. Riley's gaze soldered onto him, like he was the last thing she'd ever look at. He had long wavy chestnut hair just past his chin, and playful honey-brown eyes that immediately returned her gaze. They'd already exchanged a day's worth of conversation in the milliseconds of locking eyes, and she knew this type of connection was trouble. She ripped her eyes off him, searching for her voice, wherever it had disappeared inside her esophagus. "Travis? Welcome, guys. Here it is." She wanted to sound playful and light. Not brain-dead from the unexpected appearance of this Gucci-grade guy who sauntered closer as if he could read every single thought scorching through her head. "Place is cute," Travis said, dropping his duffel bag on a hairy white armchair by the door. Riley tended toward unique and artistic pieces. It was why not a single plate or bowl matched in her kitchen, instead all sourced from funky pottery shops and thrift stores, and seeing these classically handsome men against the backdrop of her weird space was oddly satisfying. "I feel like I'm in Pee-wee's Playhouse," Lex said. "What the fuck is Pee-wee's Playhouse?" Cobra asked. The four of them had come in matching black tracksuits which said Holt across the front. They were living, breathing ads for the gym. "Riley, let me introduce you to the newest member of the training camp," Travis said to her while Lex schooled Cobra about the ins and outs of the cultish kids show from the 90s. He jerked his chin toward the unnamed fourth guy, the Adonis with the honey gaze. "This is Levi. He's my newest mentee. We're getting him ready for a full schedule of fights starting this month." Levi started a slow swagger toward her. If he was an alien spaceship, she was caught irrevocably in his tractor beam. "Pleasure to meet you, Riley," Levi said, bowing forward slightly as he offered his hand. His voice was silk and bass. She didn't know if she should run or take off her clothes. Men that looked like him, with flyaway tresses and broad masculine shoulders, could never be trusted. They were too hot for their own good. She knew where looks like that led. Straight to the back alley of Cheaterville. Riley hesitantly took his hand. He squeezed it gently, but didn't bring it to his lips for a kiss as she feared. "Phew. Nice to meet you, Levi. You picked a good trainer." "Yeah, the rest of the league thinks so too." Levi cocked a grin, pure haughtiness and pride. "But he only wanted me." "Dude's about to smash the records in the WFC," Lex said, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder toward Levi. "Wait and see." "Smashin' faces, smashin' records," Levi said, stuffing his hands in his pockets. Riley died internally. She could have watched him all day, just observing his mere existence. Like teeny boppers could have watched Nick Jonas blink dully at a television for 5 hours and think it was the most exciting thing in the world. Leigh inspired the same sort of fanaticism, but Riley knew better than to fall prey to such things. She was born and raised in Los Angeles, Hollywood specifically, and had rubbed elbows with enough famous people to know looks often meant nothing, and true beauty had nothing to do with prettiness. But still, it was hard to look away when drowning in testosterone. "I have everything ready here," she said, sweeping toward the large open space where they'd take the portraits. She had several backdrops prepared, based on her conversations with Travis. This was standard stuff: headshots for ads, Travis's website, league promo. All she had to do was grab a few pictures of the men in their tracksuits and then slowly get them to remove the layers. Her gaze moved to Leigh as he tucked chestnut tresses behind his ears, a shit-eating grin on his face as he listened to whatever Cobra and Lex were joking about. Maybe MMA portraiture wasn't so bad. Let's start with group shots. Riley needed to hyper-focus on the task at hand. She should be used to beautiful men by now, living in this city, but something about Leigh threw her off. He'd barely said 10 words, but already she felt like she knew him. Knew his type. The way he probably scanned women for fuckability as opposed to personality. Walking through life like a proud cock solely because he knew how to beat someone up and had a face like his. The throngs of women he probably touted on each arm, telling each and every one of them a different story. A different version of the same lie. She really did need the t-shirt that said bitter AF. After her last boyfriend had created the cheating scandal of the century, with the whole world gasping and pointing, she could start her own damn clothing line. "I want to get a few of you in the tracksuits," she said, eyeing up the shot as the men collected in front of the white screen. She popped off a few test shots to test the color balance and then realized something was missing. "Hang on." She set her camera down and scurried toward her front desk. She hopped belly first over the desk to reach behind her laptop and flick on her playlist. One of the many she used during photo shoots in the studio. Today's selection included everything from the Talking Heads to ESO. As smooth chords filled the space, the four fighters smiled, relaxing a little. This was what she needed. Pliable, happy models. From here she could work her magic. "One last thing," she said, flicking a lighter to the tip of an incense stick. "Trying to get us in the mood." Lex cracked. Excuse me, miss." Leigh propped a hand on his hip. "The sign here says, no smoking, but you are clearly smoking." She smirked, trying to fight the laugh that threatened to pop out of her. "That was dorky." "He's the king of dorky jokes," Cobra said. "You'll get used to it." "Hey," Leigh said, feigning insult. "These jokes aren't dorky, they're the coolest." Travis shook his head, faking a jab at his face. "I'd pop you, if you didn't need to look pretty." Riley grabbed her camera, sweeping back toward the guys. She made quick work of snapping shots while the guys ribbed Leigh about his jokes. They looked like co-workers, models, and family all at the same time. Once she'd gotten enough of the group, she called for individuals. "Who wants to start?" Levi's hand shot up. Travis smirked. "Yeah, Hotshot needs to go first." Cobra, Lex, and Travis drifted away from the screen as Leigh turned his cocky gaze toward Riley. He flicked his zipper back and forth. "So this is the part where I take my clothes off, right?" Riley fought the urge to snap back with, "You wish." "Correct?" She swung back to address Travis. "You want progressive or just in the shorts?" She couldn't look at Leigh for too long or she'd lose her cool. "Shorts," Travis said as he started roaming the studio, checking out the art on the walls. Cobra and Lex flopped into armchairs near the front windows, where occasional pedestrians walked by. "We can still do progressive if you like," Leigh said with a wink while his zipper hissed open. "And see if it progresses to something more." Riley flattened her lips, focusing on her camera's settings. Anything but this guy, who grew cockier and more arrogant by the second. He was a client though. She couldn't give him a piece of her mind like she wanted. So she'd say nothing. "That was a joke," Leigh clarified, shoving his track pants down. Riley glanced at him, big mistake. Half naked, the man was even more irresistible. His muscles bulged with restrained force, broad shoulders marked by a strong collarbone. And Lord in heaven above, his skin. A constellation of light brown freckles cascaded across the tops of his shoulders, sprinkling across the expanse of his back. Riley shifted, sucking in a quiet breath. Levi looked up at her as he tossed the pants aside, a heartbreaker grin crossing his face. You like the skin polka dots? She was obsessed with them. But he couldn't know that. They'll look good on film, that's for sure. So you do talk. His observation made her clench her teeth. Maybe she was being too standoffish. Maybe she'd been hurt enough times by men that now she couldn't even treat a total stranger with respect. Maybe she needed to loosen the hell up. Just focusing on my work. She offered a small smile, simultaneously annoyed and turned on by this cocky, funny guy. Haha, skin polka dots. So funny I forgot to laugh. She needed the bitter AF shirt immediately. I'm going to change out the backdrop real quick. I think we should get in some earthier tones for you. It's because of my Greek heritage, right? He swiped a hand through his tresses again, which caused a whole litany of muscles to ripple and shudder across his abs and down his sides. Her nostrils flared as she forced herself not to screw up the backdrop. My olive skin tone probably looks great on camera. Well, it is olive, so there's that, she said, not wanting to give him a fraction of a compliment. He knew how hot he was. He certainly didn't need her validation. He rested his hands on his hips, then ran his fingers through his locks again. She shot him a look. You better stop touching your hair, or else your olive skin tone won't be the only thing on camera. What do you mean? She jerked her chin toward him. All that dandruff you're shaking loose. Cobra snorted from across the studio, and Lex said, ooh, burn. I don't have dandruff, Levi said, stepping closer. I have charm and amazing traps. Or haven't you noticed? He turned a bit and flexed, that shit-eating grin sparking more lust and more annoyance. It was hard not to notice. But she'd never tell him that. Besides, the fire her comment stoked inside him played very well with the camera. She snapped a few shots of his aggressive puppy stance, then lowered the camera. These are coming out pretty good. She sent him her best I'm a cool girl smile. The type that said she didn't give a damn about his body or his flirting. Obviously. Levi smirked, pointing at his abs. She sighed, looking up at the ceiling. Sure, he had a point. But why did he have to be so blatant about it? I was kidding, Levi said again. I meant obviously because you're taking the pictures. You're a professional. Yeah. I'm sure. Riley clucked her tongue, bringing the camera back up to her face. God forbid she ever need to see this man outside of a professional context. They'd probably end up fistfighting or worse, fucking. She didn't need either of those in her life. He's not as big of a dick as he sounds. Travis piped up from the other side of the studio, where he inspected a 3-panel set of photographs from a shoot she'd done in India. Thanks for the ringing endorsement. Levi grimaced with a thumbs up. I have no opinion, Riley said, lining up another shot. The camera clicked a few times as she captured Levi's gaze wandering across the studio. Every damn thing the man did played well with the lens. Her heart needed to ignore it, as much as her career needed to capitalize on it. I'm just a photographer. I need a photographer in my life, Levi said, propping his hands on his hips. Riley bit her tongue against a snarky response. I need someone to do a nude shoot for me. Lex cackled from the front windows. You want to take the pictures? Levi asked, his eyes sparkling with the idea. She snapped a few more pictures, immortalizing the moments after he'd voiced the salacious idea. And yes, she wanted to accept. For all the wrong reasons. Maybe just so she could confirm the exact dimensions of that bulge in those skin-tight shorts. But her morals, her dignity, damn it, wouldn't let her. Depends on the price, I guess, she murmured, though it was a lie. But I need you to leak 'em to the press afterward, Levi said. He couldn't hear the record screech inside her. The way every muscle of her body went rigid at the sound of the words, leak to the press. She lowered the camera, her eyes narrowing to slits. So the guy got worse. Not only was he starving for female attention, he was a fame whore. He lifted a brow, his smile so cocky she could have slapped him. You in? Click here to keep reading Breaking the Habit. Have you read the Breaking series prequel? You can read it for free when you sign up to my newsletter. By joining, you'll also receive information about upcoming releases, sales, and other exciting news. Score. Or join my reader group, Ember's Blossoms, to hang out up close and personal. Early looks at new covers, exclusive access to ARC signups, and more. Facebook. Instagram. Goodreads. BOOKBUB. http://www.emberleighromance.com/ And before you go, please consider leaving an honest review about this book. Even just a few words or a line means so much to us authors.